in a place where people used to be, a land that's called reality. You'll find me there. I won't be catching up on Reddit. I won't be watching any news. I'll let the planet spin without me, 'cause everything has been without me sometime. And everyone will be alright if I'm not live by satellite. It's a beautiful day, I'm running away. Don't bother to Facebook message or call me, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode and everything is okay. I just wanna play, unplug for the day and live in the moment, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah. I'm always drowning in the static. I'd rather swim in crystal seas. My battery's been running low. I need to take it nice and slow for just a while. You won't be hearing about my weather, and you won't see my breakfast pics. For videos of kitty cats all gussied up in pretty hats, you'll have to wait. I hope it's not a tragedy. I hope you don't get mad at me. It's a beautiful day, I'm running away. Don't bother to Facebook message or call me, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode and everything is okay. I just wanna play, unplug for the day and live in the moment, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah. Everything is now, everyone is everywhere, but no one seems to get up from their chairs. I'll come and sit with you, let's talk and have a drink or two. We'll open up the window for some air and hear the voices down the street of children playing on the beach. It's a beautiful day, don't take it away. I just want to play, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah. It's a beautiful day, I'm running away. Don't bother to Facebook message or call me, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode and everything is okay. I just wanna play, unplug for the day and live in the moment, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah.
Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to live recordings of They Create Worlds. We might even have Alex.
Huzzah? Well, you haven't said the words yet. You have to be like, I'm Jeffrey, and I'm joined by my co-host Alex, and then I say hello. We've only been doing this for 10 years.
True. All right. So back from the beginning, from the top. I'm Jeffrey, and welcome to J Create Worlds. And there's some Alex guy over there.
Goodbye.
No, not AOL again. Not AOL.
Perfect.
We're doomed.
Perfect. We captured that perfectly.
Yay.
AOL, a company that in some ways got its start with a little company that we're going to be talking about today called Commodore.
Commodore?
I am too loud, Jeffrey.
You're too loud. Uh-oh.
I'm always too loud.
You do have a presence to you.
Resonance, it's a problem. It is my blessing and it is my curse.
Advanced audio.
And I used to be a librarian. I had, hey, it is Esimoliva of Computer Chronicles Revisited. Good to see you in the chat. I had something I had to do early in the morning, Ethan. So that means I got a late breakfast, early lunch. And since I'm in the South, that meant Waffle House.
Waffle House is good.
What about you, Jeffrey? What was for lunch?
Well, I don't know about lunch because it's noon now, so technically I'm having nothing for lunch. Um, but I did have breakfast, and breakfast was an egg, a mushroom, and cheese omelet with hash browns and a side of rye toast, and about I don't know, 8 cups of coffee. Because I've only had about 3 hours of sleep last night, so you get to have extra special crazy Jeffrey today.
Does that mean there's no filter? Because that's dangerous on a live stream. We may need one of them 5 second delays or something.
Quite possible. But since I'm the one in control of this, that just means we're all doomed.
We were probably all doomed anyway. So yes,
true.
welcome everybody in here, out there, on all the ships at sea, to our annual live stream of a recording of a 3-part They Create Worlds episode extravaganza. This time around, for those that do not know, we are going to be looking at the company Commodore International and its predecessor, Commodore Business Machines Limited of Canada, one of the most consequential companies in the history of home computing, which means they also played a great role in computer games/video games. And there's a lot of information on them, so it seemed like a great idea for this kind of craziness live stream recording.
Yeah. Yes. So. Yes, I will be the Commodore on stream. I am Commodore of commanding everything that's going on. That's why I managed to dust off my old Commodore 64, did some frantic basic programming, and thus we have the live stream you see before you today.
Indeed. And it only took 5 hours for this to all load, right, Jeffrey? Using your trusty
Try
1541
more
disk
like
drive.
12.
We could do 4 parts. We could probably do 8 parts on Commodore, Dale, but we're not going to do that. There's already too much information. My head is already exploding, and I'm already not sure how part 3 is going to end. So we're not going to, and I don't mean that because there's too much information we have to do a part 4. I mean because I'm still unsure how I want to tell the story of the end of Commodore. I have like 7 hours to figure that out.
Not 7 hours.
Oh God, we've lost the co-host. Yes,
There you go, Ethan.
yes, Oliva, we could.
My
Oh, there it is.
64.
There it is. There's our boy. But yes, SM Oliva, we could do like Andy Serkis when during COVID he read Lord of the Rings for charity. We could do a charity reading of the 1,000+ page Atlantic Acceptance final report. That would certainly bring in the dollars.
Oh,
And look at that. That's right. We are mixing our family computer and our Commodore 64 here. Little bit. Bonus points if you get that reference. But anywho, to get a little official business recording done, for those of you who are listening to this episode as a podcast episode, as a reminder, this is our annual live stream. So we are recording this live with chat. Editing Jeffrey is going to take a lot of that out, crying the entire time because of how hard it is. But there may still be so much crying. But there could still be some comments directed at the chat that are left in, or some responses to chat. So it may flow a little differently than a typical episode. We should already be recording. I hope you're recording, Jeffrey.
I am not recording.
Oh,
We
well,
never
I'm
synced
recording.
that. We never synced that. I have to be synced.
uh,
Where's Reaper? There's Reaper. Hello, Reaper. How are you feeling today? Arm Alex track. Arm Jeffrey track. Red button pressed.
all right.
We are victorious with red buttons. We are professional recording podcast people who fail horribly at our jobs. Or at least I
Yes.
do.
I'm keeping in all that other stuff, but you'll find the sync point around 7:10. Editing, Jeffrey.
Oh no. No.
All right, let's try this again. You know how this starts.
Oh, okay. So we are recording. Okay, fine. We usually do a little banter before we actually start recording.
We've been bantering for 7 minutes.
Been that long already? We're doomed. We are so doomed with this one. Welcome to
Hey.
They Create Worlds. I'm Jeffrey, and I'm joined by my co-host, Alex.
Hello.
We join you live from a chat that's in the past, in the future, in the present. I don't even know which one anymore. All I know is I've had 3.5 hours of sleep, 8 cups of coffee, and then this Commodore has been loading things for the last 12 hours. No one knows what's going on anymore, not even Alex, possibly not even chat. Maybe my cats do. They're the producers. Hi, how are you doing today? I'm the one in the hat.
Hello, one in the hat. That's right. Here we are, as we do every year, about ready to embark on our live streamed recording of a 3-part, yes, chat, 3-part episode. This time specifically on the company Commodore International and its predecessor, Commodore Business Machines Limited of Canada. A major company in defining the world of home computers, which means that they are also a major company in defining a certain period of the history of video games. There's a lot of information out there on them. We could probably do an 8-part episode if we really wanted to. I don't want to do that. My head is already exploding trying to get in all the information to do a 3-part episode, but definitely a lot to cover because it's a fascinating company with some real crazy characters in it.
Well, we have talked about Commodore in the past, tangentially, a little bit about various things, a little bit about the C64, especially the Amiga and the Commodore PET, and especially its influences where it saw a lot of popularity in Europe.
Great, then I guess we're done here.
Okay, well, that's it for the live stream. We'll see you later. And where's Bacterial Love again?
That's right. Obviously, Commodore has come up quite a bit and was featured in another one of these 3-part episodes back in the day when we did the home computer price wars. But we have not looked at the company from its very beginning to its very end. So this seemed like a good opportunity to do that. And even if it's not, well, that's what we're doing anyway. Just as a reminder, before we get into the heart of the episode, for those of you that are listening to this as a normal episode, we are doing this as a live stream event, which means that we are interacting with our fans on the chat. There'll be more tangents than usual and probably some references to stuff going on in the comments. Editing Jeffrey will be editing a lot of that out, crying manly tears the entire time because of the added difficulty, but we'll definitely still be leaving some of that stuff in as well, so it won't quite play the same way as a normal episode.
So, yes, hello, chat. I'll be monitoring you. I'll be monitoring the stream. I'll be monitoring my sanity. We don't know which one's going to give out first.
And special shout out to Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, who through a clerical error is apparently a moderator in chat now. I am told he will ban you if you start talking about 70s music. So just keep that in mind.
Yes. Past settings coming back to haunt us. What is this world coming to? Okay, so Commodore. It came from Canada. It invaded the United States, and then it decided to do forays into Europe. How do we start this thing? Do we look at Jack and say, "Hi, Jack. How you doing?"
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. Sort of, because he's dead. So we can't really ask him that.
I mean,
But
that's what seances and Ouija boards are for, okay? We're close to Halloween here. We can't do. We have to do something fun, like talk to Jack.
yes, of course. I can just see the Ouija board now. It'll be like, is Jack here? Yes. What now? Cut the price. Yeah. That's exactly how it would go.
But it's already free.
Yes.
How can it be cheaper?
Yes, the ghost of Jack Tramiel would likely charge us for the seance. That makes sense. Talk about a man with a resonant voice, too. I mean, we were making fun of my resonant voice earlier, but that man has a deep voice. I can't imagine what it would have been like getting a Jack attack back in the day. Fun fact, other people in the video game industry with deep voices, whom I have personally interviewed, Don Daglow and the dearly departed Gene Lipkin, former VP at Atari and president of CoinOp at Atari.
Alrighty.
So, yeah, we really do need to start by discussing Jack Tramiel, because there is no company without him, even though the company did survive for another decade after he left. It never really escaped the shadow of Jack Tramiel, and Jack Tramiel's philosophy, Jack Tramiel's outlook, Jack Tramiel's way of doing business is really what set the tone for the company throughout its entire history. And you can't really understand any of those aspects of Jack Tramiel without having a pretty thorough understanding of where he came from, because where he came from is rather dark.
Really?
Yes.
And is he a native of Canada or a native of the United States?
Neither one.
Oh, okay.
So Jack Tramiel was born at some point. Records are a little confused for reasons that will become quite obvious. During the famous Atlantic Acceptance High Commission, the Hughes Commission in Canada, he gave evidence that he was born on December the 13th, 1927. Other sources indicate that he may have been born September the 13th, 1927, or even December the 13th, 1928, a full year later. We also don't know exactly what his name was at the time, though the most commonly referred one would be Edek Tremilski. He was born in the Polish city of Lodz, which I'm sure I horribly mispronounced, but that's okay. Yeah, Edek. That's what I said. Idek. I mean, I may have also been horribly mispronouncing that, but I was choosing Ethan to pronounce that as Edek. Ah, gotcha. Of course, spelling it out for the chat. Look, Jeffrey, your first thing you get to cut.
Yay! It's victory. I get to cut, and I even had the producer here to let us know about that. Producer, remind me later.
Indeed. Young Tremilski's life was obviously changed very suddenly and very thoroughly in the year of 1939 when Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany invaded and conquered Poland. Conquered half of Poland, gave the other half to Stalin, but we're not getting into World War II history. That's way too much tangent. But we do have to talk some World War II history as it relates to young Edek. Lotz, Jack Purmell, and I'm going to start referring to him by that name at this point, even though he doesn't assume that name until he moves to the United States. Jack Trammell and his family were Jewish. Lotz was a city with a large a large Jewish population, as many Polish cities were. About 1/3 of the 600,000 people that called Lotz home in 1939 were Jewish. When the Germans first came through, Jack Trammell has memories of being very impressed by them because they were in these fancy uniforms and they were marching in unison through the streets and all looked very fancy. What little kid doesn't like a parade? In fact, he, in later years, one of his employees at Commodore and then later at Atari Corporation was another European Jew by the name of Sig Hartmann. And they would, when they got drunk, they would sometimes sing German marching songs together, or at least they did that on one occasion where they were observed. But of course, that admiration didn't last for long, as the entire Jewish population was forced into the Lotz ghetto. They were in a ghetto from, I think it might have been 1940. Obviously, the invasion was 39. But they were moved into a ghetto pretty quickly. The entire family lived in one room. Jack was an only child, so that would be him and his parents. And they tried to work to make ends meet. His father worked in shoemaking. I don't know if that was his trade before or if that was forced upon him by the circumstances, while Jack himself worked in a pants factory. This situation lasted until 1944, when they were finally removed from the ghetto and herded into railroad cars and shipped to the concentration camp Auschwitz. Jack and his family were not at Auschwitz for very long. 1 second. Problem with doing this live is sometimes you catch me as I'm switching between my sources.
Which is all the fun things I cut during editing.
Making use of. Yes, all the things cut during editing.
But you get to suffer through it all live.
Yes, so the ghetto was liquidated in 1944. Prior to that, they had been moving Jews in and out as well, but when they were moved, it was liquidated. They were told that they would be going to Germany. The railroad cars instead deposited them at the notorious Auschwitz, where everyone was evaluated for their fitness to work or their needs to be dealt with through other means. Thankfully, the men, at this point, Jack was separated from his mother, as they separated them in that way. But both Jack and his father were put into the group that would be allowed to live. They stayed in Auschwitz for a few weeks, during which time Jack was examined by Dr. Josef Mengele, the infamous Angel of Death or Dr. Death, I should say, of the German concentration camp system. And at that point, he and his father were both determined to be fit enough to work. Therefore, they were transported once again, this time to just outside of Hanover, where using multiple sources to tell
Multiple
the story.
sources.
Where they were placed to work building new satellite facilities for the Neuagama concentration camp. Neuagama is not in Hanover, but the facilities that were being built around Hanover were technically satellite facilities there. At this point, I just want to mention, because we did, Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, and several of others of us, did a live reading and errata fest for Stephen Kent's Ultimate History of Video Games. And for some reason, one of the errors in that book is that he indicated that Jack Tramiel volunteered to work because he figured that if he was working, they would at least have to feed him. Nobody volunteered for work in the concentration camps. You were either told you are working or they decided there was no use for you. And then you were not only not working, you were also not breathing. So he didn't volunteer. It was forced labor. I'm sure Jack, as industrious as he is, if he were given an opportunity to volunteer to live, he would. But that's not how it worked in old Nazi Germany. At first, his father and he were working together. So just to give the timeline a little more granularity, August 1944, the ghetto was liquidated. They were at Auschwitz a few weeks. They were starting work Neuagama in the late summer, early fall. And by December 1944, they had been separated and working on different work crews. Jack Tramiel didn't talk about his Holocaust experiences all that often, but he did give at least one interview to Forbes where multiple successful entrepreneurs who were Holocaust survivors gave interviews, which is where a lot of this comes from. At that time, Jack did tell the story that in one of their few meetings that they got to have after they were separated, his father kind of chastised him because other young people were finding ways to steal food to bring to their elders. And he was a little annoyed that Jack wasn't doing that for him. He therefore went ahead and started observing the kitchen, which was behind an electric fence, until he found a way that he could get underneath the fence by burrowing and steal a little bit of food. He said he got one potato and some peels. Then when he got to his father, malnutrition was so bad that he could not actually eat it. And it was not long after this experience that the elder Tramiel or Tremilsky, whatever their last names were at the time, which is not being flippant, Jack himself has been inconsistent on that point, died. Jack says that he later learned that his father was killed by an injection of gasoline. I don't know about that, and it is not my place to fact check Jack Tramiel's Holocaust experience, which is his. But that's what he was told. Whether that's a real thing, they were experimenting with that, whether there was something lost in translation, he wasn't there at the moment, I don't know, but that is what he legitimately believed was what killed his father. According to Jack, and I mean, this is directly from, an interview that he did, not direct quotes, but things that he said. By the time he got to spring of 1945, he was basically in despair. But of course, at that time, the war was finally coming to an end. He was in the Hanover area, so he was in an area that was being overrun by Western Allied forces, not the Soviets. And finally, in April 1945, the camp was liberated by the American Army. Jack Trammell was 16 at the time. All of this happened by the time of his 16th birthday. There's not a lot of detail as to what happened over the next couple of years, which I may remind you is a time when he was still a teenager. He gives a couple of hints in this Forbes interview. He mentions that most of his time. Well, yes, that's a good point, Ethan, because the birth dates are a little iffy. But either way, a teenager. So there you have it. He remembers that the next 2 years were largely preoccupied with figuring out how to get food, just how to survive. He recounts that one time he tricked his way into a sanitarium for rich people and was able to eat some particularly scrumptious food during that period of time. He mentions that he spent some time working in an American Army kitchen, another way to get himself some food, and that in general, he was doing odd jobs. One bit of good news after the war is he did discover that his mother survived. Obviously, his father did not, but his mother survived. His mother was back in Lodz, but in the meantime, he had met a fellow concentration camp survivor, Helen Goldgrub, and decided that not only would he marry her, but that they would go to the West. He was dead set on going to America. Jack Trammell and Helen Goldgrub married in Germany in July 1947. And then they immigrated separately to the United States shortly thereafter with the help of the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. So yeah, that's Jack Trammell's beginnings, and we'll get in a second to what he did after he came to the United States. But I just want to stop there because obviously this kind of traumatic experience is going to impact anyone that goes through it. And it definitely had some specific impacts on Jack, some of which people speculate and observe, some of which he himself admits. First of all, it instilled in him a basic instinct and need for survival. And I don't just mean survival in this sense as, living, but I mean being able to maintain a lifestyle, being able to live a life. He became very focused on family. And family for Jack didn't just mean biological family, though it surely did mean that. He loved his wife. He cared deeply for and was very loyal to his 3 sons, Sam, Leonard, and Gary. But family could also mean those people who he felt were particularly loyal and trustworthy and looked out for him in business. And this could be anything from a business partner and a corporate VP all the way down to a lowly engineer at any of his companies. Just anyone who he felt he could trust implicitly and was loyal to him, he would be loyal to them back. Sometimes, as family might do, family may disappoint him, and he felt he may have to chastise them or punish them. but they were always part of the family, and there was always a special level of loyalty there. Okay, I know you kind of answered in chat, but you have to speak to this, Jeffrey. You and Ethan, are you family?
Well, I guess I don't know at first, but apparently Ethan says that we're part of the great big They Create Worlds family. So I guess in that sense, we all are. All us and all of our viewers today.
Indeed. That's right. They Create Worlds. It's all about family and video game history.
And cats.
Yes, cats are family. Cats are definitely family. The other thing that this instilled in him was a complete distrust for laws and contracts. And as recounted in one of Brian Bagnall's books, couldn't tell you which one. There's 3 of them. They're all great, talking about the long, winding, torturous history of Commodore. Major sources, of course, for our discussion today. In one of those books, one of the interview subjects was quoted as saying that Jack explained to him once that laws didn't save him and his family in Poland. Laws didn't save him and his family in Germany. Contracts didn't mean anything. The Germans could change their mind about anything anytime they wanted. And so he didn't really have faith in that kind of thing. He believed that you needed to know a person and you needed to be able to look in their eye and give them a handshake, and that was far more important than a written deal. And if he decided that you weren't someone that he needed in his circle of trustworthy associates, then he would alter the deal and tell you that pray he didn't alter it further. He was a ruthless businessman, and some of his practices were not the greatest practices. He was never crooked, most likely. We'll talk about Atlantic, where there's a little bit of question, but he was never crooked, and he was never disloyal to those people who were truly important to him. But everyone else was either an asset or an obstacle to be used or overcome as needed for his and his family's survival. And the collateral damage was sometimes perhaps regrettable, but always unavoidable.
One thing I've always with tragic. Yeah, go ahead. One thing with tragic events like this, or people who just have bad upbringings, it can inform their behavior, but it doesn't always excuse the behavior.
Absolutely. And so he would squeeze suppliers. He would refuse to honor deals. He would change the terms of deals. It was always dangerous to enter a contract with Jack Tramiel. Sometimes it went well for you, sometimes it didn't. He would change on a dime, depending on what he felt he needed to in the moment. He was a very moment to moment, living for survival kind of guy. That isn't to say that he never planned out a little more long term, but if you look at the history of Commodore and if you look at the history of Atari Corporation, which we're not covering, but is still germane to Jack Tramiel's life, it's always very much reaction. Do this now and have it ready by this time in the very near future. And some of that, I'm sure, is due to his belief that that kind of motivation was what kept his company lean and hungry and always driving forward. But I think some of that had to, not to armchair psychologize too much, I'm sure some of that had to do with the fact that he grew up in an environment where he couldn't think ahead of the next month, the next week, the next sunrise. And that a lot of what he did was tempered by that Holocaust experience. Also, Welcome to the chat, Diogito, which I probably horribly pronounced, and my apologies for that. But so nice to see you from Buenos Aires. We do have a colorful international crew that follows the podcast, and it's always nice to see and hear from them. So welcome.
Welcome all, wherever you hail from.
Indeed. So that's just a little bit about the background of Jack Tramiel before reaching the United States. So
And you're definitely
continuing
not
our
joking about it being dark. I mean, that's pretty darn dark.
yes, that's pretty darn dark. And Ethan, I think you're the one that said this, but whoever said it, I think it's probably safe to joke again. I know Esmoliva's already got us started, which is good, but I think it's okay now. Thank you very much. I am also waiting for the second book, and I don't mean that it's off at the publisher. I mean I'm waiting for me to finish it just as eagerly as everyone else is.
So I plan to get a monkey with a shocky stick to live with Alex, to shock him, to constantly do the book.
Or we could hire a bunch of monkeys. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah. Yes, Ethan, definitely hoping to do some real research trips next year. I keep saying that, but I really think that's going to happen next year. There are exciting things out there, most of which I literally cannot and should not reveal on stream, that are starting to get assimilated into various collections that are not publicly announced yet. And I needs to see the precious, Jeffrey. I needs it.
Yes, research man must go research. Go research.
Crater, we can do that as long as it is stuffed with Whoppers or Belgian dark chocolate. One or the other. Or maybe both, and I never know which one's going to come out, which would make it even more exciting.
Yeah, we need to get Alex a treat dispenser. Every time he does a major update with proof, people can vote to see whether or not he gets a treat.
Yeah, just a tangent, Ethan, because you had to bring that up, and so we have to tangent. That's what we're here for. Nobody comes to a live stream of They Create Worlds for the topic of the live stream. They want to see how far off they can get Alex on a tangent. But there's a place in St. Louis where Jeffrey and I grew up called Ted Drew's Frozen Custard. Amazing, wonderful place. The story goes, I've never fact-checked it because I'm not a custard or iced cream historian, that the Dairy Queen Blizzard was based off of the Ted Drew's Frozen Concrete, which is similar to a Dairy Queen Blizzard, for those who know that instead, except much tastier, where they mix something in to the custard. And way back in the day, they did Whopper Concretes. That was one of the flavors. And they were amazing, and I loved them. And then, God, it's probably 20 years ago at this point, they stopped doing Whopper Concretes. And my life has never been the same.
You can always just buy a box of Whoppers, go to White Cottage, hand it to them, and say, please mix this in.
Yes. So that's my tragic backstory, which feels a little trivial compared to today's topic, but whatever. I declared we're allowed to joke again, so it's okay.
All right.
Ooh, clusters of Whoppers dipped in dark chocolate. Okay, that's what the treat dispenser needs to have. That'll do.
Clusters of Whoppers in dark chocolate. All right, we can do that. We can definitely.
All
do
right.
that.
So turning our attention then back to the chronological history of Jack Tramiel, he immigrates in 1947 to the United States. He and his wife both, though they do have to come over separately for logistical reasons. They get themselves a small, I think, one-room apartment in New York City, and he gets a job as a handyman at a lamp store on Fifth Avenue. Of course, being a Polish Jew who spent a good deal of time in Germany, he doesn't really know English very well, but during this period of time, he begins to learn English by going and watching American movies. And apparently, he is also a fan of the chocolate, because it is noted here in this profile that when he and his wife would go and watch American movies, they would then afterwards go pig out, words right from the Forbes article, on chocolate instead of eating dinner. Yes, I don't know what his favorite movie was. That's a great question, Ethan. Great question indeed. So after doing that for a while, he ended up in 1948 joining the U.S. Army. I don't know the exact circumstances of that, but obviously he'd had contact with the U.S. Army in Europe before. I don't know if he held them in some kind of esteem as liberators or not, but that is a thing he did. He did 2 tours of duty in the U.S. Army. The first was from 1948 to 1950 as a cook. But then the second time, in a stint less than a year from 1951 to 1952, he was actually a typewriter repairman. Don't know exactly how he got into this field, but he was doing kind of odd repair jobs even before he entered the Army. In between his 2 stints in the Army and after he left the Army for good, he also worked for a company called the Ace Typewriter Repair Company as a typewriter repairman as well. And to make additional money, he also, between 1952 and 1954, was a New York taxi cab driver. So, I don't know. Maybe Taxi's his favorite television show. Maybe he related to that. So it is possible that if you took a cab between 1952 and 1954 in New York City, you could have been driven by one Jack Trammell, who, by the way, I should have mentioned, did change his name officially to Jack Trammell when he immigrated to the United States.
Did he
It
give
was
any
while he was at
history
the-
as to why he did that? Or was it just more to make a break with his past?
I imagine it was to fit in, kind of thing. Break with his past maybe as well, but just to feel more American. And of course, that name is pronounced Jack Trammell. Trammell, not Tramiel, as people would continually attempt to say it, which is why much later on he had a company called Trammell Technologies Limited that was spelled Tramel. Couple things of importance happened while he was at the Ace Typewriter Company. Well, first of all, obviously, he came to know the typewriter business. So I guess 3 things. The second thing is that he met a fellow employee and befriended a fellow employee by the name of Manfred Kopp, who was also working at the company, presumably also as a repairman. Don't have a lot of background on him, but we do know that he was about the same age as Jack Trammell. He was also Jewish, I believe, but he was born in Germany and lived in Lüneburg, and was taken to France in 1933. What little we know comes from the Atlantic Acceptance Commission. Brian Bagnall probably knows more because he actually interviewed Cap. Cap's dead now. And one of these days, we might get his 4th book. I know I can't really get too salty about someone not delivering their 4th book while everyone's still waiting for my 2nd book. So I will try to refrain from that. But he actually is working on a book, Commodore: The Early Years, that takes place before the trilogy of books he wrote about Commodore from its computer days. And he did talk to cops, so he probably has some more information. All that I have is the little bit that's in the findings of the the Hughes Commission, the Hughes Royal Commission that investigated the Atlantic acceptance scandal. We know from there he moved to France or was taken to France in 1933. 33 obviously corresponds to the rise of Adolf Hitler to become chancellor in Nazi Germany. So I don't know if they were fleeing that or not. I don't know if he ended up in a camp because the French were quite the collaborators with the Nazis in shipping off their population. But the report doesn't say anything about that, so I don't know if he's a survivor. But he came to the United States in 1947, just as Trammell did. He worked at the Ace Typewriter Company from then until 1950, spent 2 years in the Army himself, and according to Cap, met Trammell when he was on leave from the Army in New York in 1951, presumably while he was visiting his old buddies at the Ace Typewriter Company. The other important thing that happened is that he used his nose for business and got nothing in return for it. According to Trammell, the Ace Typewriter Repair Company was not doing very well. And Trammell used his Army connections to get the company a servicing contract with the Army that made things a lot better. In Trammell's own words, most of the Forbes article doesn't have direct quotes, but in Trammell's own words, he says, the guy flipped, but did not give his enterprising employee a raise. Or actually, that part's not a quote. Just the guy flipped part is, not the part about he didn't call himself an enterprising employee. But he did not get a raise. He was working for $50 a week. And despite getting that contract, he got no raise. And so, as Trammell put it, and this is a direct quote again, I have no intention of working for people who have no brains. And so he quit. At that point, he was able to purchase a used typewriter, a repair shop and used typewriter refurbishment shop in the Bronx. And joined together with Cap to rebrand it as I don't know if they rebranded it or if they just kept the name, but joined together with Cap to refinance this Singer Typewriter Company, which sold new and used typewriters. Pretty soon after that, they started expanding into other forms of office equipment. Oh, hold on. I'm going to back up on that. See, this is what you get when we do it live. I have to... Carl's trying. Mistakes. Is Carl not here? Is Carl having difficulties? We need to know.
There is no Carl, only Zool.
Can't access the chat. Are you keeping the Germans out because we're talking about the Holocaust, Jeffrey?
I'm not touching that one.
Oh, wait, there he is. Hey, Carl. Good that you can join us, or halfway join us. No worries. So the typewriter shop started out, I think, by mostly doing repair work. He mentioned specifically doing work for Fordham University. Oh, there's no question, Carl. We just thought for a second that whether you couldn't get in here. Yeah, we were just wondering, if you were able to get in. Then he started to buy used typewriters, refurbish them, and resell them. He expanded from there and into other forms of office equipment, and ended up discovering an adding machine from a company called Everest. It was an Italian adding machine. He wanted exclusivity. He was not able to get exclusivity. He discovered, though, that they were also popular in Canada, and he could get import exclusivity on these Everest machines by moving to Canada. So that's what he did. And that is the actual origin of the company called Commodore, which was founded in 1955 in Toronto, initially as Everest office machines.
Doing typewriters.
Adding machines.
Adding machines.
They started out by being the exclusive importer of adding machines from the Everest company and selling them throughout Canada. In 1958, by which time I believe they were known as Commodore, a name that he apparently chose. There are a couple of stories about it, one of which we know is apocryphal. The one that seems to make the most sense, but could also be apocryphal, is that he had been in the military. He wanted a kind of big, important military-sounding name. General and Admiral were already taken, so he went down to the next rung on the Navy ranks, at least, and went with Commodore Business Machine. Though, actually, it started out, I'm going to have to say that again, too. This is what happens when we do it live. Being very vulnerable for you all, showing that I don't just have it all in my head all the time. I have a lot of it, though.
He does. He really does. And then
Yeah.
I make him look fancy.
That's interesting. I did not know that, SM Oliva, but that's cool to know.
Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Now cast Blizz on it! Cast Blizz on it! Burn it! Burn the follower!
No, we like the follower. We have to pet the follower.
But it draws near, and I was told to give a command.
The command can be benevolent.
It burns them with cold. But fine, we can cast Frizz if you prefer. Interesting. Thanks for that additional insight, SM Oliva, that he may have in fact been visiting in-laws in Toronto when he decided to get those dealership rights. Has Canada put up a Jack Tramiel statue yet? Well, I mean, sounds like a cause for you, Quarterpast. Sounds like you need to establish the committee for the honoring of Jack Tramiel.
Definitely.
So in 1958, he added a line of portable typewriters from Czechoslovakia. And on October 10th, incorporated a new company, which was at that time called the Commodore Portable Typewriter Company, and would soon be known as Commodore Business Machines. We don't know exactly where the name Commodore came from. There are a couple of stories out there. Some of them most certainly apocryphal. The one that seems most likely, though it could certainly be apocryphal as well, is that he wanted a military name. He'd been in the military. He may have even had some respect for the military for liberating the camps. I don't know that that's true, but it would stand to reason. So he wanted a military name. Admiral and General were already taken, and so he went down to the next rung in the Navy ranks and called his company, his in caps company, Commodore. So the business did okay, but it was a kind of tricky business because you're talking about importing stuff and balancing supply and demand with some, I'm sure, kind of difficult customs and excise laws to navigate as well. So even though the company was doing okay, there was a constant cash flow crisis at the company in these days, just because importing, exporting is a hard business. And they were constantly in need of money. And in order to raise the money they need, they relied primarily on a practice called factoring, which I know we talked about way, way, way back in the day, like practically a decade ago in our Acclaim episodes, because they did the same thing. And we may have talked about it in other places as well. But factoring, the way I saw it described once, which I think is great, is like payday loans for businesses, which makes is a pretty cute way to talk about it. So basically, you have product. You are going to sell that product. And then, that is an account payable that you set up with a company, and then they pay you for it. That's a receivable. And then you have money. So the way factoring works is you go to this third-party company, a factoring company that's going to finance you, and say, I have this product. I am going to sell it for X amount of money. And the person's like, great, you're going to sell all of that stuff for $10 a piece. I will give you a loan, and I will buy your receivables at $8 a piece and give you a loan that you then pay me back. So you're giving them a discount on your product, and it's essentially a loan, and then you have to pay them back when you actually sell the product. So I should say, I'm sorry, I flipped that around. I didn't mean to. So I'll say that again. I'm also operating on very little sleep. So you'll go to them and you'll say, I am going to sell these receivables for $10 a pop. And they'll be like, great. So what we're going to do is take your receivables, not buy them, but take your receivables and give you a loan. Basically, you're giving them a discount. They buy your receivables, they give you a loan, and then you have to pay back the loan. So they buy them at 10, give you a loan at 8, and then you have to pay them back. So you don't make as much money, but but you have cash up front. So it's a payday loan. And so they were doing that. And then in 1959, they were looking for better terms. And so they turned their attention to an up-and-coming financing company in Canada by the name of Atlantic Acceptance Corporation. We won't spend too much time on the background of Atlantic Acceptance because, doing an Atlantic Acceptance episode is, that would be 10 episodes in itself, and I would need a forensic accountant to co-host it with me because I don't claim to understand half of what went on there.
So that takes corporate shenanigan to a whole new level.
Oh, God. You can't do a Commodore episode without a million shenanigans. Atlantic Acceptance Corporation was established in 1953 by a set of partners, mostly from Toronto, some from elsewhere, that included a gentleman by the name of C. Powell Morgan, who served from the founding of the company as the president. The company was founded specifically as a commercial financing business by purchasing installment obligations created through the sale on a time payment basis of motor vehicles, household appliances, and other equipment. That's a direct quote from an article talking about its finding. Talking about its founding. I think it was probably very similar, at least at its start, to what we would consider today a buy now, pay later kind of company, except I doubt they were 0% interest up front. But the idea that these things are being bought in installments, and so you're helping people finance this buying. So they're a financing company, but they went to non-traditional sources to get their financing. Their first kind of major investment in the company occurred in 1958 through a company called Great Northern Capital, which took a 40% interest in the firm. And that gave them the financial resources to go out and seek partners that would invest in them so that then they could invest in other people. And so in December of 1958, they got into bed with the U.S. Steel Pension Fund, and got a $3 million loan, which allowed them to start really, really enhancing their financing business. Whenever you're getting involved in pension funds, it's already time to be very, very afraid. Not in the modern era. 401ks, but 1950s era pension funds. I mean, at least this is the U.S. Steel Pension Fund, not the Steelworkers Union Fund, because you really don't want to get involved with those union pension funds. They're all controlled by the mob, or so I'm told. Just like pinball and pensions, the P&P of mob control. I am so gonna end up at the bottom of the East River by the time this live stream is over.
That would involve actually being near the East River. Where you are, wouldn't it be a different river?
Hey, I've been in labor unions before. Fun fact. As a librarian, what can I say? It's Illinois. You know what I'm talking about, Ethan. You know Illinois. 2 years later, in 1960, they got an even larger investment, $5 million, from the Ford Foundation. And man, and they still let you live in Chicago, Ethan? Should you be admitting that in a live stream? So these were big, respected organizations, U.S. Steel and the Ford Foundation, that chose to invest largely through the recommendation of this Northern Capital Lambert and Company, a Great Northern Capital Lambert and Company. And so they had this aura. They were growing rapidly, and they had an aura of respectability because everyone figured if U.S. Steel and the Ford Foundation are financing them, then they must really know what they're doing. And so during this period of time, they started to expand into all sorts of financing arrangements, and they decided they wanted to get involved in factoring. And I don't know exactly how C. Powell, Morgan, and Trammell met, except I actually do. And so at the same time that they were looking to do factoring, Jack Trammell is looking to get better terms for Commodore than he's been able to get in the past, and applied to a company called Annette and Company for financial assistance. And it was through Annette and at the Annette office that he met Mr. C. Powell Morgan. So now I need to look.
Yes, Ethan, Alex does correct himself, and this is where I do a lot of editing, where I go, okay, I listen to the thing, I make that all sound good. Then I hear the next bit where he corrects himself, and I go, well, I just had some wasted effort there. Now we're fixing that.
And so they created a company called Commodore Sales Acceptance Limited. Atlantic did. Called Commodore Sales Acceptance Limited. That was going to get involved in the factoring business, starting with doing factoring work for Commodore. What happened next? I can't even begin with my thorough love of corporate shenanigans to properly explain.
If you can't explain it, there's no hope for us.
I'm gone. Why am I gone?
You're not supposed to be gone. All right, that bug. Okay. I found bugs.
We're back. We're back. What I do know is that it turns out that C. Powell Morgan was doing a lot of enriching of himself on the side. He was working with some really shady people at some other companies that we won't get into because this is not an Atlantic Acceptance episode. It's a Commodore episode. It still is, vaguely, at this point. And he was passing loans around between companies in such a way that it looked like companies were paying off their loans to Atlantic Acceptance, but they were actually paying off those loans by taking out loans from other front companies that were set up by Powell and various partners. And so the loans were still out there and there was still liability, but they were pocketing the difference in interest. And he was also investing some money on the side that he was hiding. And those investments were not providing a return. And so in the books, it looked like Atlantic Acceptance was continuing to grow and was continuing to be very successful. But as a matter of fact, everything was being drained in the background. And so on June 14th, 1965, Atlantic Acceptance issued a very routine $5 million check to redeem some of its borrowings. And the check bounced.
Hello, financial fraud. How are you feeling today?
The company entered receivership 3 days later and completely and utterly collapsed.
No. You're not
This was at the time, the largest financial scandal in Canadian history. I don't know that it still is. Dale may know. Dale may have contributed to some larger ones. I don't know. But at the time, it was the largest financial collapse and scandal in Canadian history. A royal commission was established to investigate. They released a 1,000+ page report from their investigation, which I'll admit, I have not read the entire thing. And it was obviously not great for C. Powell Morgan, who actually died of leukemia in 1966, which is the only thing that saved him from jail time. But it was also not a great thing for Commodore, because Commodore was kind of hip deep in all of this when Powell Morgan, C. Powell Morgan established Commodore Acceptance Company. He also became the chairman of Commodore International and became their main financier for all of their activities. And Trammell and Cap were involved in some of these loan transfers. They were officers of some of these shell companies where money was being passed around between various companies. Here's one excerpt from the report, just to kind of give an idea. Let me see here. Just reading through things.
Reading through things, reading through things. Alex is reading, so you entertain me. Yep, all the stuff, because everything's live. And this all typically gets cut from the episode. This is why 20 to 40 minutes gets ripped out every episode.
So I'm going to say a lot of words, and some people will know better than I do what all of these words mean. There was also some stock manipulation going on. Commodore went public in, I want to say, 1962 as part of its whole, getting its finances in better order. And it says, prior to the public issue, Morgan, Trammell, and Cap had amassed 3/5 of all the shares of Commodore Business Machines. And Morgan used two trio companies, other companies out there, Dallas Holdings and Valley Farm and Enterprises, to corner 87% of the 300,000 shares available for public distribution at a price of $2.30 per share. Aurora Leasing lent the three men and the two companies upwards of $700,000 to do so, and obtained the money by borrowing it from Commodore Sales Acceptance. So Commodore Sales Acceptance is the factoring company that is an Atlantic Acceptance subsidiary that invested in Commodore. That company is lending money to Aurora to buy stock as a front for Morgan. And then the proceeds of and then it was underwritten. And then the proceeds of the underwriting went to Commodore Sales Acceptance to pay off Commodore Business Machine loans from that company and to reduce its borrowing from the Atlantic Group, which had reached a figure of some $1.4 million. No actual reduction in the indebtedness to Atlantic occurred, since the loans by Commodore Sales Acceptance to Aurora Leasing, with which the trio and Morgan, Trammell, and Cap, kept under the name Don Mills, had financed purchases of stock, had correspondingly increased. This device of creating the illusion of repayment by merely transferring the debt to other hands was to become a trademark of Morgan's lending operations. So, I mean, I'm not a forensic accountant. I don't know exactly what all of that means, but what it means at the end of the day is they were passing loans around between multiple companies that they controlled at varying interest rates. They were pocketing some profit in the variation between the interest rates. And since all of the companies were owned by the same people and had some of the same financial obligations, even though it made it look like Atlantic Acceptance had fewer outstanding debts on its books, the amount of debt had actually not changed because it was just passed on to another company that was actually technically all connected as well to Atlantic Acceptance. Are there any forensic accountants in the house? Am I getting warm at all here? This is what's great about doing this with chat.
We sometimes get info and corrections live.
Yeah, and SM Oliva points out, and I'm good for a good shout out. I mean, we'll keep this in the episode itself too. That he did also cover some of this in his Computer Chronicles Revisited blog, which is an excellent blog. So I would also check out what SM Oliva has to say as well. So there was circular borrowing going on with profits being made on the interest, and everybody ending up being in debt to everybody else, even though in the books it looks like there was a reduction in debt. And I'm sure he was doing that with other people besides Commodore as well. And that's why Atlantic Acceptance suddenly collapsed, because everyone thought that they had money just looking on their books, and they really didn't, because it was spoken for elsewhere. Plus, I think C. Powell Morgan was also making some investments on the side for his own benefit using Atlantic Acceptance money, and some of those didn't pan out. And so that was also draining. Jack Tramiel and Manfred Kopp pled ignorance to this. Everything. They were also involved in a financing deal for a supposed photocopying company that was run by, I think, an Arab out of Iraq, out of Baghdad, who claimed he had this new photocopier and but would never demonstrate it. And there was one time where they got everyone together and they were going to demonstrate it. And then there was, then the power went out, and when the lights came back on, it was gone. These are real reports from real newspapers, real reputable Canadian newspapers. Commodore had also invested in that company at the behest of Atlantic Acceptance, which was another fraudulent company that C. Powell Morgan was working with. It's nuts. We could do a whole episode on this, or somebody could, because I honestly don't think I have the accounting skills to be able to do that episode justice. But there was all sorts of craziness going on. Tramiel and Kapp pleaded ignorance, and they got away with that. Oh, we're getting close, SM Oliva. They got away with that. Commodore itself, even though they were a pass-through company for some of these loans, didn't have huge amounts of debt themselves that were accrued because of this. So they kind of made it through financially. And they never got charged criminally. The Hughes Commission reported that they could find no evidence of wrongdoing. However, they said, even though we couldn't find the evidence, we think that they are just completely complicit. I don't know. I mean, I literally don't know. I mean, they were found innocent by the Royal Commission. So that's good. Were they actually complicit and really good at covering it, or were they just naive? He might have been naive at this point. Because I will say one thing, because this is the point where I want to talk about another trait of Jack Tramiel, which is that during his later days at Commodore, he watched everything financially like a hawk. Anything $1,000 or over that anyone wanted to spend, Jack Tramiel had to personally approve. He kept a very flat management structure with very little middle management because he wanted to be in on everything that was going on. And I have to wonder if some of that wasn't because he was never going to let anybody surprise him again with money movements. By the 1970s, Jack was very adept at finance and moving money around. Many of the people in the Commodore books talk about that. But he may not have been that sophisticated with all of that in the 1950s and 1960s. He was a self-made man. No college education, no background in finance. A typewriter repairman who was able to parlay those skills into saving up enough money to buy a business and then aggressively expand it through hustle and getting import contracts and factoring and getting financing. So maybe he didn't know what he was doing at the time. Maybe he got took. Certainly a lot of people got took by C. Powell Morgan, but C. Powell Morgan also had a lot of collaborators too in the work that he was doing. And there was a lot of money being funneled through Commodore Acceptance and Commodore. And Trammell and Cap were partners in some of these dummy corporations that were being used to move loans around. And they were definitely making some profit on the shuttling around of those loans. So, yeah, Commodore Acceptance being the factoring company. Commodore Sales Acceptance. I did leave out the word sales. Commodore Sales Acceptance. So, could they have really been making all of that profit and being part of all of these little dummy corporations and not realizing that it was at the very least unethical, if not illegal? Hard to say that as well. But were they also so sophisticated that they could do this without leaving any evidence of their wrongdoing? I'm not sure Jack Trammell was that much of a mastermind at that point in his life. So, I mean, like, it could go either way. But, you know, we do have to say, for, you know, legal reasons, that both Trammell and Cap were exonerated by the Royal Commission and faced no charges for their activities in this time. There's just one tiny little problem, though, for Commodore Business Machine. At the time, they were in the process of vertically integrating by trying to break into retail for office equipment. You know, they were importing typewriters and adding machines. They I think by this point they were also into office furniture. And so they decided to buy a retail establishment, a retailer, by the name of Wilson's Stationers.
Stationers, as in stationary.
Yes. Which was they were the largest stationery store in Canada, and they were also a general office supply company. I mean, they're not a big box store, but think Staples, think Office Max. I mean, they weren't huge centers like that, but, you know, think general office supply store. And so a perfect place to be selling adding machines and typewriters. And Atlantic Acceptance was financing the deal to buy Wilson Stationers. And that financing kind of went away on account of Atlantic Acceptance went away. They were able to salvage the deal but they had to take out a loan at way above prime because most financiers and banks would not touch them because of the taint of Atlantic Acceptance. Yeah, as Maliva points out, which is a good point, that even Atlantic was trying to talk Jack out of this deal. Jack had this overriding idea throughout his time in business that everything would be so much better if he could just get into retail and sell his own products, because then he wouldn't have to deal with all of those people that keep wanting terms and contracts and then get mad when I decide to go off over here and offer my stuff at a lower price, and then for some reason don't want to do business with me anymore because I screwed them over on inventories. And this was the first example of that. He did it again when he got in the calculator business and bought the Mr. Calculator stores for Commodore. And then he did it a third time at Atari Corporation when he bought Federated as an outlet for his Atari computers. Every time it was a bad idea and he should feel bad. It's basically what crushed Atari Corporation. I mean, someday we'll do an Atari Corporation episode, and there were other underlying problems with where the company was going too, but the company was kind of doing okay until he decided to buy Federated. And so it wasn't a great idea, but he was too far along. He had to go through with it. He had to take a loan way above the prime rate in order to keep the deal going. And then, of course, it didn't end up being worth it at all. One source I have says that he took 11%. It was 11% on a 6-month loan. Yeah. $3 million loan payable in 6 months. And I believe it was at 11% interest. At a time when the prime rate was 5%. So it was a terrible deal. And at the time, they had a manufacturing plant in Germany because they had expanded out into some manufacturing by this point. And that had to be put up as collateral. So he needed some bridge financing right away so that he could get out of this entire mess. And that is how he ended up connecting with a financier by the name of Irving Gould. So now we need to go back and talk a little bit about the background of the other person who was crucial to the history of Commodore. And it's not Manfred Kopp. Manfred Kopp remained a partner and secretary-treasurer of the company until 1968, and then he was gone from Commodore history after 1968. The other important figure in the entire history of the company, whose influence would last long after Jack was gone, is one Mr. Irving Gould. So now we need to do another backstory, but thankfully this one is not nearly so tragic. We've already filled our quota for depressing backstories. I can't say that I know everything about Mr. Gould, but I did a lot of research, and I was able to connect some of the dots here. So Irving Gould, also Jewish, was the son of an individual by the name of Joseph Gould. Joseph Gould was born in New York, but came to Toronto as a child and was an entrepreneur from an early age, selling newspapers on downtown street corners. He ended up in the clothing business, which the garment trade was a common trade for people of Jewish descent to get into in those days. Served as a representative, as a salesman for various companies in Western Ontario, until he was finally able to establish his own factory in 1926 to enter the clothing manufacturing business. At some point, I don't know exactly when, this company morphed into Joseph Gould and Sons, which became a manufacturer primarily of sportswear and rainwear. On around 1946, maybe a little bit before that, his sons, the sons mentioned, joined the business. He had 3 sons, though in this case were most interested in the eldest, Albert, and the middle son, Irving, who joined the business. Albert Gould as general manager, Irving Gould as sales manager. I believe Irving Gould studied law. Ethan, you looked a little bit into his education. Quick, in real time, give me some education information on Irving Gould.
Do 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 do.
Ethan Johnson is a friend of the show, and sometimes you have to earn that friendship.
That's right. We put you to work doing real research in real time on a real live stream.
Oh, I thought you showed me one thing in chat. I mean, I realize you didn't like research him thoroughly, but you mentioned something about him graduating with honors from. Though maybe you were just making a joke. Ethan can be quite the jokester. Don't worry, this will all be edited out. Okay, yes, he found a yearbook.
The yearbook. It's all the yearbook's fault.
Yes, so he was educated in law. I don't know much more than that. I do think that he was also in the Royal Canadian Air Force in World War II, but I don't know much about that either. But the important thing is, after the war, he was installed as the sales manager at Joseph Gould and Sons, makers of fine sportswear and rainwear. Yes, you may continue as friend of the show. One day, and this day may never come, I may ask you to perform another service for us.
It might even be later during this live stream.
2 Irving Goulds. I think one of the Commodore people mentioned that he'd been in the Royal Canadian Air Force, but this is the same guy who thought that his father made his fortune in shipping. So he could also be completely incorrect about it. I wasn't just going off of the newspapers, but that is a fair point. There are other Irving Goulds out there in the world as well. He's checking in real time, but we got to move on. I mean, you can still check. I'm just saying we got to move on. So we know, I have a lot of the stops along the way. I don't know exactly what moved him through every stop, but we've got a lot of stops along the way. At some point, Albert and Joseph expand. I think they remain at Joseph Gould and Sons, at least for a while, but they expand out into their own businesses as well. And in 1949, in 1950, they took over a company known as Acme Glove Works, and so got into the glove making business as well. That lasted until 1954, when Albert Gould, who was leading that venture, Irving Gould was serving as Secretary-Treasurer, I believe, was forced out of the company due to them piling up a large amount of debt. Somewhere at that point, then, the brothers decided to get into the mining promotion business. I think Canada was undergoing a bit of a mining boom at the time. Our resident Canadian can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm sure he knows all about 1950s Canadian mining ventures. But I do believe there was something of a mining boom going on at the time in Canada. And so they became mining promoters. And what a mining promoter does is they finance new mining operations. So they sell shares to the public to raise capital to start start up a new mine. So they're getting into the financing business. I think the clothing business that Joseph Gould had was fairly successful. I think that the family had a decent amount of money, and Joseph Gould actually passed away in 1947. And so I think there was family trust money. I mean, Joseph Gould and Sons continued for a little bit after that, but I think there was also family trust money. And so I think they were starting to use the family money to get involved in investing. So they became mining promoters. They each had their own companies. Irving Gould purchased a company called Northwest Ventures Limited that had a group of mineral claims and renamed it Jay Explorations Limited, Jayej. His daughter was named Jay. So I'm assuming that he named the venture after his daughter, but I don't know that for certain. Oh, I'm sorry. The company used to be called Klondike Keno Mines. I was looking at the wrong name in here. Too many names. After he purchased the company in like 1955. So the glove company fails in 1954, and then he's right back in business in the mining exploration, mining promoting business. Yes, we have confirmed that Irving Gould was in the RCAF, the Royal Canadian Air Force. Very good. He did that business until 1959, when he left Jay Explorations, resigned as president and left the company. Not long after that, he had a little where he actually lied on behalf of his brother Albert about some money that was being moved around, and he got kind of a slap on the wrist while his brother was being investigated, but nothing serious came of it. He was charged, but they didn't do much to him. So presumably he continued to amass more money in the mining, because that's a lucrative business if you do it right, and he decided to move on from there to becoming a financier of small industrial companies through a company that he originally called JPEN Holdings and originally named and later named, unless it's a different company, I don't know, I don't care, the Diversified Credit Corporation. And it was using Gould Family Trust money and probably some of his own money to help finance small industrial companies that needed to raise capital but weren't big enough to actually get on the stock market. And so they would do over-the-counter offerings that were financed by Gould's company. He did this for a series of companies. The first one, it may not have been the first one, but the first one that I have mention of is one called Clairtone Sound. Then he had a real bonanza with a company called Stedman Industries. This is an episode about computers, right, Jeffrey? We're gonna
I believe
talk
so,
about computers,
yes.
right?
But the amount of shell
yeah.
companies related to Commodore is mind-boggling. I feel I need to get some push pins, some colored yarn, pictures, and do a whole conspiracy thing with this because I'm having trouble following it.
Indeed. But he had a big bonanza. Yeah, not in video games. A company called Stedman Industries, which was involved in the shipping business. They were actually one of the first companies to pioneer a container shipping system where you could put a container off of a boat onto a truck and then put that exact same container from the truck onto a railroad car, thus allowing for smaller ports that previously could not do a lot of shipping trade to be able to be involved in that trade. It was truly revolutionary if one cares about the shipping industry, which I do not. But truly revolutionary. Stedman Industries. He was the chairman of that company, and I believe made a lot of money there. As I kind of alluded to earlier, one of the Commodore people that got to know Gould a little bit because he worked in New York where Gould had his American office, said in that book that his father had made his money in the shipping business. Well, he didn't. His father made his money in the clothing business, but he was probably conflating Stedman Industries, and it seems like that was a huge source of his money because that company was very, very successful. And they eventually, to avoid paying Canadian taxes, created a new parent company called Interpool that was founded in the tax shelter of the Bahamas, something that would become very common for Mr. Gould to do in the future. So he had Stedman Industries, where he was the chairman. Then he, in 1961, he invested in or financed a company called Super Pack Vending, which was a vending company, but it was a very, very specific type of vending, which was laundry products. Soap,
Laundry.
bleach, and plastic bags dispensed by machine for automatic laundries. So, and again, yes, literally laundering money. Should have invested in laser tag. I hear that's the best place. Bonus points if you get that reference.
I don't think I've heard that one.
Breaking Bad.
Ah, yes, I never watched that one. So, yep.
And so he's doing all of these deals for these various kinds of things. This is what he does. And so Commodore is right up his alley. And so at some point in here, as Jack Tramiel is looking for a bridge loan to make it through the day, as he's paying a ridiculous amount of money for this Wilson Stationers nonsense.
Researching things, loading.
No, I was not researching. Sometimes other things interrupt us.
No!
He ends up getting in with Irving Gould. And Irving Gould, or one of his companies, ends up brokering a sale of Wilson Stationers to an Idaho-based company and gets Tramiel out of the mess. Commodore loses money, but things are better. He did have to... he did actually, though, go in debt. Oh, it was J-Penn Holdings. Perfect. Yeah, which, as we mentioned earlier, thank you, SM Oliva. SM Oliva's done even more research on this than I have. So yeah, so he made the deal with J-Penn Holdings, which was, as we talked about earlier, Irving Gould's financing company. Reports. Who reads those? I just have somebody draw me a little picture. Yes, SM Oliva is the real Department of Corrections. Yeah, so J-Penn Holdings was the financing company at the time, which later changed its name to Diversified Credit, or was supplanted by Diversified Credit. One or the other, who knows? Something Bahamas. But that did put Jack into debt to J-Penn. Okay, J-Penn sold Wilson to Boise Cascade. That's the Idaho company I was referring to, and then kept the surplus as a commission. There was also an outstanding debt that in November 1965 still amounted to $300,000. Ooh. Yes. Yes, I should have read SM Oliva's blog. All of you should go read SM Oliva's blog, but I definitely should have done so. This is a direct quote. This is a direct quote from SM Oliva's blog, Computer Chronicles Revisited. Please go look. Gould found a buyer for Wilson Stationers in November 1965, selling the company to U.S.-based Boise Cascade for $3,345,440. Traders got its $3 million, that being the company that he borrowed the money from initially at the ridiculous interest rate. Amber Holdings and Gould got a $340,000 commission. Tramiel and Cap received $20,000 in exchange for surrendering their stock options. The only losers were Commodore shareholders, as the company ended up losing about $600,000 on the entire Wilson Stationers adventure after factoring in the additional cost of the sale. And yes, Amber was another Gould holding company, and as a result of all of this, Gould ended up investing in lieu of being paid back his 300,000. Gould invested 500,000 in Commodore to get 18% of the stock and become chairman of the board and the largest individual shareholder of the company, meaning that he had basically complete control. So, yeah. Oh, yes, there's Ember. Ember would not let anyone else do this. If anyone else attempted to do this to Ember, Ember would destroy them piece by piece.
She would.
So, where does that leave Commodore? Well, they're in adding machines, they're in typewriters, they're in office furniture, they're in office equipment. They're in really kind of dire straits financially because of all that has gone on. They were near bankruptcy. They were now controlled by Mr. Irving Gould, who controlled 17.9%, rounds up to 18% of the company. And it was hard to figure where to turn next. And it was actually Irving Gould who gave them the way forward, because he wasn't just an investor. He took an active role, for better or for worse at times. But one of the things he did in the beginning here, in addition to reducing debt and selling off manufacturing facilities, is he pointed Jack in the direction of Japan and pointed him to the wonders of taking designs to Japan and having them manufactured really cheap. And it was while doing business in Japan on his existing product line that Trammell was exposed to some of the earliest electronic calculators. And that led him down the path of doing the same thing that everyone else would start doing very soon after that, which is finding a Japanese company that has a great, well-crafted, cheap electronic product and have them do OEM manufacturing for you so you can slap your own brand on it and sell it for great profit. Commodore introduced its first calculator from Casio in 1968, the same year that Jack decided to move his operation from Canada to Palo Alto, in the heart of what would soon become Silicon Valley, because it was a more convenient place to be located to accept stock coming from the East. His profits started growing rapidly, especially after 1971, when they released one of the earliest pocket calculators. His profits steadily rose from 130,000 in 1968 to 700,000 in 1970 to 1.3 million in 1973. He opened new factories to keep up with demand in Virginia and England, as well as in California. And then in 1974, he ran headlong into the calamity of the calculator wars.
Was it like the computer wars, except worse?
Oh, we talked about the calculator wars when we talked about the home computer wars. And yes, they were like those, except worse, where calculators that were selling for a couple of, for hundreds of dollars in 1971 were selling for as low as $9.95 in 1975. partially driven, of course, by improving technology and economies of scale, and also driven by Texas Instruments deciding to take advantage of their vertical integration and scared of what the Japanese might do once they had learned all they needed to learn from TI chips and started making their own chips, decided to enter the market themselves and could undercut the competition because of their vertical integration. This was a disaster for Commodore. By 1975, the company was reporting multi-million-dollar losses and was on the verge of bankruptcy. So once again, Jack Tramiel has been pushed to the brink of disaster less than a decade later, or about a decade on, really, from Atlanta Acceptance, and has to do everything he can to survive. He closed his plant in England. He moved his Japanese subsidiary. They'd founded a Japanese subsidiary in 1971 in Osaka. It was primarily there to source cheap parts rather than to sell into the Japanese market, which was fairly closed. But Osaka was not actually all that close to the suppliers, so he moved the company to Tokyo. He basically recreated a new Commodore Japan. He started really cutting down on terms and only selling his merchandise to high volume buyers who would pay pretty much immediately. And on the advice of his friend Irving Gould, they moved the company in 1976 out of Canada, where it was still technically incorporated, even though Jack himself by this time had moved to California. And Commodore Business Machines Limited of Canada was replaced by Commodore International, a Bahamian company with executive headquarters in Silicon Valley and worldwide offices in Britain, Germany, Switzerland, which represented the rest of Commodore Europe, and Japan. Under this new structure, Commodore International was basically a holding company with Irving Gould as the chairman and Jack Tramiel as the CEO. And then all of these subsidiaries around the world had managing directors who were fairly independent of each other. Now, Jack was based in the United States. And so while Commodore USA, or Commodore Business Machines, which is what it was really called, technically had presidents all through this period, Jack basically ran the show there. But the general managers in places like Germany, Switzerland, England, and Japan, who weren't right under Jack's thumb, actually had a lot of leeway to do their own things. And yeah, this allowed them to avoid some tax, is basically what it did, which was another thing that helped the company cut costs. The final thing that he decided he had to do was vertically integrate, because he never wanted to be in a situation again where he was at the mercy of the markets for buying his components and was at the mercy of companies that had their own vertical integration like Texas Instruments, who could undercut him on price because they had their own components. And so this led him into the market for a semiconductor company. And he alighted on one of the largest independent semiconductor manufacturers that was still standing, if only barely, at the end of the calculator wars, by the name of MOS Technologies. Now, at this point, Commodore had a major cash flow problem. It was bad. they couldn't really afford to buy this company with the money that he had on hand. Yes, Commodore was a major cash flow problem, for real, SM Oliva. And so they actually had to do a little bit of shenanigans to get the cash over from the United Kingdom, because Commodore actually had a much better reputation in Germany and the United Kingdom at this time. There were some very competent general managers over there that had built up a strong brand image for Commodore. And so Commodore calculators were considered like top of the line stuff. So they were doing a pretty good business over there. By this time, of course, Commodore was also in the digital watch business because it was the mid 1970s and everyone thought that that was a pretty neat idea. That business was not doing so great either, and Commodore was feeling some ill effects from that as well. But what he did is he told his marketing guy in Britain, one Mr. Kit Spencer, that he needed some cash so that he could buy this chip company, Moss Technology. But the problem is he couldn't just send cash over because Commodore was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was looking like receivers might be called in any day. And if the company did go bankrupt and it came to light that right as the receivers were knocking on the door, Kit Spencer had just wired a bunch of money to America, that could actually be a felony. It's not so easy to just move money around in a subsidiary, especially when you're going bankrupt. So what Spencer did is he got the high street retailer Boots to take 25,000 digital watches that the company didn't really want. But he was open with them and told them that they were buying a chip company and convinced them this was a good idea. They were like, why do you want us to take these watches? Are you going bankrupt? And it's like, yes, we are. He didn't say that part out loud, but it's like, yes, we are. But that's not what this is about. Really, we're buying a chip company. So they took the watches. Then he factored the inventory because Boots is taking the watches on terms. They're not paying right away. And he factored the inventory so they had the cash right away. As I said, factoring payday loan for business. And then went to Jack and was like, I have your money. Just give me whatever random, crappy, terrible inventory you have lying around. And I will pay for that inventory with this money, and then you will have your money to buy a chip company. And so that's what they did. And then the inventory that he received from Jack, he went and sold at a loss in the United Kingdom. And according to Kit, Jack came to him later and was like, why did you sell all this crap and lose money on it? And then Kit was like, remember that time when you really needed some money? It's like, yes. It's like, that's how I got you the money. And then he was like, oh, fine. Then let's never mention that again. I don't think those were his exact words, but he was a little more understanding at that point.
I would imagine so, yes.
And so Jack Trammell got his chip company, and little did he realize that in the process, he was also buying himself a computer company. And so in our next episode, we will finally get to the computer business of it all, as we talk about Moss Technology, the Kim 1, the Commodore PET, and all the computer shenanigans that would follow over the next few years at Commodore International.
Really a lot of corporate shenanigans, more so than we typically get in an episode. And it is crazy to see how you go from really bare bones, destitute, horrible childhood and initial upbringing into corporate shenanigans, borderline money laundering, shell companies, insanity of business that is just astonishing.
Absolutely. Uh, this will be 3 parts that we live stream. It is very possible that someday in the future we will have to do the Fall of Commodore as a 4th part, because I'm definitely seeing a world where we do the 8-bits in the next one, and then the early days of the Amiga and the one after that. But we are not sitting here for 4 episodes, even if it turns into 4 episodes. Let's put it
Aw.
that way.
Come on. I've got this wonderful background and everything. We can do 4 episodes. You got caffeine. I can get caffeine.
I've done more research on the first 3 parts, so if it goes to 4 parts, it'll be safer for everybody to do the 4th part later.
Okay, so we all know what we need to do. SM Oliva summarize the 4th part for us and provide that to Alex while we record the next 2 episodes. So we now know what we all have to do for this thing to go on.
Mehdi Ali's bad. PCs get to the point where cheap, low-market Commodore PC clones don't work out anymore. The Amiga completely falls behind the PC graphically because it can't do chunky graphics, and the company goes bankrupt. There you go. There's your part 4. You got your part 4 even before part 2 and part 3. You happy now?
It's the teaser for the end, right? Teaser for the end.
Indeed. So yeah, no, we will. I fully concede the Commodore may take 4 episodes, but I don't know that we'll do 4 episodes sitting here in all seriousness. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Maybe we will. That's what'll keep them all hanging on to the air. Will they or won't they? I hear that's the tension that keeps all the shows on the air. If it worked for Moonlighting, it can work for They Create Worlds, damn it.
That's right. And your favorite producer is here. Here's your favorite producer.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, look at the camera. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. See, right there? Camera? Okay, yeah, you don't want to go. Cat doesn't want this. He's like, what are you doing? Let me have my lap so I can have my peace.
Dale, you're just getting everything today that you've ever wanted out of a podcast. Cats and Moonlighting references.
There you go. What's this world coming to? Well, I don't know about you kids, but this editing that I'm going to have to do for this episode is already going to be insane enough. So I'm going to call it quits here. We'll see you next time on They Create Worlds, or in about 15 minutes. You get to decide. Bye-bye.
All right, so that ends part 1. We will not be taking any questions about Atlantic Acceptance accounting practices at this time. But we'll take other questions. Eventually we'll pop away for a quick break before we do episode 2, but how's everyone doing out there in Chatland? Everyone doing okay? Voice chat channel for part 1 memes. Yes, very good. Let us see what has been memeing.
Wait, we have memes? I didn't think we were memeable.
Of course we have memes. Of course we have memes. There's always memes.
I don't know how this works. I'm not internet savvy. I'm old. Get off my lawn.
Get through the earlier dating game stuff. Here we go.
Where is this horror that I need to look at? Because I feel
Oh, the Jack Trammell holding a Ted Drew's concrete.
Where is this?
Chef's kiss, Ethan Johnson. In Gaming Alexandria in the voice chat channel. Not the live stream channel, if that's where you're trying to look. Those are two different things with
Okay.
two different purposes because we like bureaucracy at Gaming Alexandria.
Bureaucracy, you say?
Yes. The best Infocom game, says a guy who's never played any Infocom games at all. And yes, a contract is a contract is a contract, but only between Ferengi,
Yep.
which
Of course.
pretty
of
much
course.
sums it up.
All right. So now I know where I also have to keep my attentions waylaid.
Indeed. So hopefully we haven't scared everyone away yet with a metric ton of corporate shenanigans. There will be more corporate shenanigans in the future.
Yeah, there might be, but well, we are proponents of giving people the opportunity for potty breaks, water breaks, food breaks, cat breaks. I apparently have beaten Ethan to it.
Yeah, Crater, I definitely need to play Clair Obscure one of these days. I was surprised to see. I can't remember if I mentioned this on an episode or not, but I was surprised to see that the costume of Dragon Con this year was the baguette outfit. I saw more baguette outfits around con. But yeah, I love me a good JRPG. I know it's French, very French, but JRPG style. So I'm sure that I'll get a kick out of Clair Obscure when I finally get around to playing it. Burb. An FRPG, not to be confused with an FPGA, because that's a very different game. Why have you betrayed us, Automod? Yeah, the difference between American and European sales was nuts after a few years. Just nuts. All right. Well, I am going to take myself a quick break, grab
will too.
myself some water and all of that. And we will be back very shortly to do part 2 of this insanity.
Roughly about 15 minutes or so. Shoot for around, 2:30 my time, 3:30 your times?
That sounds good.
All right. We'll see you then, kids. Until then, I will tell it to load something entertaining. Bye-bye. And we're back. Be afraid.
Indeed.
Be very, very afraid. I know I am.
Indeed. But you're always afraid, so you know.
True. I am always afraid. It's cold and frightening here, or warm and frightening, or warm and full of cats. I'm not quite sure how this works anymore. I don't know. I just try to make all the technology work and fail at it half the time. blah, blah. I want Reaper to be ready. All right, Reaper is ready. I'm ready for part 2. You're ready for part 2. The audience is rapidly falling because we aren't recording part 2. I even put a 2 in our title here. See, it says 2. It's important.
Yes, History of Commodore 2.
Yes. The one after this is going to be 3, and then 4, 5, 6.
No, then comes +4.
+4. Uh-oh.
Everybody's favorite Commodore computer. Am I right, chat?
Sure. What other lies would you like to spread?
Well, there you go.
Hungry likes it.
It
Therefore,
plays in Budapest.
There you go. Everything's better that way. Right. Sure. Whatever. We don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Alright, I am ready on my end to push the big red scary button. How about you?
Yes, indeed.
Alright. 3, 2, 1. Red button pressed.
Yes,
Recording
indeed.
established. Reticulating all those blinds. Yep, there we go. It's working. That's working. Something's working. Numbers are going up. Audio is doing audio things. We are set to go. Welcome to They Create Worlds. I'm Jeffrey, and I'm joined by my co-host, Alex.
Hello.
We join you once again with the history of Commodore. This time, not the first time, but the second time. And if you're here from, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, hi. Welcome, Twitch chat. Welcome to our shared nightmare.
You make it sound so charming. Yes, that's right. We are here in part 2 of our look at Commodore International and its predecessor company, Commodore Business Machines of Canada. And we are once again coming at you live from our Twitch channel, as we do only once a year because we would not survive if we did it more than that. To live stream the recording of this 3-part, possibly shifting into 4-part look at Commodore International. In our first episode, we basically just went over the most shenaniganiest of corporate shenanigans as we discussed the backgrounds of both one Jack Trammell and one Irving Gould. People who have more holding companies than I have pairs of socks, I do believe. And got ourselves to the point where these two men have met under forced circumstances in the aftermath of the Atlantic acceptance scandal, and got back on their feet through the calculator, and then got crushed in the calculator wars, forcing them to vertically integrate and go after a little chip company by the name of Moss Technology.
All right, so obviously they took Moss, made the Commodore PET, made the Commodore 64, made the Commodore 128, and these lovely monitors, the 1701 model that I adored and played all my Nintendo games on for many, many years, and thus we were happy. End of episode. On to episode 5.
You left out the +4, Jeffrey.
Aw, but no one cares about that one.
I'm told it's big and hungry.
Oh, well, okay then. Hungry? Have your Commodore +4.
Indeed. And yes, it is the 1702. It says it right there on your graphic and right there in the chat.
Yeah, that's assuming that I can read and or remember things. Because, I can't.
I just know everyone's favorite disk drive is the 1541, right?
I have that. I'm not sure if it
Indeed.
works, but I have that.
I mean, I'm not so sure it worked when you first bought it, but that's another story.
Mm-hmm.
Just as a reminder for those of you that are listening to the podcast episode, since we are doing this in front of a live studio audience, we will be interacting with chat some. A lot of that gets edited out by editing Jeffrey, assuming he survives the process. And but you may still get some random references to comments in chat and people in chat in this episode, unlike in a typical episode. So how's things going out there in Chatland? Ready to actually talk about some computers here?
I mean, you got MOS check. Yeah. You have MOS technology, so obviously you can have all the computers on a chip.
Yeah, something like that. My entire existence and the acknowledgement thereof is at the whim of editing Jeffrey. That's right. That's right, Crater.
Whether or not you survive or not in my world all depends on whether or not you amuse me enough to keep you in the episode.
Indeed.
So,
Anywho,
MOS technology, it's been bought. People like corporate shenanigans. They did some very questionable money laundering. What's next on the trials and travails of Commodore?
yes, well, we do need to take just a brief step back and talk a little bit about MOS technology, because what Jack Trammell thought he was doing was securing his place in the calculator business. That was his entire focus at this point. The calculator wars had left him greatly damaged, but he still felt there was a future in that market, and that was a market he understood. What he didn't quite understand is that he was buying a company that was already taking in first baby steps into a market that he did not understand, that being the market of the personal computer. The reason that this happened was due to an individual who had only recently joined the company by the name of Chuck Peddle. Chuck Peddle is really the person that's going to be defining a lot of the early history of Commodore in the computer business. And he becomes one of those classic inner family members that we talked about in our last episode, where Jack Trammell values certain trusted employees above all others. He will, at various times, betray that inner family trust, and they have a very contentious relationship. But in the midst of all of that, they do manage to somehow help launch a computer revolution together as well. Chuck Peddle was actually an old hand in the computer industry by the time Commodore bought MOS Technology. He graduated from the University of Maine and went to work in 1961 for General Electric in their computer division. And this is really an important connection here, because General Electric was not just any computer company. General Electric was one of the pioneers in the widespread adoption of time sharing, due to the Dartmouth folks choosing a GE computer for use in the Dartmouth time sharing system, something that we talk about in our time sharing history episode. So Chuck Peddle was very familiar with time sharing and did a lot of work on that at General Electric. He was also involved in electronic cash register designs there as well, and stayed with the company all the way until it exited the computer business in 1970, figuring out, as RCA did at around the same time, that there was not room for 7 dwarves to live in the shadow of IBM, and General Electric was a widely diversified company that could figure out other things to do with their time that would be far more profitable. After that, he ended up briefly doing a couple of startups. One that was doing work on cash registers, building on the work that he had done at General Electric. A second one that was doing work on a word processor. Neither of them ended up going anywhere. And then so in 1973, he ended up taking a job at Motorola, one of the larger semiconductor companies out there at this point, which was just in the process of finishing its first microprocessor, the 6800. Not to be confused with the 68,000, which we'll have much to say about later. This is their entry into the 8-bit processor market. Once that chip was done, he was not the creator of it, but he was involved in the later stages of designing it. He was an evangelist for the processor, going out, visiting companies and people and trying to convince them to use 6800 processors in their products here at really the dawn of the microprocessor industry. I mean, really only gotten started at the tail end of 1971. And what he found is that a lot of companies were not happy with the price. It's a $300 chip, which was pretty standard, I think, in those early days. But the problem is they didn't want to do a computer based around it. They wanted to use it in other devices as a controller. They wanted something that they could buy cheaply and embed in all sorts of devices, something that obviously is the world we live in today. And this led Peddle to realize that, you know what? I think that people would buy a cheap microprocessor if one were available for use in these other products. He brought this idea to Motorola about doing a low-cost version of the 6800. They were like, thank you, no. And so Peddle decided that he would build his own low-cost 6800 with computer blackjack and digital hookers. Or something like that.
Ask Bender.
Now, of course, this was the very early days of the semiconductor industry. In a later period of time, if somebody had an idea like that, they might be able to go to a fab company, a fabrication company, and work with them directly to do some kind of craziness. But in these days, you really had to go to an existing chip company if you wanted to make a chip. The startup would have been prohibitive for an individual like Peddle, who's not already quite wealthy. And it just so happened that he had worked at Motorola with a gentleman by the name, at GE. He had worked at GE with a gentleman by the name of John Pavinin, who was the co-founder of a Pennsylvania chip company by the name of Moss Technology. That company had been founded in 1969. And it was founded by Alan Bradley. This was a period of time when circuits were really becoming a big deal. A lot of kind of popularization of that in the 60s through the intercontinental ballistic missile programs like the Minuteman at the Defense Department, as well as, of course, the Apollo program. And circuits were kind of in. There were a lot of low-cost electronics starting to come in from Japan using all kinds of chips. It was a time when the industry was very volatile, but was definitely growing. And the company Allen Bradley, which is a manufacturing company, decided that they should have a subsidiary in this business. And so ended up establishing Moss with some of these computer people like Pavinin. Moss had a good run through a lot of the calculator wars as an independent seller to a lot of companies. They were starting to have some difficulty by the middle of the 1970s, though. Though at the time Peddle joined, they were still very much hoping that, the trajectory had no place to go with but up. And so they were very happy to bring Peddle on board and have him work on this low-cost chip. So in August 1974, Peddle and 7 members of his design team in Arizona, Motorola there, resigned and came to work at Moss Technology. They ended up creating, by June 1975, 2 versions to begin with. There'd be many more that followed. Of a chip, they created a socket or a pin, a socket-compatible chip with the same pin layout as the 6800, called the 6501, and then a chip with a brand new layout, the 6502. The 6501 cost $20, the 6502 just $25 at a time when most people's microprocessors still cost way more than that. Clever little design. I'm not a technical person, so I'm not going to go into it too much, but basically it was a super efficient processor as well. So even though the default clock speed initially of that processor was relatively low, it could, in most cases, actually operate just as well as other chips that were twice as fast, like the Z80, just because it was so efficient at what it did. And that's all I'm going to do about that before I set off some kind of holy war amongst the old timers between 6502 aficionados and Z80 aficionados. All of us will only lose if we get to that point. I'm just looking over chat a little bit. Sometimes good to do that.
I mean, sometimes you could just have. We'll just set up a. We'll just do like a celebrity death match. We'll just have the Z80 and the brain too tired to remember numbers. I can't even get 1702 right, let alone 1896 or whatever that chip is. We just put them both in the ring and have them fight it out, and then we'll just charge pay-per-view for it. That'll work, right? That'll be popular. Watch chips fight.
Something like that. And yes, that's true, Carl. We don't have the Brits here or the Japanese, because I feel like there was also some of that, though. The Z80 pretty much conquered the entire Japanese world by the end of it. So there can be only one.
So chips
So
do
once that
Highlander
was
now.
yes. So once that chip was done, the rest of the world kind of didn't believe them that they actually had this thing. I'm sure Peddle's being a little dramatic in his retelling, but basically nobody believed you could actually have a processor at that level. So at that price, I mean, so they actually went to the WestCon show, an engineering convention, and advertised the chip there and gave them out for the low price of $25 for anyone who wanted them. This would be 6502s. The 6501 disappeared very quickly because Motorola was like, oh, you used our pin layout? Well, that's violating our patents or trademarks or something or another. And so sued them over it, and they decided eventually to drop it. But they brought the 6502 to WestCon, handed them out, and this got them some very high-profile early adoption, most notably from Atari for their video computer system that they had under development. Meanwhile, Chuck Peddle also wanted to create a development system that people could use to play around with the chip, debug the chip, do simple programs on the chip, etc. And so they created just a really, really tiny, barely qualifies as a computer, called the Terminal Interface Monitor, or TIM. Some call it TIM.
Quite possibly.
Tim
the computer.
For this purpose. Yes. For this purpose. One of the co-founders of Moss, Don McLaughlin, didn't think that the TIM was actually friendly enough as a development system, and so said that they should go back and create a second, slightly more user-friendly design. Sure, bonus points for every reference, for every Monty Python. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Know what I mean, know what I mean. And so they went back to the drawing board and made a slightly more robust system, but still basically just a development system called the Keypad Interface Machine, or KIM-1. I don't like spam!
That's getting cut.
Yes, yes. But it had to be said. Ethan got that reference. He gets the bonus points.
Yes, there's a reason it takes me extra long with these. So it normally takes me like 4 to 5 hours per hour of raw recording for a regular episode. It's more like 8 for an hour of live stream.
Which is why we can only do this once a year. Neither us nor our dear listeners would survive doing it any more than that. So they created this KIM-1 as a second, slightly more robust development system that was complete with a calculator-style keypad and an LED, like a little one-line LED readout. So you could have a little bit more idea of what you were doing. And then a funny thing happened when they put out the KIM-1, which is that it turned out people were so kind of desperate for a cheap computer that was essentially ready to go right out of the box that this KIM-1 sold thousands upon thousands of units, and not all of them, in fact, probably the majority of them, were not as a development system, but were because people just really wanted to play around with a computer and didn't necessarily want to mess with all of that soldering of components and finding cases and power supplies that most of the computers on the market at the time made you do, and often for a much higher price. And this got Peddle to thinking that maybe we should do a real computer. Something that is actually meant for general public consumption, that we keep as low cost as we possibly can, but is actually useful and is ready to use right out of the box by anyone that wants to use it without having to assemble like the hobbyist kits that, as we said, were so prevalent at the time. We talk about a lot of that overview of what the computer industry, personal home computer industry looked like at that time in our Home Computer Price Wars episode, which, well, it's a 3-parter, and we get to the price wars in episode 3. So we're getting to Commodore computers in episode 2 of this one. We're doing better. We're doing better, even though this is going to be like 10 episodes long.
Well, that's job security, or I don't know, something.
Indeed. Moss Technology thought this was a great idea and gave him the green light to start doing this at first. But then the full effect of the calculator wars were felt, and that support was withdrawn by management. They just simply didn't have the money to go through with that. At the same time, Allen Bradley, the parent company, had become completely fed up by this whole situation with the calculator wars and the losses, and decided that it was a mistake to get into the chip business, and decided they wanted out of the chip business. However, rather than just liquidating the company, they gave an opportunity for the partners to buy it back, which they did. So the company continued to exist, but it was in a very precarious state, which is when Commodore entered the picture and wanted a chip company, and completed that purchase in September of 1976. At this point, Peddle was basically out of the company. He was ready to leave. I mean, he was still at the company, but he was all set to go out on his own, strike out again, because he really felt strongly about his computer project. But once they were owned by Commodore, he was able to interest the engineering people in Commodore in what he was doing, and got a meeting with Trammell. And Trammell decided to go with it. According to Bagnall's book, he interviewed Peddle quite a bit. Yes, ready to leave for Allied Leisure is as our good friend Play History says, because it's a tangent. But Chuck Peddle was actually very, very involved with some of the earliest efforts to get microprocessors into pinball machines, partnering with Allied Leisure on developing a microprocessor system around the 6502, which is where I also met Bill Seiler, who would become quite the important engineer in the Commodore story as well. It's a small, small world. There it is. There it is. The question becomes, will Ethan wield the banhammer, or will he tolerate our northern neighbors? We'll find out in chat. You won't find out in the episode. This will all be edited out, but we'll find out. We'll find out in the live stream.
I mean, the live stream does get edited for Dead Space and put onto YouTube.
Indeed, for the true horror.
It is true horror. I feel hard.
Yeah, that'd be cool if you get a hold of Bill Seiler. He's interviewed very thoroughly on Commodore. He's interviewed a little bit on Allied Leisure, but I know there's a lot more to pick at the Allied Leisure story from Bill Seiler. Maybe we'll learn that he's the one who started the fire. There's a
No, you can't. It was always burning since the world's been turning.
Indeed. For those who don't know what that's all about, we did an Allied Leisure episode. You can listen to it and you can find out. So according to Peddle in his interviews in the Bagnall book, they really approached it with Jack as a next evolution of the calculator market, because Trammell was very wedded to that market. He was a hardware guy and he was a calculator guy. And, all the interviews from Commodore at the time kind of talk about him as very set in his ways by this point. He couldn't have always been, because he moved from typewriters to adding machines to electronic desktop calculators to electronic calculators to digital watches. He moved through a lot of markets in the early days, but it seems like the computer market was a bridge too far. I mean, at this point, he's older. He's in his 60s. He's seen a few things out in the world, as we talked about in all the corporate shenanigans last time. And so he may have been getting a bit more conservative at this point. He knew what he knew, and he kind of wanted to stick with what he knew. So they sold this as kind of being the next step beyond the HP 65 programmable calculator. Yeah, you're right. He was in his 50s. I can math. No, I meant Jack. I just can't math. He was in his 50s. We'll fix it in post.
Record the line of editing.
That's right. Yes. If I could math, I'd be running Atlantic acceptance style scams, except getting away with them. Or something like that.
I know how to math.
Train of thought.
That's okay.
I enjoyed you while I had you.
It's not needed.
But you're gone now, and you're never coming back. I'd be buying EA. No, I'd be making EA by itself. Oh no. That was the Saudis shutting us down. We've come too close to the truth.
Uh-oh. We're all dead. Jeffrey is loading. Please wait.
No, I know where I am. I'm just playing around. But thanks as always, Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, keeping things honest. So they had pitched as kind of the next evolution beyond the HP65 programmable calculator from Hewlett Packard, which was already able to accept different ROM chips for different functions and was a little more programmable in that sense. So Trammell kind of really appreciated this project and liked it and thought that was a good idea and gave Petal the green light. The interesting thing about the PET as compared to the other entries into the so-called Trinity, the TRS-80 and the Apple II, is that from the beginning, Petal was thinking of this from the point of view of the Dartmouth time-sharing system that he had been part of working on the GE side back in the 60s. So he was really thinking, even though this was going to be a self-contained computer, it's not going to be a terminal. His idea of a computer that the average person would want to use was something similar to the setup of the Dartmouth time-sharing system, which is that you have a character-based CRT display. You have BASIC in ROM, so that you can use BASIC to do some things, and that you have the keyboard and the monitor as part of one kind of integrated case, very similar to a terminal. Interestingly enough, according to Petal, they were initially, so that they didn't have to do this whole thing in-house, they were going to buy a little upstart company by the name of Apple Computer and use their technology as a starting point to get this whole thing done. Alas, they couldn't come to terms, and so history took a very different direction.
Do we blame Steve Jobs or do we blame Steve Wozniak?
Well, I mean, we can. I don't know that blame's the right word. I don't know how well that would really work. Can you imagine either of the Steves working for Jack Trammell? Because I can't.
It wouldn't last long. One or the other is going to end up somewhere not nice, possibly where the mafia is taking you later today.
Yeah, that's right. Or the Saudis. I'm pissing off all of the shadowy folks these days. It seems like all in one episode. So he puts together this computer with the help of another engineer, Peter Senhall. Together they design this thing. It's pretty basic, pun I guess intended. But it is a complete computer. It has a built-in keypad that is almost a keyboard. It has a built-in cassette drive. It has a built-in monitor. It's all part of one metal case that is created by another Commodore subsidiary. Very simple display, but it can do 40 columns, I think, from the beginning, which is not too bad. It's text only, so it can't do like big fancy graphics. And it's run by that MOS technology chip, and they go ahead and advertise it initially with a 4K configuration and an 8K configuration. And the big thing is that they initially advertise it for $495. This is the initial. It doesn't come out there. But they advertise it all for $495, which is a ridiculously low price for a computer with a monitor and a keyboard built into it. They have to raise it eventually. But even as they raise it, it only goes up to $595 for the 4K model and $795 for the 8K model. Turns out that the 4K model is completely useless, so they quietly retire that one. But even at $795, That's a pretty good price for something that includes both a keyboard, which I could put in air quotes for the chat here, and a cassette drive and a monitor. I mean, that's not a bad price at all for that kind of thing. The way they're able to do this is they do have a couple of instances of vertical integration here. Of course, they're using the MOS technology chip, so they're able to buy the processor at cost. There's that vertical integration. I think the very first version also used MOS's RAM, but MOS technology wasn't very good at RAM. So that was more of a hindrance than anything. MOS technology was only capable of working in static RAM, which is very slow. I assume they used their own SRAM. I could be wrong. MOS technology had tried to get into the RAM business. It was a disaster. They had no idea what they were doing. The Japanese pretty quickly locked up the entire RAM business. So they had some vertical integration with that. They also had some vertical integration with the keyboard, which was really more of two calculator keypads kind of stuck together. Because Commodore was in the calculator business, they had already designed a calculator keypad, and so they were like, throw a couple of those things in there. It was cheap, and it was terrible to use, but it was cheap. And the other thing they did is they built the case was actually a metal case that was created by another subsidiary of the company up in Canada that was a metal working company. And I need to get the name of that real fast. So let's see. Where are you?
All the metalworking for your metal.
That's right.
Forging metal, welding metal.
Yeah, there it is. Nortex Products. And a fun fact, Commodore had a couple. Now, way back in the day, they had done office furniture. I don't know what happened there. I think they had long since gotten rid of their office furniture company. But Nortex Products was a company that did metal housewares like cabinets and tables and counters and stuff out of metal. And until 1976, Nortex Products was actually a subsidiary of Super Pack, the laundry vending products, the laundry products vending machine company that was financed by Irving Gould, and for which Irving Gould was the chairman. And they had a couple of metal products companies, Nortex and one called Gilman Industries. And in 1976, Super Pack sold those metal products companies to Commodore International. Gould, of course, being the chairman of both of them. So the reason that the Commodore PET has a metal case and that the Commodore had a company to make that metal case was because of more corporate shenanigans by one Mr. Gould. But this all combined to make the computer relatively cheap. They were also very lucky, as pointed out to me and corrected to me by Dale, that they did not have to meet any FCC requirements, which meant that they didn't have to pack in a bunch of additional shielding. Because
How'd
we
they
talked
manage
about the
that?
FCC. Well, we've talked about the FCC many times on, notably in our home computer price wars episode. And as Dale helpfully pointed out, those FCC standards that everyone was flailing trying to meet, like Apple and Atari and Fairchild and RCA and all of the home computer and video game companies. Those actually only applied when you were actually going to be broadcasting a signal to something outside of your self-contained unit. Yes, can't forget Tandy, which at one point tried to get a transmitter's license for one of their computers to be like, you see, this is fine. Our computer's a licensed transmitter. I think that was for the color computer. No, it wasn't the color computer. It was another computer they were doing at the same time as that, where they were like, no, it's okay that we have all of this leakage. We're a licensed transmitter. I mean, you know, A for creativity on that one. But it only applied when you were sending a signal out to an external source, an external monitor that you're plugging into. And since the PETS monitor was included, was part of the whole thing, they didn't actually have to get that same type approval. Of course, they also did have a metal case, which probably helped a little bit as well, because in a way, the thing was a giant shield, but that wouldn't have been enough on its own, because you still need better shielding than a metal case if you're actually going to get that type approval. But they didn't need to get the type approval, so they didn't have to pack the thing full of shielding. They had vertical integration in chips, vertical integration in the case, vertical integration in the keyboard or keypad, and yeah. They were able to
I can
offer
only
it at
imagine if Nintendo decided to go, just to get around these FCC regulations, we're going to slap a monitor on the NES.
Yeah, right. SM Oliva is saying that he seems to recall there were some FCC issues with the Osborne 1, the portable computer. Though we'll have to let Quarter Past and SM Oliva duke that one out in the chat, because I am not an FCC expert. The Commodore engineers... Now, these Commodore engineers were not the engineers that built the PET, but later Commodore engineers said that they thought that they had not run into any trouble on the PET because they had a metal case, and that just served as the shielding. Dale, our resident FCC expert, and he truly is, there's no sarcasm in that, indicates that they didn't need as strict a type approval. Now, Dale's with us in the chat, so I'll ask Dale, was there still some kind of standard that they had to meet, even though they didn't have to meet those super stringent type approval standards? And did the metal case help with that? Yes, I'm getting a yes. So that may be part of it. So I guess it's a two-pronged thing. The standards were lower because it was built in, but not completely non-existent. And then probably having the metal case didn't hurt, because that's going to absorb something or another. So they were able to offer this thing at a pretty reasonable price, all things considered. And they just had one problem, though. And it was the same problem that they faced when they were buying Moss Technology, which is they still had no money. Commodore was on the verge of bankruptcy. Commodore was a publicly traded company, so they could theoretically issue shares in the company to try to raise some capital to do things like set up manufacturing for the PET computer. The problem is that Irving Gould, who was in control of the company, we talked about him in the last episode. He owned about roughly 18% of the stock, which made him the largest single shareholder. He was also the chairman. He had packed the board with his finance buddies up in Canada, and so was pretty much in control of anything and everything that mattered. Did not want to dilute his stock position by selling shares when the stock was trading just above junk status. Irving Gould had just wire maintenance. Irving Gould had a very lavish lifestyle. He split his time between Toronto, New York, and the Bahamas on a schedule that was designed to avoid paying income tax anywhere. My TED Talk's still coming up because that was the initial code name for what became the +4. So please look forward to my TED Talk. And he relied on his investments in all of these companies to maintain that lifestyle. And so his goal at any company that he was financing was to get the that was last episode or 2 episodes ago, because I think there's going to be one more episode in between. We haven't recorded it yet, so who knows? Maybe we'll just end up skipping straight to this. It depends on how much sanity Jeff has left.
Plus, question mark, out of sanity error, plus, question mark.
Something like that. A fair point. Simaliva, a fair point indeed. So Gould's entire goal with any company that he was financing was to have as much stock as possible and pump up the price of that stock as much as possible. So he wasn't willing to dilute ownership in the company or sell stock at a time when the stock was very low, near junk status. And so he refused to allow Jack to raise money in the markets to be able to fund something like manufacturing a computer. You know, it was a complicated relationship that those two had, which is worth bringing up a little bit right now. Gould was an active participant in the company. He didn't just... He didn't involve himself in the day-to-day of the company, not at this point, but he was invested in its success, both figuratively and literally. He did have an office in New York. That was one of the places that he spent some of his time, in the Seagram building. And he did meet with analysts and do presentations and handle kind of the investor relations and analyst relations side of the business in an attempt to pump the stock up. He kept a very tight leash on Jack, but I think he also sensed that Jack was somebody who was good at working in adverse conditions. Jack was a hustler. He had to be. He literally had to be. The only reason Jack Tramiel was still alive at roughly the age of 50, I can sometimes math, is because he was such a hustler in the ghetto, in the camps, in post-war Europe, in 1950s America. And I think Gould had confidence that Tramiel would be able to overcome obstacles. And because he had that confidence... I'm just reading in chat.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Good times. And because he had that confidence, he wasn't going to squander resources by selling low. I'm sure that at times this frustrated Jack Tramiel. Jack Tramiel must have absolutely chafed at having so much of his destiny controlled by someone who was not him and who was not part of his inner family. And spoiler alert, that chafing is going to be basically what ultimately ends with him departing the company. So it's a great point of tension between them. But on the other hand, Irving Gould was also right about Jack Tramiel, and that he was good in adversity. He was a hustler. He was good at figuring things out. He did come out of Atlantic Acceptance, I think, older and wiser. He is keeping a tight leash on the company himself as well. He's not building layers of middle management. He's not letting people spend money that he doesn't know about. It leads to a lot of real misunderstandings about Jack. It's very interesting. The most interesting thing about Brian Bagnall's book is one of the most successful people ever at navigating Jack Tramiel, I think it's fair to say, was the UK marketer, later general manager, later does stuff in America. We'll talk about him more later. Kit Spencer, who always seems to have a different take on Jack than everyone else, but also always seems to have more success with him as well. Jack Tramiel penny pinched like crazy and would get on you for spending money he didn't think you needed to spend. But if you could show him that you were spending money to make money, that you were doing an investment and turning something into a profit center, he'd usually leave you alone. That's something Kit Spencer had great success in doing. So he was a hustler, he was a penny pincher, but he also recognized opportunity and taking risks for opportunity. And I think that's probably what Irving Gould recognized in him and wanted to cultivate, but he did it by keeping him, as he once famously said in an article in Forbes entitled Albatross. There it is, Ethan. Albatross! In 1983, kept him on a very tight leash. So that's all a tangent. Who knew we'd do one of those here?
I didn't.
To say nobody expects Alex Tangent. Our chief weapon is surprise. That's all to say, though, that at this period of time, Gould was not going to give him money, but they needed money. Or they weren't going to be able to manufacture this computer that had the potential to save the company. Or at least put the company on a better financial footing. I'm just reading.
We're still
through
here.
some
We're
things.
still here. Don't panic.
Yep.
Don't panic.
I'm still just reading through some things to make sure I don't miss anything. So they show the computer at a few early trade shows. One in Germany. Commodore is very strong. Brand is very strong. The Hanover Fair. They showed at the West Coast Computer Fair, and then they showed at CES, the June CES in 1977, which is when all this is going down. And the thing that Tramiel notes at CES and at these other shows, I'm gone.
No. You can't be gone. I demand more, Alex.
Is that there were a lot of people that were just kind of like, shut up and take my money. Like, people were really excited, not just like people on the street, but like dealers as well, distributors were really excited about this idea of a computer that was pre-assembled and fairly reasonably priced, even at $795 for an 8K version. And so we're like, you know, they were just dropping orders right there at CES. It's like, I'll take 100 of them, I'll take 50 of them, or whatever. And we're handing him money to reserve their spot in line, handing him checks to reserve their spot in line. And so what he realized is we can actually do a pre-order program, which is not normally how this kind of retailing is done. Normally it's done on terms, which means you sign a contract and they don't have to pay till 30, 60, 90, 120, however many days later. But people were willing to give him money up front, and so they started a pre-order system where if you sent a check for $795 to Commodore, that you would get a guaranteed delivery within 90 days. They did not hit that, but nobody asked for their money back either because everyone was so excited about this idea of a more useful computer that was fairly reasonably priced that they were willing to put up with that. And so they were able to get these things. They were able to get a manufacturing line in place and or assembly line. That's the word I'm looking for. They were able to get an assembly line in place and start manufacturing them by September of 1977. And, they did okay. They only sold I think 5,000 or some odd the first year because they were just ramping up. But there was a decent amount of demand for them, particularly in Europe. And there were a couple of things going on in Europe that made this particularly work. First of all, the European market, and I don't have huge understanding of this, but the European market had developed in a kind of different way than the American computer market. Of course, most of the computers coming to Europe were coming from America. Most of the big computers were coming from America, from IBM. There were domestic computer companies like Olivetti, but IBM had taken over a lot of that market. But then the American mini computer companies and time-sharing companies didn't really penetrate Europe in the same way as they did in the United States. And so they'd grown up in the 1960s a kind of mid-range computer category that was very peculiar to Europe, which were called office machines or office computers, which were kind of these desk-sized computers that were used for very specific data processing purposes. A little similar to mini computers in the United States, but not the same thing. And this was entirely a cottage industry, particularly in West Germany, where these kinds of computers particularly flourished. And so in the European market, there was already this idea of having a smaller computer that you were using for business purposes. And I'm positive, because both in the UK and West Germany, which were the two strongest European markets that Commodore had, both of these markets very quickly alighted on the PET computer as a business machine. And I don't think that happened in the same way in the United States. Now, of the trinity of the Apple II, TRS-80, and PET, the PET was definitely seen as the most business-like of those computers until the thing called VisiCalc came out. But I don't think anyone was really seeing a microcomputer as a true legitimate business machine in the United States before VisiCalc came out. I mean, yeah, there were CPM machines, there was a little stuff going on, but that doesn't feel like the main thrust. But I think Europe was a little more open to that kind of thing because of these so-called office computers or office machines. And so both Kit Spencer in the United Kingdom and the GM of Commodore Germany, Harold Speyer, very quickly understood two things. First of all, they saw that they were going to have a demand that outstripped supply. Second of all, the combination of the strong Commodore brand name, which was already a gold standard brand name in offices because of their calculators and whatnot, and I think also because of this office machine market, was going to be quickly perceived as a high-quality business machine. And so with this combination of factors, both the UK and German branches actually raised the price. Because it turns out Commodore could have gotten away with a whole lot more. They probably could have gotten away with pricing it higher in the United States as well. But they were kind of feeling things out as they went. Because this is not computers for the masses, not the classes jack. That jack doesn't exist yet. This jack would have definitely milked the market for all that he could have gotten out of the market. but they were kind of feeling their way along. So in Germany and the UK, they actually raise the price to the equivalent of $1,295. Obviously, it's pounds and Deutschmarks and whatever else, but essentially to $1,295. The other thing that the European general managers, who had a lot more freedom, sorry, just reading chat. To do their own thing separate from Jack, and who often had better cash flow situations than Commodore did in the US because the brands were a little stronger. The other thing that they did, in addition to raising the price, is they also made sure that they had great aftermarket service and support. Jack Tramiel was a hardware guy going way back. And he sold hardware that, for the most part, was relatively simple to understand how to use. Typewriters, calculators. Some of the programmable or scientific stuff in calculators may get a little more complicated, but in general, these are products that are relatively straightforward to use. They were not products that used software. There was a little bit of programming in some of the more advanced calculators, but none of this was really software. Jack Tramiel never understood aftermarket service support and software support. He was a fire and forget kind of guy. I import this adding machine for $10, I sell it for $15. Buy for a nickel, sell for a dime. Fire and forget. Move on to the next hardware. When the next hardware comes out, always be innovative, always be pushing forward, but don't think about what you're putting out. Fire and forget. Kit Spencer in the UK, and I presume as well Harold Speyer in Germany, understood that this computer market was going to be very different. And so what Kit Spencer did, even though he raised the price, is he also made sure there was a manual. Like the US office was supposed to write a manual, and eventually did, but they were slow on it. Kit Spencer was like, no, I need to have a manual. So he got a manual together. He started a magazine. So that there'd be something to garner additional interest and promotion. He was very careful in setting up his dealer network, and he also set up service support and made sure to corral software that Commodore could market with the computer. And so as a result, even though the price was so high, people still flocked to the thing. And according to Spencer, in that first year, it was not released until 78 in Europe, came out in 77 in the US, they took 80% of the UK market and sold 30,000 machines. And in both the UK and Germany, they established themselves as the gold standard in business computers. Something that they would hang on to for years and years and years. Even after they were finally eclipsed at some point in the 80s by, or early 90s by IBM, they were still the second largest computer company in these markets to IBM. And it all started right here with this purposeful move into this market. And I think aided by this whole office machine thing, though I don't have complete 100% proof of that. Of course, this also means that we're already starting right here, something that will be the case throughout the entire run of Commodore's computer business, which is they never have the same success in the United States as they do abroad. Maybe very, very briefly in the VIC-20 C64 days. But outside of that one specific period, they never have the same success in the United States as they do in Europe. And when we're talking Europe, we are particularly talking about the United Kingdom and West Germany, though they were in other European markets as well. So the Commodore PET very kind of quickly establishes itself as the business machine of the original Trinity. The TRS-80 is definitely seen as more of a home thing. The Apple II is really, quite frankly, seen as more of a hobbyist machine. It's not a hobbyist machine anymore because you have to assemble it, like the old ones, but a hobbyist machine because it's expensive and it's really more of a plaything than it is something of serious value until VisiCalc comes out. But, once the Apple goes up to 48K and has VisiCalc, it's a different story, but we're not there yet. And so Commodore kind of is naturally drawn into this business market going forward. This is kind of the entire focus of the company in computers for the next couple of years. Now, they've always been in office equipment, so it was a natural progression even there. And so they start extending the PET very quickly in ways that are meant to enhance its capabilities as a business machine, particularly in those European markets. So the first revision that they do is in 1970 when they do the PET 2001N for new. And I really should say, because we never talked about it, the reason that they called it the PET is because they wanted something friendly, something approachable as a name. And they thought of the pet rock, which was a big fad at the time, and called it the PET because of that. Then, so that they wouldn't, be sued. I don't know that you can be sued over a hunk of rock in a box, but whatever. Probably not really caring about being sued, but to make it seem like it was more than they said, they turned it into an acronym or initialism acronym, I guess, and called it the Personal Electronic Transactor. But PET came first. That was just justification after the fact. And then they added 2001 on the end because of 2000 Space Odyssey, and which seemed so futuristic still because Star Wars was only just starting to change things. Personal electronic transacting, sure. I feel transacted just speaking about it. As always, Ethan Johnson, friend of the show. Just catching up on chat.
I see.
Normally when I pause, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I thought it was transactor. Yeah. But, words. What are words? Words are, sir.
Slow bitrate communication between humans that will be supplanted by our computer overlords, leading to our eventual downfall and doom.
What are words? A talkative pile of secrets.
Symbolic secrets?
Yeah, so yeah, personal electronic transactor. And then 2001, because 2000 Space Odyssey, which was still kind of the state of the art in what the future looks like, because Star Wars is only just starting to have a huge impact and change everyone's ideas. So then they, in 1979, did the 2001 in for new in 8, 16, or 32K configurations in memory. The most important things here is that they stopped using the junky Commodore 6550 RAM chips, that static RAM that was too slow, and went for DRAM, which is faster and better. And they also put in a proper full-sized keyboard, real keyboard. To make room for that, they did get rid of the built-in cassette player. Obviously, you could still get a cassette drive for it, but they got rid of the built-in so that they could do a real proper keyboard. And this kind of cemented its place in that business community in Europe, most especially. It also led to Jack Trammell's extreme dislike of slots, which will come back at times in the future, because it turned out that a lot of people started buying the cheaper 8 or 16-bit computers, or 16K bit, 8 or 16K computers, and then buying memory expansions to get it up to 32K, which was costing the company money. Which is why when they released their this computer, the 3000 series of the PET, they actually drilled holes through the spot where you would put memory expansions in the cheaper computers so that you couldn't do that anymore and had to buy. One final thing is it ended up that the PET was trademarked. The term PET was trademarked, I think, by Philips in Europe. So they started calling them CBM computers in Europe for Commodore business machines. And it didn't hurt that it was very similar to International business machines, that little company called IBM. They continued to extend it over the next few years, a couple of more times, even as it was getting longer in the tooth. The most important thing that they did is finally released a version called the 8000 on around 1980. I'm not sure which year it came out. 80, 81, 82. Certainly not 92. But they actually release an 80-column version of it, the 8000 series, that allows you to do text in 80 columns, which was the gold standard in business machines. So they really pushed this thing between 1977 and about 1982 when they got away from it. And then they brought it back a little later because they were having trouble. But this really became their gold standard business machine. And this was the direction that they really expected the company to continue to go. And they actually started work after this on trying to create an Apple killer. This is another thing that is a hallmark of Jack Tramiel. We talked about this some on our Home Computer Price Wars episode, but there's nothing that Jack Tramiel loved more than seeing what was out there, seeing what the competition was doing, and then going back to his engineers and saying, I want one of those, except better and cheaper. And oh, there's X trade show coming up in a month. If you could have the prototypes ready by then, that'd be great.
So he worked them really hard, had unrealistic expectations, and he still got something that worked.
He did. Okay, it was 1980. Thank you for the CBM 8000. So, yeah, editing Jeffrey. I said 1980 in there somewhere. It's all good. I thought it was 1980, and then I started to doubt myself. But we've got friends in the chat here that'll keep us honest.
I don't know how honest I am.
He did get things out of them. It tended to burn people out, which really affected the company long term. Like all the people that worked on the 6502 were basically gone not too long after Commodore bought the company. There would be a continual brain drain at the company, particularly in their chip business, particularly at Moss, which would cause them to become more and more ineffectual at getting projects done and getting chips done because they could not retain skilled chip engineers, which were in high demand based on that kind of crazy workload. They would churn through systems engineers and whatnot as well, perhaps at a slightly slower pace, but still, it was hard. It was hard to work for Jack. On the flip side, though, it did keep the company always pushing forward. They never rested on their laurels. They were always chasing the next product. And the tech field is very much an innovate or die kind of field. So that vitality that Jack brought to the business is probably a big part of why the business was so successful in the early days as well. There's kind of a malaise at Commodore after Jack leaves. because they didn't have somebody with that drive. And Irving Gould was continually trying to find someone with that same drive and failing. Now, not everyone who came afterwards was absolutely wretched, though many of them were. But he kept trying to find that spark again because he remembered that that's when the company was most successful as well. So it was bad for the people and it was bad for the long-term health of the company. But in this short term, in this brief period between 1977 and 1984, it kind of drove them to always be innovating in a way that really helped them stay near the top of the market. So there's good and bad, as there is with just about everything that comes along with Jack Tramiel. So as they're continuing to extend this Commodore PET line with the newer CBM computers and whatnot, like the 3000 series and the 8000 series, the 80 column one, Jack Tramiel is also like, that Apple II has sure started to take some market share because it has VisiCalc. I mean, VisiCalc was also made available on the PET. And in fact, in some ways, once the 80 column PET came out, it was better for VisiCalc than the Apple II was because it was 80 columns instead of 40 columns. But he's like, they have these graphics and they have VisiCalc. Like, we need an Apple killer. We need something that captures some of that graphical capability of the Apple II while still maintaining our place in the business market. And so that's what he exhorted his engineers to start creating. And they started this project in 1979 under the name Toy, spelled T-O-I. Once again, this was a name that was chosen first. The letters were chosen first, and then they put an acronym behind it. So it was chosen because it felt like kind of a friendly name. Toys are friendly. And a vaguely Japanese name with that OI. Everything Japanese was in vogue, particularly in electronics at this time. And then they came up with the name The Other Intellect. Now, in order to compete with the Apple II graphically, they were going to need to have some kind of video chip that could do 40 columns. Because the Apple could do 40 columns. Could do 80 columns with board expansions, but natively it did 40 columns. It just so happened that Commodore did have a graphics chip at this point called the VIC chip, or video interface chip. So really called the VIC, because it's not called the VIC chip. That's like saying PIN number or ATM machine. So they had a graphical chip called the VIC, video interface chip, with the official part number 6560 for the NTSC, 6561 for the PAL version. This chip had actually been started by one of the younger chip designers at MOS Technology back in 1977. Al Charpentier, I suppose he pronounces his name. I want to pronounce it Charpentier. I know Dale knows what I'm talking about. But I suppose that since he's American, he probably pronounced it Charpentier or something like that. Al Charpentier was a young guy. He was just out of college. And really, I mean, he had been an electrical engineering major, but really apprenticed with the more experienced MOS guys to really learn chip design. And as we mentioned, back in 1975, the Atari folks, or rather the CN Engineering folks at the time, that was R&D subsidiary of Atari, decided to use the 6507, a more limited version, a more pen-limited version of the 6502 in the Atari VCS. So as a result of that, Moss had a very lucrative business with Atari because they were supplying those 6507s for the VCS. They also supplied a lot of the ROMs that Atari was using in their cartridges. So they had a close relationship, and they saw kind of what Atari was doing with that system. And Charpentier was very disappointed in the graphics on that system. He thought that the TIA chip, television interface adapter, with its one scan line at a time stuff, was just not very impressive. And I mean, in some ways it wasn't. I mean, it was impressive even to design a chip, but of course they were going for as cheap as they could possibly get. And the limitations of the graphic chip were really about keeping it cheap. But he thought he could do better and create a much better chip for other companies that might want to enter the video game industry. So he actually created this VIC in 1977. The problem with VIC, which they were never able to find any takers of, so it was just sitting around. The problem with VIC from the perspective of using it in a computer, like the toy, is that it was only 20 columns. Actually, 22 columns, but basically just 20 columns. You could not use that in an Apple killer. You needed the 40.
At the very least, if not more, preferably 80.
Charpentier. Okay. Al Charpentier. I still want to call him Al Charpentier. Mon Dieu. But sure, we will go with Charpentier. Char, that makes more sense. Charpentier. Yeah, he's not from up north. Charpentier. Al Charpentier. Most apples were used for playing games and running VisiCalc. But no, you're right. Obviously, all of these home computers and personal computers, which we talk about in our Home Computer Price Wars episode, were really game machines, and everything happened to be able to do with this. So as they're making the toy computer, they have this VIC chip, but the VIC was designed for video game system. And so it was only 22 columns, and they needed 40 columns. So to try to get the toy together quickly, because as always, Jack Tramiel wants something quickly. He wants something to show at the January 1980 CES, only giving them a small amount of time to do this. They tried to kind of kludge together a VIC chip that does 40 columns and color, because the original VIC didn't do color either. They had a separate color chip that they created, but natively, the original VIC didn't do color. So they kind of squished two VICs together in a way to create a 40-column display. But they ran into the same problem again that they ran into on the PET in terms of RAM. Because to do 40 columns, they needed faster RAM to be able to, load all of that reasonably. And they were still tied to SRAM primarily. And the toy was going to be using SRAM. And static RAM was just not fast enough to do this. So they try this kludge stuff for the toy, and it just doesn't work. They do show a prototype at the January CES, but of course, prototypes, you can do all sorts of smoke and mirrors to make it seem like something's working when it's really not. And in point of fact, it is really not working. And this is becoming more and more of a problem. But they need this computer because Jack Tramiel is saying we need to go high-end, higher and higher. We are making business computers. That is what we do. And so Chuck Peddle, who had briefly left the company in 1978 to join Apple and then decided he hated it there and came back to Commodore, is really pushing his engineers in California to get this toy done, to get a 40-column Apple killer done, to move further and further into the business market. And that's where the situation stands in April 1980, when Jack has one of his periodic worldwide meetings of all the worldwide managers and managing directors in London. And we talked about this in our Home Computer Price Wars episode. So this is a little bit of a retread, but it's important in the Commodore context here, so we have to talk about it again here as well. They have the first day of meetings, and then Jack goes out to kind of see what the state of things is in the UK firsthand. And he discovers that his old nemesis in calculators, Uncle Clive Sinclair, has released a ridiculously cheap computer, the ZX80. And it is selling well, despite the fact that this thing is super duper limited. As we've talked about before, it shipped with 1 kilobyte of memory, which meant that whenever you typed, as we talked about in our Home Computer Price Wars episodes, whenever you typed a character, the screen temporarily blanked because there was enough memory to type a character and there was enough memory to update the display. There was not enough memory to do both at the same time. Now, yes, you could upgrade it to a maximum of 16K, but a lot of people that are buying this are not upgrading it. They're just using the base model. And yet, despite all of that, it is selling like hotcakes. And this is like a bolt from the blue for Jack Tramiel. This is the moment that he realizes maybe going bigger and better and getting more enmeshed in the business market and high quality graphics and all of this, maybe that's not the way to go. Maybe we build a super cheap computer and sell it to ordinary folks at a cheap price, and they will buy this thing. And as an added bonus, he's been scared of the Japanese, as everyone who works in any industry at this time in the United States is. He's been scared to death of the Japanese coming in and undercutting. And this may actually be an avenue to prevent the Japanese from taking over this home computer market in the same way that they took over cars and televisions and steel and all of these other industries going back decades. That's right. MSX is coming. I mean, it doesn't officially exist yet at this point, but just in terms of foreshadowing of the story, MSX is coming. And so he comes into day 2 of the meeting and he shows up late. And Peddle and some of the other people had kind of convened the meeting in his absence because he wasn't there. And they were talking about plans for the toy, for the Apple Killer, for moving up the chain into more sophisticated business machines. And then Tramiel comes in and gives that famous, "The Japanese are coming, so we will become the Japanese." And he tells them, this is what we need. And Chuck Peddle is having none of this. This part of it we didn't talk about in the Home Computer Price Wars because we weren't focused on Commodore, focused on the wider industry. Chuck Peddle is having none of this. He's like, that is ridiculous. The future of the business is higher quality, serious business machine. And, you know, he's right in the grand scheme of things. We are all using some form of IBM compatible right now. Probably. I don't know. One of you in chat might have a Mac. But Jeffrey and I, the official podcast, we are using some form of IBM PC compatible hardware.
Give or take, yes.
So in one sense, Chuck Peddle is correct. That's the way the market long term is going to go. Now, it's not necessarily Commodore that's going to be leading that charge. It's hard to believe that Commodore could have actually stood before IBM and their PC and, outdid them. So, as Essa Maliva points out in the chat, it may be just as well that, Commodore didn't go in that direction. But Peddle had a vision of the future that wasn't crazy. But he did not believe in Jack's vision at all. He did not think a low-cost, crappy little computer was going to sell at this point. Now, I need to talk a little bit about the organization of the company at this point. Not super detailed, and I'm not going to be ever going super detailed in the organization of the company, but one thing that's important right now is at this point there is an east-west divide in Commodore. Jack is based in Palo Alto in California, where he has been based since 1968, even before Commodore International was a thing, when it was still a Canadian company. And the systems engineers, Chuck Peddle's computer people, and also the calculator people, are also in California. And at this point, Chuck Peddle has been decentralizing because Commodore also has a factory in California. And he'd found that when the factory was going, that people from the factory side would be going and bugging his engineers to fix problems on the line. There are engineers whose job it is to do that. They're called production engineers. But the problem was his R&D engineers were getting pulled in to do this stuff. And he felt like he needed to get them separated from the rest of the company to be able to just do R&D. So he had set up a couple of different satellite R&D operations, with the most important one being Moore Park, because that's where it was located. Still in Silicon Valley, not far away, but no longer in the same place as Jack and the factory. These are the system engineers that were responsible for building new computers, new peripherals, new everything else, and new calculators as well, because Commodore is still at this point kind of flailing along in the calculator. Then they have Moss Technology, which is in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, way on the opposite side of the country. These people are technically chip people. They're there to be chip designers. But I mean, if they're engineers that know how chips work, they also know how computers work. Like, they may not know all the best and most efficient ways to build a whole system, but if you squint, they can be systems engineers too. So Peddle is leading what's essentially the computer division. I don't know if it was ever formalized as a computer division, but Peddle's leading the computer division in California. He's in California. The engineers are in. Then Moss Technology, under Jerome Gwynn, is over in Pennsylvania, and he's got engineers working for him too, like Charpentier. Another engineer that's working there is a fresh graduate by the name of Bob Yanis. Bob Yanis not only joined Moss and Commodore, because it had been purchased by Commodore by this point, right out of college, but he had actually also gotten to know some of the people there when he was still in college in 1978. In 1978, he talked to Al Charpentier and learned about the VIC, and actually was like, hey, can I have a VIC to do my senior project? And so he did. He did his senior project using a VIC. He was also a humongous fan of electronic music and of synthesizers going back to the early 1970s, and fiddled around with building his own synthesizers as well, which may become important later, but is not quite important to the story just yet. So, completely independent of this managers meeting and Jack's pronouncement in London, because Giannis is not there. He's a young guy. He just joined the company in 79, right out of school. He's practically still an apprentice. Completely separate from that, Giannis is learning about the ZX80 and is incensed that it's getting a lot of good press when it is a really kind of crappy little computer. Sorry for any Sinclair fans out there. Like, the ZX80 is what it is. And so he thought to himself, I can do a better computer than that using what we have right here at Moss Technology. And using the VIC. So what he decides is, okay, you know, they've been trying all along. We've been trying to create this 40-column VIC, or a 40-column VIC derivative for the engineers over on the West Coast in Moore Park. Just laughing at chat. But what if 20 columns, 22 columns is enough? Like, why are we busting our butt on this? The ZX80 is getting all of this good press, and it doesn't have a display any better than that. Its main graphics mode is 24 by 32. It has a 64 by 48 mode as well, but, you know, its main mode is 24 by 32. So what's it matter if this is only 20 columns?
What's the matter with you?
Take a VIC.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
Add the color generator to it, because the original VIC didn't have color, but they have a color generator chip. And vaguely put some other hardware around that. And we have a cheap computer that's going to be way better than the stupid ZX80. So he takes it upon himself in May to go ahead and put together the very most basic of prototypes. I mean, it's basically just a 6502, a VIC, and a color generator, and nothing else. Like, they put together a case for it as well to make it presentable, but it doesn't actually have a disk operating system. It doesn't have BASIC and ROM. It doesn't have any hardware to connect to peripherals. It's not really a complete computer. But he puts together a prototype just kind of proving that you could do a reasonable computer around a VIC that people might like. Completely oblivious, as according to what he said, to Jack's new drive for this low-cost computer. But of course, his management, Jerome Gwynn, head of Moss, his management knows that Jack is looking for this. And so they encourage him. And he does this little thing, and then when Jack's in town visiting, they present it to him. And according to Bognall's book, Jack sees it and is basically like, that's great, ship it. And they're like, ship what? That, ship that. And they're like, but it doesn't, it's not a full computer. And so then he's like, okay, fine. You have until June CES to make it one. This is in May.
That might be hard.
So this flips everything on its head. And then to make matters worse, like, word of this gets back to the Moore Park researchers on the West Coast. And they're like, what are they doing? They're chip designers. They're not system designers. You come into my house? This is what we do. And so Chuck, even though Chuck is still completely against this idea of a low-cost computer, like, he doesn't want the Moss people being the ones designing computers. So he tells his engineers, okay, now we've got to create a 20-column VIC-based computer too. And so they create a prototype that's basically taking a VIC chip and adding it to a PET. I mean, it's slightly different from that, but they basically just take a PET and swap in a VIC chip or a VIC. But they don't have like the custom case and everything. Like theirs is actually a real computer. It has BASIC and ROM. It can attach to peripherals. Like it's actually a computer prototype. Giannis's is not, but Giannis had the case mold that he did and everything, and so it looked slicker. So when presented with those two computers at CES, because they basically both worked hard to be ready to go to CES and both bought their thing to CES, Jack looked at him and was like, Giannis's, that's the one we're going to do. So this is making Petal even more kind of annoyed with this whole situation. Because like he doesn't want to do this computer anyway. But if they're going to do this computer, he at least wants his people to be doing it, and he wants the basis of it to be a real computer and not this thing that is all smoke and mirrors. But Giannis's thing gets shown at CES, and then they do a quick process to start finishing the build of this thing. And of course, Giannis's system is not a full computer, so other people need to work on it. And Scott Boulevard, the main office, there are still production engineers there, one of whom is Bob Russell. So Bob Russell ends up taking on what Giannis has done and takes on the task of building a real computer out of it. He wants help from the Moore Park people, but Petal's like, we're not getting involved in this because this is stupid. And we said we were going to do 7 episodes, right? Just
7.5. 7.5.
7.5 episodes. Yeah.
Yeah. The producer is talking to me. It's sort of like Jack Trammell, and is really liking the content here. And she's saying that I require 8 episodes, but I'm trying to negotiate with the cat right now. And what was that? Yes. 9 episodes. 9 episodes is what we will be doing. 9.
Oh, Lordy. Hour 40 in, though a lot of that is filler. It's a lot less than episode time, but an hour 40 in, and we're just getting the VIC-20 built. Be very, very afraid.
I am very afraid.
You should be. You definitely should be. The Commodore Max machine. So Petal's completely fed up, and he tells the Moore Park people not to help. In the end, a couple of them do end up helping because they kind of have to get this done. And so the final thing is actually more akin to the prototype built by the Moore Park people than the prototype built by Giannis. Though Giannis is still the one that kind of kicked the whole thing off by being like, let's just do a computer with 6502 and a VIC in the first place. So they get this thing mostly done by the end of July 1980. And then it's given over to Japan to do a final design. So they have a working prototype, but the actual layout of the boards and the design of the case and everything else is sent over to Japan. Because they do have a couple of engineers over there. Primarily a place for sourcing parts, but they do have a couple of engineers as well. And then Jack also decides that they're going to release it in Japan first. Not because he thinks it's going to do particularly well over there, but because he wants to release this low-cost computer in their backyard and show them, this is what's coming. Bow down before your cheap overlords. And so they do. They call it the VIC 1001 over there. But it does release in Japan first before the end of 1980. It doesn't sell much over there. A lot of analysts at the time, though, gave it credit for delaying the Japanese because everyone kind of thought the Japanese were about to introduce their first products worldwide, come to CES with stuff and whatnot. And they didn't. And analysts at the time credited that to Commodore. I mean, whether that's true or not, we'd have to get into the archives of these computer companies and see what the people there were thinking. But so who knows if it's actually true, but there's thought that maybe it did. So, mission accomplished. So they finish it up in Japan. They release it there first. They release it in the rest of the world in 1981. Commodore is still very strapped for cash at this point. Like, they're still having all kinds of problems. But this would finally be the turning point. So the way that he gets this manufactured, because he still doesn't have the money to start up new lines. Gould is still refusing to let him sell stock, raise money in the markets. He finally says goodbye to the calculator. The calculator business had taken a huge hit with the calculator wars. He tried to recover with a new scientific calculator project in 1979. With his whole vertical integration thing, he had a few things going on. There was an outside chip contractor called the Western Design Center, established by Bill Mensch, who had been one of Chuck Peddle's 6502 designers, and had left the company after that, wanted to start out on his own. And so they established the Western Design Center as it was funded by Commodore, like it was 100% funded by Commodore, and their work was, yeah, because Ethan's saying he was really the chief designer of 6502, and yeah, he was the layout guy. So he was the guy that, dictated where everything was going on that chip. Really talented guy. His loss was probably the biggest loss out of the early MOS people. But he kind of stayed connected to the company through this Western Design Center, which was fully funded by Jack and by Commodore, but which had some autonomy for Mensch to kind of run his own shop because he kind of wanted to do it on his own. So he had them doing calculator chips. He bought an LCD company, an LCD manufacturer from the Japanese company Seiko, but that was located in the United States, I believe in Texas, and started Commodore Optoelectronics around this company so that he could make his own LCD displays for a calculator, something that was really not happening much in the US at this point. And then he bought another company called Frontier because he needed the CMOS process, which we talked about some in our RCA Studio 2 episode recently. He needed the CMOS process to create the chips because for these calculators, you needed a chip with low power consumption. Jeff, you're entering the matrix.
No. Not the Matrix. Not the Matrix.
Yes. And then it turned out that Frontier didn't actually have a working CMOS, which derailed the whole project. He couldn't create a next-gen scientific calculator. Thank you for the follow.
You leveled us up.
Yeah. And so he basically canned the calculator side of the business. He sued Seiko to because they had bought it for shares. They got 100,000 shares of Commodore. That ended up being a really bad deal, and so he sued them and got half the shares back, and figured out how to use some of that money saved from the calculator business to fund launching the VIC-20. So that was, I mean, they might have had some lingering calculator projects after that for a little bit, but that was basically the end of Commodore, the calculator company, which is the end of an era because they had been a calculator company at this point for over a decade. So real end of an era for Commodore. But now they are firmly a computer company. They'll still occasionally do other things. They start up an electronic cash register project about this time that never goes anywhere too. But from this point forward, they are basically now a computer company. For the VIC-20 launch, they kind of know that this needs to be big. Jack knows that this needs to be big. He's not a guy that often trusts marketing folks. But he understands that if he is going to do a mass market computer, which is different from what he's attempted before, that he's going to need to treat it as a little more of a mass market product. And that means having some of that support structure in place. So he ends up initially entrusting this whole thing to his personal assistant, Michael Tomzik, who is young, scrappy, and hungry, but not very experienced. Vietnam vet, a little bit of marketing education, but hasn't really been tested in the field. Tomzik becomes the marketing director for the computer, starts organizing materials like software and packaging and all of this stuff. Ends up screwing the pooch because of his lack of experience. Does some stuff, particularly in the marketing and the advertisements, that Jack doesn't like. And is the subject of an epic Jack attack. The Jack attack is one of the main features of Commodore under Jack Tramiel. Jack Tramiel was a very interesting person in a lot of ways. If he liked you, if you were in the family, you were safe. He might get mad at you. He might discipline you. He might send you out on a Japanese-style punishment tour and make you do something you absolutely hate for a while before you can come back into the fold. But you're safe. If you're not an inner family member, you can screw up to a degree. His standard was not perfection. But if you did something really good, he would praise you. He would make you feel important. Like, he wasn't all negativity. If you did something well, he would make you feel important. If you're an inner family member, he would give you huge bonuses. Sometimes bonuses as much as 100% of your salary, double your salary. But if you screwed up, he was going to let you know it. And the letting you know it involved a lot of yelling and a lot of cutting remarks. If you took your Jack attack, as they came to be called, and acknowledged your mistake and said, I understand what I did wrong. I will never, ever let this happen again, you could survive a Jack attack. If you made the same mistake again, you were probably gone. But you could survive a Jack attack. If you didn't do that, you were done. If you weren't an inner family member, you were fired. If you were an inner family member, he probably wouldn't fire you, but he would send you on a punishment. Michael Tomzik didn't fully take his Jack attack well. He was not fired because he was an inner family member. Tramiel really appreciated him. I agree. I think I would choose Jack over Steve as well, though. Really, can we just not, please? But I agree if I had to choose between those two. Because I think Jack treated his allies better than Steve did, probably. And so he ended up being replaced. And Jack brought in Kit Spencer, his UK marketing whiz, to launch the VIC-20 in the United States. And Kit replicated the same playbook, essentially, that he used when launching the Pet in the UK that made the Pet so successful in that market. First of all, he took some of the packaging that they were using in Germany and the UK for the Pet and kind of combined it and repurposed it to have a more attractive packaging for the VIC-20 in the US. Second, he really went out there and got as much software as he possibly could.
Uh-oh. Various typing. Various typing.
Yes.
We're all doomed. Oh, nope, nope, nope.
Sounds like you're doomed.
I am doomed. I am surrounded by a cat that does way too much catting.
Yeah.
Why can't
He went on and got as much software support as he could, aided in this by the fact that there was this little company called HAL Laboratory in Japan that had gotten close to Commodore Japan and was making great arcade perfect ports of games like Space Invaders, Galaxian, Rally X, Head On, and Pac-Man. Not that they could sell the Pac-Man in the United States. Really bumped up software support. Started a help desk so that if consumers had questions, they could call in and get them answered. And also decided, we all know this is a game machine. Let's treat it as one. You know, before that, it's like, well, it's a computer trainer. It's this and that. Computer companies were always about hiding the fact that they were first and foremost game machines. He didn't hide it. He's just like, this is a game machine, and we're going to tell people it's a game machine, and they're going to like it because the people want game machine. And so Kit Spencer completely turned around the preparation and the marketing for the VIC-20 computer. They take it to CES in June 1981. They get orders and everything. Then, in the fall of 1981, as we talked about in our Home Computer Price Wars episode, so we don't need to belabor the point here, they get the computer into Kmart.
Kmart?
Computers like this had not been in mass market retailers before because computers needed dedicated service and support. Computers were something new. They were something foreign. They were something complicated. You needed to go into specialty stores or at the most department stores. Atari wasn't Sears, but even in department stores, you have dedicated departments. You have dedicated staff that can help you understand, choose between the options, etc. Stores like Kmart have staff as well, discount stores, but the turnover is so high because these are minimum wage and not particularly great jobs. And so there's lots of turnover. You don't retain employees. So even if you trained an employee or two in the computer, they'd be gone maybe within 6 months. And then you're back to square one and they're not going to sell. We talked about this in the home computer episode, but Kit Spencer actually promised to train every single associate at every single Kmart on the computer. That was the way they got in the store. Most of those guys were probably gone in 6 months. Like long term, it probably didn't matter. But psychologically, it convinced Kmart to take the system. So they got it into Kmart, which could then sell it at a cheaper price. which began the process of Commodore undercutting its dealers and making them upset.
That's
Which would
not gonna
maybe
go
come back
anywhere.
and haunt the company. Maybe come back and haunt the company later. And then once they got into Kmart, other stores of a similar ilk, the Walmarts and the Toys R Us's of the world, started to follow and said that they would take it as well. And then and only then, after they got into mass market retail, did they start a series of television commercials, the first time Commodore's done this to support a computer, which started airing in March 1982. And, of course, were headlined by William Shatner, because nothing said the future is here and computers are here like Star Trek, and Leonard Nimoy was too expensive. As we talked about in our Home Computer Price Wars episode, Shatner was only just now at the same time that they were filming the commercials. He was filming Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. He was only just about to get TJ Hooker on the air. And so he was very quickly going to become a lot more popular again and a lot more expensive. But they caught him at his nadir when he hadn't really had much going for him on television after the original Star Trek went off the air. He was still busy. He was doing theater and others, but he just wasn't the same level of celebrity in this time period. Yeah, we're in trouble. I have no idea how we're going to get through anything Commodore. Why did I even think I could do Commodore in 3 episodes? It was hubris! All hubris!
Delusions of grandeur. Delusions.
My goodness. So they launched the VIC-20. And it's a huge success.
Woohoo!
We're going to not go into super detail because we have our Home Computer Price Wars episode that's a companion to this. You can listen to that to learn all about the ins and outs of how the VIC-20 did and how its price went over time. But basically, it did successfully establish this new market for low-cost game computers. They focused on competing with the video game industry rather than competing with the computer industry, and as a result, they became the first model of microcomputer to sell over 1 million units in 1982. Huge success. Commodore stock finally starts to take off a little bit. Everyone's happy. So where do you go from there?
Up.
Well, at this point, Jack kind of thought they'd done the computers for the masses, not the classes thing. And so at this point, he was content to go back to trying to take the upper end of the market again and do an Apple killer, or even at this point, an IBM PC killer. It was too late for Chuck Peddle. Chuck Peddle was already gone. He was very dissatisfied at the way things went with the VIC in 1980. Jack was very unhappy with him because he basically kept working on the toy when Jack told him that's no longer the company focus. And so he was sent on a punishment tour. He was in her family. He wasn't going to be. But at this time, at the same time, Jack decided he was done with California. He wanted to consolidate the majority of the company in Pennsylvania because he didn't want to pay California taxes anymore. And so if he was going to consolidate in one place, he'd rather consolidate in Pennsylvania. So he started the process of moving the company to Pennsylvania. He told Chuck that it would be his job to coordinate the move. Chuck didn't want to do that. He was not the only one fed up with the direction of the company. A former president of the company, Chris Fish, was also upset. He also reconnected with John Pavinin from the Moss days. He was no longer part of Commodore, but obviously they still knew each other. And so he decided to leave with the two of them and pursue his dreams for higher quality graphical computers at a new company called Sirius Systems. So it was too late for Chuck. Chuck was gone. But they did start to look at that higher end of the market again and started working on 2 computers called the P128 and the B256. P for personal, B for business. The numbers was the amount of RAM they were both going to have. The P128 was going to be kind of in the vein of the Apple killer again. They were finally getting to the point where they had a proper graphics chip. So it was going to use that. Then the B256 was going to be full business machine trying to take, the high end of the market. IBM was finally starting to try to establish itself with PC. He figured he'd done his computer for the masses. But meanwhile, back at Moss Technology, just like Giannis had gotten uppity in creating that VIC-20, Charpentier is about to get uppity again because he is looking at the video game market. And he is seeing an opportunity to really attack that market in a way that the VIC couldn't. The VIC could compete with that market on price, but what it didn't really have was sprites. The newer video game and low-end home computers, like the Intellivision and the TI-99 were really focusing on upping the sprite game. And so Charpentier got to thinking, now is the time to make a proper 40-column video chip. They had tried this craziness with the kind of fusing together two VICs to make a 40-column display thing. It didn't work. They were in a hurry. Now he's like, let's start over from scratch. Let's not try to tie this new chip into anything that's been done on the previous VIC. Let's create a new chip from scratch that uses DRAM and does 40 columns properly. And let's make it a sprite mover because we're going to make this a video game chip. So he creates what they end up calling the VIC-40. That is a really good sprite mover. The Intellivision and the TI-99 were the main influences on the chip design, according to Charpentier and Bagnall's book. At the same time, Giannis, as I had said before, is really interested in synthesizers, always has been. And so he decides to design an amazing sound chip, the SID. And so even though at first they were thinking about these as video game chips, once they had them done, they were like, well, shoot. Why don't we create an update? The VIC-20 is doing really well. Let's create an update to the VIC-20. Call it the VIC-40. Put 16K of RAM in it. Put a VIC-2 and a SID in there. And have this cool sprite machine that, plays games even better than the VIC does and can compete with things like the TI-99 And they present that in the fall of 1981 to Jack. And when Jack sees that, he's like, yes, even though he's got them back on this higher level computer thing, that doesn't mean he doesn't have time for a good idea. He sees this and he says, yes, yes, yes. Let's do that. And except for one thing. Memory prices are coming down, right? I think by the time we have this ready, we can go to 64K. And we will leave all of these other companies in the dust. And so he actually mandated that they go with a full 64K, which I believe is the maximum addressable by a 6502 without doing fancy switching stuff. And so just like that, the concept of the Commodore 64 is born. Of course, they were calling it the VIC-40 as they were developing it, but since they have the P128, personal computer 128K, and the B...
We lose a chip name?
Nope. That is not what I'm seeing out in the world, because the 6502, I'm pretty sure it can address 64K without, I'm not technical, but
I can try doing a couple quick searches with what I know.
well, that's what I'm doing as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, and I'm getting a little bit of agreement in the chat. I love having these discussions. It's all good, and I'm not technical, so I can always make a mistake. But I'm pretty sure a 6502 could address 64K without switching. Yep. Now, some of that, what you may be thinking of, Carl, is I know that like some of the memory was reserved for like the computer. So like the amount of memory that an actual program could take advantage of would have been less than 64K. But anyway, no, I appreciate, no, it's no problem. Look, I would rather you call me out and we correct something if it needs to be corrected than you're worried about saying something wrong and I end up saying something stupid. So no worries at all.
Definitely. Always call it out. Whenever I catch something, I call him out on it and go, do you mean this? And like 4 out of 5 times, he's like, yeah, that's what I meant. This is the reason why. And then there's that 1 out of 5 times he goes, oh, wait, yeah. No, let me fix that.
Yep. So they had the P128 personal computer, 128K. They had the B256 business computer, 256K. And so they decided to designate the VIC-40 the C64 consumer computer, 64K. Though, of course, it goes down in history as the Commodore 64. It's technically the C64, but the people call it the Commodore 64. Once again, Kit Spencer is in charge of the launch. And once again, Kit Spencer makes it a huge success. He does many of the same things. He sources lots of software. He launched a new magazine. He didn't launch a new magazine for the VIC-20, but this time he wanted, they already had a magazine in the US, so there was a magazine at the time. He just didn't launch a new one. For the Commodore 64, he wanted to launch a magazine that was more focused on games. So he launched a new one that was originally called Power/Play. And they upped the ante. So the VIC was positioned as a game machine. For this one, what Kit Spencer wanted to do was say, this is a real computer that gives you great power for the price. And by the way, it can also play great games. So they do another round of commercials. They decide not to go with the celebrity approach. Shatner's contract is up. They don't renew it. They don't want to go with the personality approach. They really want to focus on the computer. They hire a boutique ad agency in New York, Ali and Gargano. And they come up with a series of commercials narrated by Henry Morgan, an old radio personality that was also known to television audiences for the old game show What's My Line, that focused on the amount of memory, the 64K, in the computer, and the great price that you got it for. And they also made targeted ads. Some of these ads specifically targeted Apple, specifically targeted IBM, to show that this was a superior computer. They actually didn't hype the graphical capabilities or the game capabilities at all. But by word of mouth, it became obvious that they were also great graphical computers. And so once again, Kit Spencer coming in, this is about the only time that Commodore in the US had an effective marketer, which is why this is the one time with the VIC-20 and the C64 where the computers were doing just as well in the United States as they were doing around the world, because Kit Spencer understood the way you support a product with software, with a clear marketing message that's going to resonate with people, and with aftermarket support, whether that be magazines or help desks or whatever else. And so Commodore has another hit on its hands. We won't go into the price war because we really do cover this part of Commodore in the home computer price wars. Like, we get very detailed on what's going on when with these computers in the marketplace and how well they're doing.
And we have another whole live stream and 3 episodes about that.
Exactly. But suffice it to say, the Commodore 64 sells like hotcakes, really picks up. It releases in 82. It really picks up in sales in 83 as the price comes down due to the price wars. The VIC-20 continues to sell well in the early part of this period as well, 82 and 83. And by the end of 83, Commodore can celebrate itself reaching $1 billion in sales. The stock has run. It's insane. Irving Gould's happy because of that. Company's doing well. It's found its niche. Still having a little bit of trouble in that upper end. The P128 ends up being canceled in 83 because who needs when there's a Commodore 64. They do release the B256 under the name CBM2. It kind of doesn't do all of that great because IBM is kind of taking over. It does a little better in Europe because they care more in Europe. In fact, it might have only been released in Europe. But it really doesn't do that great. Commodore is now on the top of the world. They're ready to take on the world. They start several new projects. The Sinclair computers are coming. The ZX81 is coming to the United States as the Timex Sinclair 1000, or it has come to the United States, and they're going to follow up with the ZX Spectrum as the Timex Sinclair 2000. Before the price wars get too carried away with the VIC-20 plunging in price, they decide that they are going to create a Sinclair killer, a more primitive system codenamed TED that will not have sprite generating capability and not have quite as good a sound as the Commodore 64, but will still have colorful graphics and will be able to retail for a low price. They decide that they are going to start figuring out what the next step is after the Commodore 64 in terms of keeping that part of the market going. They're going to look into portable computers, going to look into an Osborne killer. Turns out you don't need to kill something that decides to commit suicide, but they're looking into a portable C64. They still have the LCD company, the display manufacturer. And they're going to return to trying to kill IBM and take out Sun Microsystems just for the heck of it on the way by starting a Unix-based high-end workstation, the C900. They have all of these irons in the fire. Some started in 83, some started in 84. But of course, just at this point of greatest triumph, billion in sales, taking over the market, destroying the competition, as we talk about in the price war episodes, an epic fallout occurs between Jack Tramiel and Irving Gould that will set the future course of the company and chart its path to ruin. And that is where we will take up the story in episode 3 of the history of Commodore.
It gets more and more crazy, and I still remember my Commodore 64 as that light pen.
Indeed.
So yes, kids, we will see you next time on They Create Worlds, where we get to see, will this end with episode 3, or will we go on to 4? Next time.
I still mean... Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Next time on They Create Worlds.
Because really what I was going to say doesn't need to be on the episode recording. I still maintain that we're not going to go past 3
Saved.
in the live stream.
Okay.
I think we're going to do 4 on Commodore. But quite honestly, just the amount of time it takes to do 3 is a very long time. And 4 is a lot, but also I hadn't quite gotten all of my in-depth research done on the last couple of years of the company, which if this had been a 3-part episode would have been fine because we could have glossed over some of that. But if it's going to be 4 parts, I need to have that
you need all
more
that.
solid.
Yeah.
So all joking aside, we are definitely only going to live stream 3 episodes, but
You'll get the
very
super
clearly
secret
there's
4th
going to need to
episode eventually.
yeah, there will clearly need to be a 4th episode to finish the entire thing. Yeah. We're basically going to be following Bagnall, who would have guessed, where episode 1 was the early years. Written it yet, but episode 1 was the early years. Episode 2 is a company on the edge. Episode 3 is the Amiga years, and episode 4 is the final year.
Really, Ethan, eventually it'll just become, this is no longer They Create Worlds. This is They Talk About Commodore, episode 215.
There's a lot of information out there. That's part of why you can do this. But, yeah. So we are going to take a dinner break now. For those who have done these, yep. For those who have done these in the past, this will be a longer break. I don't know. Hopefully, we can reconvene within an hour or less, but it partially depends on capabilities of getting food. So, hang in there, enjoy yourselves in chat. If you don't want to stick it out for the whole thing, we'll totally understand. I know some of the diehards will, but I also know the long stream. We thank you all for your support, whether you were here for 2 minutes, 2 hours, or 20 hours. It is all meaningful.
Definitely.
Thanks for the new follows as well. For those who partook, and yeah, we'll be back for more Commodore shenanigans when we can.
Yep, it's 5 here, 6 o'clock Alex's time, so hopefully we'll be back in roughly an hour. Maybe a little bit over that, but give or take, we're going to try and shoot for an hour. Stretch your legs, go get some food yourself, hang out and chat, enjoy the music, and the random text that scrolls across the screen. All that fun stuff, and we will see you in an hour.
Alrighty.
Hello, hello, hello. We return to you. Roughly
Indeed.
around when we told you we would return to you.
Yeah, give or take. Close enough.
Close enough for government work.
That's
We even have
right.
this 3 here. We want to make it a 4+.
Well, there'll only be one more tonight. Spoiler alert, we're not getting through all of for today, but we are still only recording one episode.
Oh no! You're gonna leave them on a cliffhanger and they can't even hear the ending.
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is spongy and bruised.
Sounds like someone needs more snoo snoo. Let's see. Prime the recorders. Recorder 1 armed. Recorder 2 armed. I am ready to push the red button of death.
I'm not.
Oh, well, fine. Loading Reaper for Alex.
Amiga-nanigans. There'll definitely be some of those.
Amiga shenanigans?
Or Amiga-nanigans, as the chat has dubbed them.
Well, makes sense. It's all Jack's fault. We'll blame him.
Oh no, that one's not all Jack's fault.
Oh. It's not.
The lawsuit's Jack's fault.
Oh. I was thinking about adding a little Amiga bouncing ball somewhere, but I didn't have enough time for that one. Definitely wanted to add an Amiga bouncy ball. Everyone wants a bouncy ball from Amiga.
The boingy boingy.
Boingy, 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 boingy. Just like the Animaniacs, right?
Yes.
But here we are. We're almost ready for episode 3.
Indeed. I can do the red button whenever.
Alrighty, red button whenever. So, right there. 3, 2, 1. Red button pressed. Numbers going up.
Yes,
Wave
indeed.
files
Always.
waving.
That's right.
Blinds reticulated.
Yeah.
What? Doom. Okay. And there. All right. Welcome to They Create Worlds. I'm Jeffrey, and I'm joined by my co-host, Alex.
Hello.
We return to you fed, refreshed, and ready to tackle the horrors of Commodore 3 before we even contemplate the horrors of Commodore 4 Plus. But we get to do it not alone, but with a live studio audience in Internet land. Hello, Twitch chat. We welcome you back after our brief dinner hiatus. And all the shenanigans and joys you get to enjoy now.
Indeed, this is our third part of our look at the history of Commodore. Being honest at this point, I can say this is going to be the third of 4 parts on the history of Commodore. It is one of those rare 4-parters. I think we've only done 2 4-parters ever that are officially 4-parters. The Atari we did, and then the history of everything that we did once. Don't think anything else is officially a 4-parter, though obviously subjects that if you string together multiple episodes across multiple years, you could consider them 4 or even more parters. However, this is the last one we will be streaming. I really, in addition to the fact that we've been going for quite some time, 6 hours, it'll be 8 hours probably-ish by the time we're done with this, with an hour dinner break thrown in there somewhere. In addition to the fact that it's just a very long time, there's also the fact that I should do some more research on the 1990 to 90 period if it's going to be its own episode. There's plenty of sources out there to give it a full treatment, but if this had been 3 episodes, it would have been a slightly higher level view. So it'll be good to get straight all of those Amiga 300s and 600s and 1200s, thousands, not to mention the CD-TV and the CD2, and do that full spectrum of nonsense justice. So that will be the next episode. We'll actually announce what the next episode is after stream, which we haven't done the past couple of live streams because it'll be a continuation. But we are going to move right along into 4 parts, of which this will be the third.
Okay, for those of you who might be listening to this as they come out, as opposed to, live streams, we left off in actually a high note for Commodore. They started off with money troubles, calculator stuff, all sorts of crazy. Decided to play around with computers. Kind of worked, kind of didn't. But then they really hit on something with cheaper computers aimed at the mass market. And really hit gold with not only the VIC-20, but particularly the Commodore 64. Which, incidentally, was my first computer. It really catapulted everything really, really well for Commodore, cementing them in the love of many, many people as they used it as their first gaming computer, a little bit of programming, a little bit of fun. Heck, if you're watching this live or the replay on YouTube, you can enjoy all of the fun Commodore 64 themed stuff that I put on the screen so that you can all enjoy the horrors of the Commodore 64.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, it was a high point in a lot of ways, though at the same time, it did plant the seeds of destruction for the company at the same time as well. Commodore was in a really complicated place. I mean, you're right. They found something that worked very well for them. They conquered a low-end market that until Commodore helped define it, I'm not sure anyone was really fully cognizant that it could exist in that way. Obviously, they were joined by other companies. Obviously, the British had been doing it even before Commodore had in the United Kingdom, but as we've talked about in other episodes, that UK market was a very different kind of market. So it doesn't necessarily coalesce one-to-one. They won. They fought a price war. I urge you to listen to our price war episodes if you want to fill in a little bit of the gap around the VIC-20 and the Commodore 64, which we didn't talk about in those areas where we had already done pretty significant coverage. Their revenues just kept growing and growing and growing. In 1982, the year that the VIC launched, they had earnings of $304 million and a net income of just over $40 million. In 1983, now these are fiscal years. Commodore's years end June 30th, just so you know. So all of these years are years going from May to June, July to June. On June 30th, wow. Alex, come on, get it together. In 1983, that revenue more than doubled to $681 million, and profits had a similar jump all the way up to $88 million. And then the year ended 1984, which of course is encompassing Christmas 1983 when the Commodore 64 and the VIC-20 are humming on all cylinders. The biggest year Commodore had ever had and would see again for some time, $1.2 billion in sales, $143 million in net income. Truly phenomenal growth for a company that had been in the doldrums. The stock had gotten as low as the single digits and now was trading in like the 60s or something like that. Irving Gould surely had a lot to be happy about. Jack Tramiel certainly had a lot to be happy about. But at this time, they weren't, unfortunately, really happy with each other. There was a personality clash that had probably always been there between Jack Tramiel and Irving Gould, but really bubbled over now that the company was. We've already talked about Jack and the way he preferred a company to be lean and mean. And we also talked about how I really do believe that that goes back in large degree to both his experiences in the Holocaust, when you really had to look after yourself because who else was going to, and also his experiences with Atlantic Acceptance, in which he got in with people that led him astray. It's an open question, not legally, but an open question historically, whether he knew that he was being led astray or not. But either way, regardless of his level of culpability, he was led astray by other people who wanted to do fancy financial shenanigans. And I think both of those experiences made Jack someone who wanted to keep the company very small, very tight, very controllable entirely by him. He was, as we've said, the CEO of Commodore International, which had a series of subsidiaries. Technically, there were presidents below him of both Commodore International and of Commodore Business Machines in the United States. Those levels of management were revolving doors. Jack would hire presidents, I think because Irving Gould wanted him to. Jack, I don't think, really wanted to have presidents. Every so often, one of those presidents would even become an inner circle member, but he still didn't want presidents. He would give them enough rope to hang themselves, quite frankly. He would give them a little bit of independence until they did something that he didn't like. Then the Jack attack would come fast and furious, and they would be replaced. And I don't think this sat well at all with Irving Gould, because I do believe, especially with what happened after Jack left, which of course we're building up to, I believe that Irving Gould wanted the company to grow and become a traditional big company, because that would lead to an ever-rising stock price and finally probably a certain stability level of stock price if Commodore became an IBM-type company. I think a lot of the pressure to have presidents and to have structure was coming from Irving Gould, and I think Jack resented it and didn't want it. But I also don't think that Irving Gould thought that Jack alone, or even perhaps Jack with help, was necessarily capable of taking this company to the next level. It's one thing to be a scrappy fighter when you're a $10 million company, a $50 million company, and a $100 million company. But we're talking about a company now that is fast in 1983 approaching a $1 billion company. And I don't think Irving saw Jack as the manager for that kind of company. And quite frankly, he's absolutely right. Jack would not be the right manager for that company because he doesn't delegate. He wants to keep tight control. He's approving all expenses of $1,000 or more. You can't do that in a big company. Now, it doesn't seem like Irving Gould really wanted Jack out necessarily. Jack as a figurehead, Jack as somebody rallying the troops, pushing hard, keeping a vision going and trying to direct everybody towards that vision could be a very effective CEO. Go ahead.
That's something that we have harpened on many times on this podcast, where you have someone who's a really good creative and has the vision of here's what we want to do, here's what we want to accomplish, here's the kind of products that we want to produce. And then you have someone who's really good at the business side and goes, this is how you actually accomplish that. Here's how you structure everything so that things are done smoothly, so that we have good production, good this, good that, and we have a structure that can support that vision. If Jack wants to control both of those aspects, and not delegate, then that's going to lead to an implosion.
Sure. And I mean, he's not really a product guy either. He's a deal maker. He understands sales and marketing, and he can drive a company in a direction. He can push people. He pushed the company into computers for the masses, not the classes. Now, he has those kind of attributes, but he's not a product guy either. He's more useful to Irving Gould at a big company as this kind of CEO figurehead than he is as a day-to-day manager. And Gould kept trying to bring in people to be president, and Jack would keep firing them. And this was starting to make Gould very uncomfortable. Gould did not like some of the things that Jack was doing in the middle of the price war. He didn't like all of the chaos that sometimes followed Jack as he double-crossed distributors and retailers. One of his last kind of big coup de grace against Texas Instruments, which we talked about in our Price Wars episode, just not in our Commodore episode, was when he cut the price of all of Commodore's peripherals for their Commodore 64 and I think also for the VIC-20 in half, because that was the last area where Texas Instruments was still making money. And so he was going for a kill shot. He didn't just want to beat them. He wanted to murder them. He still remembered the calculator wars that absolutely destroyed him. That move was pure chaos, because as with all of his price moves, which we again talked about in our Price War episode, he never gave warnings to people who already had stock. And so they would be stuck with inventory that was overpriced. It caused chaos in the marketplace, and it seriously ate into margins, because that was a good business, the peripherals business. There's a reason it was the last place Texas Instruments was still making money. It was a good place. So, or a good place to make money. It was also during this time that a very infamous hit piece came out in Forbes magazine. Not one that it seems like Gould instigated, but one that Gould absolutely participated in. We made reference to it earlier. It was titled Albatross, and it was all about how Jack Tramiel was unfit to run a large company. It talked about all the chaos in his wake. They quoted one of his many ex-presidents, Jim Fink, who said that a good company has strong barons and a strong king, and that at Commodore there are only weak barons and a strong king, because Fink was one of the many presidents that was chased out because he wanted to do things at the company, and Jack would not let him. This is also the article where Gould talked about how he bragged, really, about how he kept Jack Tramiel on a tight leash and wouldn't let him take any real risks. This is in reference to the fact that he would never go to the markets to raise money for him. He was always leaving Jack scrappy. I think he felt that Jack was more effective scrappy and maybe not the best taker of risks. And so this was kind of the situation. So that article, which Gould participated in but didn't instigate, also got him thinking that maybe this isn't my guy. So he started to put pressure again on trying to bypass Jack and grow the company. After Jim Fink, the latest in the series of presidents, he hired a new president by the name of Bob Lane. in 1983, who Gould tried to empower to take more of an active role in the company. I think all the presidents tried, but the way Bagnall writes it, it seems like he was even kind of pressing more and insisting more that Bob Lane be given some additional ability. And the company started to grow a little bit, just kind of slowly at first, but it was starting to change in ways that had Jack maybe a little less at the center of focus. He started going after some of Jack's loyalists, most notably Kit Spencer, who had so effectively launched both the VIC-20 and the Commodore 64 in the United States. Now, he didn't last long. Lane didn't make it past June 1983 himself. He was barely there. But Bagnall seems to indicate that this was kind of a little bit of a shift. And this is the period of time when Jack and Irving really started fighting. There's a lot of stories around why Jack Tramiel left Commodore. And I think all of them are true.
All of them.
All of them. By which I mean, I think all of them tell a part of the story. Jack Tramiel never spoke about what happened between him and Gould, except in the very vaguest of terms. He did give an interview, I think in 1986, where he discussed how he didn't feel like he could run the company the way he wanted to run the company, that he wasn't being allowed to do that. And so he said goodbye. Many people at the time said that it had to do with succession and bringing his family into the company. Jack didn't want to bring in an outside president, but he was very keen that his sons take a role in the business, which he still saw as a family business. It was a public company. He'd given up a lot of control to Gould, but it was still, in essence, not in legal fact since they'd relocated to the Bahamas, but in essence, it was still the company that he and Manfred Kopp had founded on a wing and a prayer all the way back in the 1950s. He's a family man. He's a Holocaust survivor who feels that he needs to provide for his family. And so he's willing to put a little more structure in place if it involves bringing in his sons. He had 3 sons who by this time were all adults. And through truly coincidence, Jack said so, and I think they would agree, even though I'm sure he nudged them a little bit, through mostly coincidence, they ended up each taking on a role that would make them perfect to be the next generation to run Commodore. The eldest son, Sam, was the most like his father. He didn't have his father's vision necessarily, but he was hard-nosed like his father. He looked a little like his father, and he had been kind of groomed to be the runner of a company, like to actually run a company. The middle son, Leonard, was actually the black sheep. He's very different from his brothers, which he would say as well. He's also the only Tramiel that will regularly talk to anyone about anything. The family's pretty private. He was the black sheep, and initially the direction he took, I don't think, is one that his father particularly cared for, because it wasn't business-oriented. He decided to get a physics degree and advanced degrees in physics, not just stopping with one. But through working summers at Commodore while he was pursuing his advanced education, he did start to get integrated into the product development apparatus of Commodore. And even though he wasn't strictly a computer scientist or an electrical engineer, he was a sciencey person. He was a math and science person, a physics person. And so he was actually well situated to take on a product development role. And then the youngest son, Gary, with 2 R's, as Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, noted in the chat, was kind of the wild child. This is according to Leonard, of the group. As the youngest child, he tended to be able to get away with more. So I think he tended to be more of the partier, but he also went into finance and actually managed the personal financial holdings of the Trammell family. So he had a business guy, a product guy, and a finance guy. Like the perfect triumvirate to move in on a company. But Gould wasn't about having a family company. He wasn't about having a Trammell company. He wanted a big, stable business with stock worth lots and lots of money that would allow him to maintain his lavish, globe-trotting lifestyle. Commodore was not his only investment. It's the one we always focus on as video game and computer historians because that's our focus. He had his hands in many pies, but Commodore was an important one of them. And he wanted that to be a big, serious company. And I don't think he saw a Trammell family company as meeting that standard. So one of the things that people always say is that there was a dispute between the Gould and Trammell about the family. Leonard Trammell, as I said, the only member of the family to ever talk, denies that this was the catalyst. And from a certain point of view, it probably wasn't the catalyst in the sense that that wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back. It wasn't the thing that led them to have a board meeting not long after the January 1984 ES, in which Jack Trammell was summarily dismissed. I mean, it wasn't the catalyst probably in that sense, but it was part of it. At that very CES, which was a very tense one that was so tense that Jack Trammell actually left in the middle of it, drove off in the Ferrari he had recently been gifted by his family for his birthday, and essentially left the company at that point, even though the dismissal wasn't official until a few weeks later. Bob Russell, one of the engineers who was working the booth near the private meeting room where the two of them were talking, heard a very strident argument between Trammell and Gould that was all about the family being part of the company. So despite what the Trammell family says, I mean, they're obviously biased. I think that that's a huge part of it as well. What Leonard Trammell says is that the final straw that broke the camel's back in this big final conversation that they had that neither Irving nor Jack talked about in their own lifetimes was over the use of the company plane. Commodore had a company plane. For a while they didn't, and then they did again. The Pet Jet. Irving Gould used it whenever he wanted to as part of maintaining his lifestyle. I mean, he was the chairman of the company, so it was legal, but still, he wasn't just using it for company business. Obviously, the company itself used it for business as well. Jack Trammell once nearly died in it when a defect in the coffee maker caused the cord to the coffee maker to slowly fray until the point that turning it on created a spark that caused an electrical fire. Truly nearly died, not even kidding. And according to Leonard, they had a huge argument because Jack thought that it was unethical the way that Irving was using the plane, and it's like, well, I'm doing it. And then Jack was like, well, be at a company that's like that. Yes, I did make that joke. No, I made that joke earlier, Crater, when Ethan and I were talking, not on stream, but before stream, and I called it the original hot coffee mod.
Oh, God.
So, yes. I believe, Leonard, that conversation happened, but I do think that is truly a straw breaking the camel's back kind of situation. It was about that level of control. Jack was losing control, and I think he used this as a pretense. This is the issue, the use of the company plane, that he used as an inflection point or a tipping point to talk about control of the company. So I think they're all true. I think there was a struggle for control of the company. I think Irving was not confident in Jack's ability to lead a billion-dollar company. I think Irving wanted the company to grow into a more mature management structure that Jack was blocking. I think Jack felt very frustrated that he couldn't run the company the way he wanted to. I think there was huge tension because he wanted to bring his sons in and he wasn't being allowed to. And I think that he deliberately blew up about the plane because it served his purposes in furthering this conversation. Gould was not necessarily trying to get rid of Jack, though I don't know that he was particularly disappointed when Jack was gone. Well, yes and no. I think there were parts of having Jack that he missed. I think there were parts of not having Jack around that he was happy. But I also think there were parts of Jack that he missed. We're not getting to the final years of the company in this episode. That'll be episode 4. But when he brings in his last president, Mehdi Ali, it does seem like that he was trying to get a mini Jack. He didn't really get one, but it feels like that's what he was trying to get. So I think he did miss some of that energy and drive that Jack had. Though I don't know that he, in the moment, really missed having him around. But I don't think he was really trying to get... I think he wanted to keep him around as a visionary, as a guy who could rally the troops, set the direction of the company. But he wanted a more mature management structure and a more mature president that wouldn't just be fired by Jack 6 months later. And according to Bagnall, they were actually starting to have discussions, even while Jack was still there, about bringing in a new president serving under Jack by the name of Marshall Smith. As it turns out, when Jack decides to leave the company, they do bring in Marshall Smith to actually be the CEO of the company. Smith is a very different guy from Jack. It's interesting because everyone talks about him as being an older guy. Like the Commodore people at the time remember him as being this older president brought in. But he's actually 1 to 2 years younger than Jack, depending on, the discrepancies around Jack's actual birth date. I think that says something. I think it says less about his age, though obviously he wasn't a young 20-something go-getter. But I think it says less about his age and more about his personality. I think he felt old compared to Jack. Jack was always moving, always striving. Marshall came out of businesses that moved much slower. First of all, he was a finance guy. He wasn't a salesman in the Jack Tramiel mold. He started his career, or he had a degree from the University of Illinois in management and accounting. He worked at U.S. Steel for 16 years. Back when U.S. Steel meant something. Back in the 50s and 60s. When it was one of the pillars of the American economy. And, one of the bedrocks. I forget what the quote is. I don't know if I can find it off the top of my head.
Finding quotes live. Yay, quotes.
I don't think I probably can, but, it was considered the strongest of strongest American corporations. It was big. It was mighty. This is the kind of company that, Irving Gould, I think, wanted, but it was also slow. It doesn't move fast the technology changes every generation instead of every other quarter. After that, he joined a company called Indian Head, a conglomerate with diversified holdings. They were big in shipping. They were big in automotive technology, like brakes. They were big in construction. They were in textiles. They were a big conglomerate. He started as an assistant controller, as a finance guy, then moved up to assistant general manager of their specialty vehicle division, then was corporate vice president and controller, 1972 executive vice president, and then 1974 became president and chief operating officer of the company. That same year, I believe, but certainly somewhere in that area, the company was purchased by a Dutch conglomerate, Thyssen-Bornemisza. And fun fact, we talked way back in the first episode about Irving Gould's investments, one of them in a company called Stedman Industries. That company was also in the shipping business, just like Indian Head and just like Thyssen. And I didn't follow through in the newspapers far enough to see if they actually did end up buying out Stedman, but at the very least, they made an offer to buy the company while Irving Gould was still there and was still the chairman. So we know that Irving and Marshall were friends at the time that he was thinking of bringing him into Commodore. And yeah, that's probably how they met each other, was through Thyssen-Bornemisza. Okay, they did do the purchasing, yes. So Interpool Limited was the Bahamian shell corporation that Gould eventually created to take Stedman to the Bahamas. So Stedman became Interpool Limited in the Bahamas, and then, yes, Thyssen-Bornemisza purchased them. I'm glad you did all that research, SM Oliva. I am mortified that I didn't look at it before we did these episodes, but you're here. So we've got it covered. Again, Computer Chronicles Revisited. It's an amazing blog. Yes, it's going through episode by episode through the classic show Computer Chronicles, but each episode is not just summarizing or revisiting the episode. There is a huge amount of contextual history that is provided in each blog post as well. So, an absolutely phenomenal blog. Check it out.
We'll be adding it to the show notes.
Indeed. Yeah, specifically the one that talks about Gould. We'll add to the show notes. So they knew each other through that avenue. And this was the kind of steady executive that Irving Gould wanted. He still wanted perhaps a visionary like Jack as CEO if he could keep him, but he was willing to settle for a Marshall Smith as CEO and president who was dependable, who knew finance, who knew marketing, and who knew how to staff up and run a big company. Of course, the thing he didn't know a thing about was computers.
It turns on.
And this was yeah. And, you know, this is something that we see across many of these companies, including Atari. It was a time when it was thought that business is business is business. And there's truth to that in a lot of fields. I don't know that there's truth to that in video games and in computer games and in computers. They move so fast that you have to have some idea of where you're going. You don't need to know every last in and out to be the boss, but you need to have some idea of where they're going.
Would you say it's fair that business is business for any traditional, slower-paced company where change is not dramatic, where things don't change month to month, year to year drastically, where how a company operates one year can be very different from how it operates another year. We see this with technology because that's what we're in, But I imagine there's other industries where there is a lot of change that happens, and unless you have a vision, you can't actually function in that industry.
Absolutely. I would absolutely agree with that. But the change was made at the height of the company's success, where Jack Tramiel had vanquished all comers. Jack Tramiel was no longer at the company. And the company was, quite frankly, starting to lose its way a little bit. This period of great triumph was actually masking an equal period of kind of great disaster. There were few things that happened at Commodore, both immediately before and immediately after the transition. First of all, in all honesty, I think while Jack was distracted by the power struggle unfolding between himself and Irving Gould in 1983, marketing got its hands on the latest product that engineering was working on and drove it in a very bad direction. You see, Jack didn't really believe much in marketing people. I mean, there were some that he trusted, like Kit Spencer, who launched the VIC-20 and the C64 in the US. But he never really wanted marketing people involved in product design. Product design was kind of sacrosanct. This held on almost every computer product that the company did while Jack was in charge. Obviously, Jack himself made decisions like forget about the Apple killer, go do computers for the masses. But he didn't really let other people get involved. He let engineers design the computer. And then when they had something that he thought looked cool, he was like, we'll ship that. So following up on the success of the C64, the company started, as I hinted at the beginning or at the end of the last episode, started looking for other directions that they could dominate now that they had pretty thoroughly taken over the middle ground of the home computer market with the VIC-20 and the C64. One of those was a Unix workstation, the C900. We're not going to really talk about that one because it's really tangential to us talking about Commodore as a video game company. It never came out. It was based on the Z8000, which was a kind of weird... we're going to get there, Carl. The 2500 was an official machine. It was being done out of Germany, and it's what became the 2000. But it was officially sanctioned. It was just not coming from the normal engineering departments. But we'll talk about it. We'll get there. So the C900 was a Z8000 machine, which was kind of a weird choice. But at the time, they were still having some lingering legal issues with. So at the time, they didn't feel they could go the 68000 route, Motorola's 16-bit processor, and Intel processors were just too expensive. So they went Z8000, which wasn't a great chip. And they were going Unix because Sun had kind of pioneered the high-end Unix workstation. And there were lots of delays, the constant brain drain, and constant switching between multiple projects and whatnot was kind of taking its toll. So there were a lot of starts and stops. And it also corresponded when the period where there was turmoil with Jack was leaving. So it just kind of faded away. It was never released. They also did a portable, which we're also not going to talk about really, the SX64, leveraging their LCD facility. But the main thing is that during the period of time of the computer price wars, the home computer market had shifted downward again, as we talked about in those episodes. At the start of it, a home computer was a VIC at 200 or 300, a Commodore 64 at 600. Obviously, those prices came down, but it was kind of the under $600 market, and it was kind of assumed that you'd have a $200, $300 low end of that market. And then Sinclair invaded with their TS-1000 and upended the market. And so Commodore decided in 1983, before the price wars got to their absolute craziest point, that they needed a Sinclair killer. Because that's how Jack reacted. They have something, do something better and cheaper, and get them out of there. Now, as it turned out, which we talked about in the Price Wars episode, they didn't actually need a Sinclair killer because the VIC-20 came down so low in price that it became the de facto Sinclair killer. They didn't need another computer, but in early 1983, that wasn't apparent yet. And so they started down this path, and they created a new chip at MOS Technology called the TED, which was short for text display. This was a video chip with integrated sound hardware that was very similar to the VIC in a lot of ways, but it removed the sprite capability. Or, I'm sorry, very similar to the VIC-2 is what I meant to say. The original VIC didn't have sprites. But it removed the sprite capability. It made the resolution and the colors a little better, but at the expense of having sprites. And, of course, the sound was much worse than you could get out of a SID chip, which was the finest sound chip that had been created at that point. Some C64 users probably say that has ever been created. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I mean, no shade on
I
this.
did enjoy some rockin' C64 music.
Indeed. No shade on the SID chip at all in this stream.
Did I leave the intro screen for Necromancer just sitting there playing and running on loop, listening to the music? Yes. Yes, I did.
And so they decided to create this cheaper computer that could fill this lower level niche using this new TED chip, as well as, of course, a not 6502 anymore because they had made some upgraded versions of them, but either a 7501 or an 8501, just essentially more advanced versions of them. Well, unlike most other projects that the company did, this one got a little bit in the hands of the marketing people. And the marketing people decided that they really needed to do a multi-pronged assault. And so it ended up growing in an unwieldy direction, ended up becoming 3 different projects. The Commodore 16, which was closest to the original conception as a Sinclair killer. The Commodore 116, that was very similar but slightly more advanced and was seen as a TI-99 4A killer, because why not? Remember, this is at the beginning, earlier in 83, before full effects of the price war were known. And then something to compete with the Atom computer, which was making waves for being a complete package with built-in software, or at least software that came with it and you just plugged in a cartridge and played it, known as the Plus 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. And here's where things get ugly. The Plus 4 was envisioned as this great low-cost computer with included applications for doing basic things like word processing that was actually housed in ROM on the system itself.
That sounds good.
Well, here's the problem. The market didn't really want that. The market was madly in love with the C64, which was selling like gangbusters. Again, we'll have to do a market study just like we did on hotcakes to see how gangbusters really sell. It was selling hundreds and hundreds of thousands of units. Software makers were flocking to it. It was becoming the main de facto game machine, and it had come down in price precipitously. The Plus 4, as well as the C16 and the C116, were not compatible with the C64.
Not compatible how? Just like the software wouldn't run, or
Right.
there were too many changes to it that you would have to make, or...
No, not period. Not compatible. You could not run C64 software on a Plus 4 because it had a completely different video chip. The TED didn't have sprites. Like, there was no way, and it's not an expandable computer either. It's not like they could build a daughter board that had a VIC-2 on it. I don't think anyone would have bought it if they did, but, like, it's not expandable. And it just has this TED chip. It doesn't have sprites. It is completely incompatible with the Commodore 64. And its introductory price, because of the software they were shipping with it, was $299. Which at this point, I believe was more expensive than the Commodore 64.
So I can't play all of my favorite games on it, and I have a middling word processor and VisiCalc wannabe built in, and it probably doesn't do that well at all.
It's a disaster. They sell a few of them in Europe because Europe is so Commodore mad, particularly Germany and the United Kingdom, that they'll take just about anything that Commodore throws at them. But it's a massive bomb. And they were banking on this as being the next big thing. Like, this wasn't just a little side project. They were manufacturing these Plus 4s like crazy. This was the successor system. This would be the next thing after the Commodore 64 to take them forward in the market. It was the biggest misstep perhaps that Commodore ever did. I mean, they made some missteps around various Amiga products too, which we'll get to at some point. But this was really bad. And they took a bath on the inventory. They lost money like crazy. Now, this comes at the same time that they were doing these price wars. So the Commodore 64 is still popular. And the Commodore 64 is absolutely still selling. And they're still making money on it. But the margins aren't what they used to be on the hardware and on the peripherals. because of how much they cut the prices. And then at the same time, you have Marshall Smith coming in and building the big company that Gould always wanted, hiring a lot more managers, hiring a lot more marketers, hiring a lot more engineers. The company is getting big. And the new product is not working. And the old product doesn't have the margin that they would prefer it had.
Make another C64. It's your only hope.
You put it all together, and after having $143 million profit in fiscal 1984, they have a $113 million loss in 1985 on sales that fall from $1.2 billion to $883.
So they lost majorly. You're talking $1 billion plus in losses. No, I can't do math.
That's okay.
So instead
Sales
of having,
decreased about 400 million. Yeah.
So they lost a significant chunk of what they were bringing in.
Yeah, and they went immediately into losses. After that great triumph, they plunged into a massive loss in fiscal 1985, which, remember, is ending June 30th, which means the holiday season we're talking about is 1984. 1984, the +4 destroyed them. And so even though the C64 was still selling, it didn't matter. So after that, the company got the message a little bit, because what everyone was telling them is, why did you put out this C16 and this +4? The C16 didn't do great either, but they hadn't banked on it to the same degree, so it didn't matter so much as the +4. Why did you give us these incompatible systems when what we really want you to do is give us the next version of the Commodore 64? Fully backwards compatible with more powerful features. And so that's what they finally do. They're like, all right, we'll have to wait till History of Commodore Episode 4, which won't be live streamed, to get into the Commodore 65. But we will. We will.
Doom.
They finally, in 1984, turned their attention to doing that by starting a project that is, yes, the Commodore 128.
Yay!
However, they do that in a kind of funky way. Because the logical thing that people probably wanted out of a Commodore 128 was a Commodore 64 with more memory, hence the 128, and then expandable beyond that.
Fix that circuit board problem.
Yes. Yeah, fix the circuit board problem. And because the C64 board was compromised by having to fit into a PET case, which they decided, not a PET case, to fit in a VIC-20 case, which they decided was a mistake, and did also end up with them inadvertently erasing the high-speed lines for the disk drive, as we talked about in other episodes. So get it in a better case, and then use one of the more advanced 6502 variants that ran at a higher clock speed. That would allow people to play some of the latest Commodore 64 games that were already starting to push the bounds of what the system could do, and play them at a decent speed and extend the life of the system. But that's not what they did. Instead, they decided to take an approach of a Frankenstein's monster computer that would have a C64 mode that was 100% compatible. and I do mean 100% compatible. Like Bill Hurd, a brilliant engineer, was a fascinating character, high school dropout, alcoholic by his own admission, but a great engineer who just intuitively understood system design. What he decided to do was to create this Frankenstein, or I remember where I am now. Cut all that. He spent days and days and weeks making sure every C64 application was compatible. Which is not as easy as it sounds, because when he first started doing it and created the C64 mode on this new computer, he was like, I'm going to fix all the bugs and problems on the original C64. Because the C64 was a very buggy and strangely put together system because, as we said last time, it was made by the engineers at MOS Technology. They were very smart, very capable chip designers. They were not systems engineers. And so they didn't do the best job of actually designing the board for the 64. So he's like, I'm going to fix all the problems. But as we all know, programmers are lazy. And when programmers discover an exploit that allows them to do things a certain way that would otherwise take a lot of time and energy to figure out, they use the exploit. And so a lot of the software on the C64 only worked right if you had all of the glitches and errors in the original C64 in there, because they took advantage of those to run. So he ended up having to put them all back.
Why won't it? I require that you let me restore a feature. I think there's next KCD a thing about this where you have some feature that involves holding down some key that makes the CPU get really hot so that the guy's coffee gets heated up or something.
Right. And so it had this fully backwards compatible C64 mode. Then it had the native C128 mode, which could do 80 columns, which the C64 could not. And it took advantage of the faster 2 megahertz clock speed of the 8502, the upgrade to the 6502. Commodore 64 technically had a 6510, but that's really a 6502 with I/O on it. It's basically a 6502. But this mode was not compatible with C64 software. So the improvements that you got from the C128 were not applied to the C64. And then, because they were like, and we should vaguely try to make this a business machine too, they also added a Z80 so that it could run a CPM mode. Because why not?
Because it makes us happy.
So the C128 was an odd duck. It wasn't a terrible computer. It sold okay. They sold several million of them. Take care of that. 1 second.
Uh-oh. Taking care of
one-
things. Taking care of things. Doom, 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 doom.
But the problem was it wasn't a real C64 successor. It didn't extend that market, or it didn't surpass that market. Most people that bought a C128 basically just wanted to keep using C64 stuff, but they figured they'd buy the latest new hotness. Nobody really developed software for the C128. So it was kind of a dead, it was a dead platform. Like, it sold fine. It wasn't a problem like the Plus 4, but like, nobody was buying it to be a C128. They were just buying it to be a C64. And I think they would have been happier if some of the advantages of the C128, like 80 columns, more memory, faster clock speed, had been applied to a Commodore 64 rather than being a whole new mode. So it was kind of weird, but they kept making them all the way till 1989. They sold a few million of them. Whatever. What they really needed was to get out of the 8-bit market that they had been trapped in for so long. Because the market was moving beyond that. The problem is, with their vertical integration, they did not have a true 16-bit successor to the 6502. MOS technology, because of the brain drain that they had suffered after the completion of the 6502, they didn't have any engineers on staff who could extend the architecture. Bill Mensch, at his Western Design Center, did create an extension to the 6502, the 65816. But it wasn't that great. Nowadays, it's only known, if people know it as all, as the processor that was in the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. A relic of when they were trying to include backward compatibility with the NES. So they didn't have a 16-bit solution in-house. But they were darn well going to need one because everybody else was moving in that direction. Oh, no, that's a good point. As chat points out, it was in the Apple IIgs as well. Because, of course, they were also trying to extend from the Apple II, which was a 6502 machine. So, yes, good call out, chat. Keeping me honest. But they needed a 16-bit machine because the world was going there. Intel already was there with the PC. But they would have to look outside. And they ended up partnering with buying, another reason that they had a loss in 1984, quite frankly, a little company called the Amiga Corporation.
The Amiga Corporation.
Yes, the Amiga Corporation. So now we have to go way, way back. Once again, to that blissful summer of 1982, when the Commodore 64 was being presented at the June CES. One of the many people that was at the June CES that year was Activision programmer and almost but not quite co-founder Larry Kaplan. Larry Kaplan was at Activision still at this time. Wasn't completely happy there. By his own admission, he's kind of grass is always greener kind of guy. Wasn't happy at Atari. Was going to be part of founding Activision. Got waylaid by Chuck Peddle into working for a startup working with Commodore. Didn't found Activision. Realized he made a mistake. Came back to Activision shortly after it was founded. And now, a couple of years later, He's unhappy again. At the show, he takes in some of the latest stuff there, and he sees something from a Japanese company, by his recollection, some tennis game that really blew him away and made him think that the state of the art in video games was about to shift. Now, in Bagnell's book and in interviews with me, because I've interviewed Larry separately, he says that he saw an early version of the family computer. I mean, it wouldn't be NES then, but of the family computer. That is impossible according to the timelines that we have from various Japanese sources for the development of the family computer. They had not finalized the chipset by June 1982. There was no way he could have seen family computer stuff. It didn't exist yet. It was a twinkle in Masayo Uemura's eye, but it did not exist. But he saw something that he remembers being a tennis game and that he remembers being Japanese. Yes, Masayuki Uemura. Which got him to thinking that it was time for a new generation of hardware. So he ends up talking with a friend of his, another former Atari employee, Doug Neubauer, who at this time is working for 20th Century Fox's game division, but had previously been the creator of the Pokey sound chip on the Atari 8-bit computers and the programmer of the absolutely classic killer app, Star Raiders. And they get to talking, and they're like, we can do better than this. And Kaplan was kind of unhappy, and so it's like, let's build our own video game system.
That's even better.
That's right.
You can play
I'm not gonna
blackjack,
say it.
maybe.
I'm not going to say it. Not this time. I'm not going to say it, but everyone knows what we're thinking. Everyone knows.
You may take your drink now.
So, of course, they contact their good friend, Jay Miner. We don't have to go into Jay Miner's whole background here. We've talked about him before, particularly in the creation of the VCS, but he is the absolutely legendary chip designer behind Stella, the principal chip designer on the Atari VCS, the principal chip designer on the first round of Atari 8-bit computers. Jay Miner at this point has also long since left Atari. He was very perturbed after he finished the 8-bit computers that Ray Kassar would not allow him to immediately start on a 16-bit computer, because Jay Miner wanted to continue pushing the boundaries of what was possible in home computing. Kassar's argument was, we don't even know how the 8-bit computers are going to do yet, because this is before they were even widely released. Let's hold on a second and see. Miner didn't like that, so he left. And he ended up working at a chip company called Zymos that had been bought out by a medical technology company called Intermedics, which had produced the first lithium battery pacemaker in 1976. Indeed, Dale. Indeed. And had purchased Zymos so that they had their own vertical integration to create chips for their pacemakers. So Kaplan and Neubauer come to Miner. Miner's like, let's do this. He talks to his boss, Bert Braddock, at Zymos, who talks to the owner of Intermedics, O. Wayne Rollins, a really rich guy. And Rollins agrees to fund this venture, which at this point is going to be a relatively cheap 8-bit, that's right, 8-bit video game system that is better than the competition and can make them lots of money and can also source its ROMs from Zymos, which means that that subsidiary also gets lots of money. Sounds great. course, they need someone to run this. They have Kaplan, who's a great game designer. They have Neubauer, a chip designer and a game designer. They have Miner, who's a great chip designer. They need someone to run the company. And so Wayne Rollins conducts a search through headhunters, and they end up discovering a VP of marketing at Tonka Toys, David Morse. Morse is another interesting fellow in the history of video games. He has a electrical engineering degree, so he's a little bit technical, but then he went on to Tufts School of Marketing to get a marketing degree. And then ended up working for Tonka. Tonka, of course, was most well known for its Tonka truck, its big metal dump truck. At this time, they were in the process of redesigning it to be plastic instead of metal, as it had been historically, to bring down costs. Morse wanted to go even further with his background in technology. He wanted to get into electronic toys, maybe put some electronics in those old dump trucks, maybe build other electronic toys. Tonka was somewhat conservative at this time in that regard and turned it down. He ended up seeing some of Nintendo's stuff, like the Game & Watch, and he was absolutely enthralled by the handheld electronic market and what Nintendo was doing, and actually tried to negotiate a deal where Tonka would take over some distribution of Nintendo stuff in the United States. But the company turned him down. So he was kind of dissatisfied. He was kind of feeling a little entrepreneurial, feeling like the company he was at wasn't listening to what he thought for sure was the future of this toy business stuff. And so when a headhunter came calling about this new startup, he was like, that sounds great. I'll go do that. And so he joined a company that was at this time called High Toro, because Rollins had a company called High Tech Ventures that had several off-the-shelf companies ready to go, one of which was High Toro, and so that's the one they got. And Rollins brought it into operation in October of 1982. Well, the makeup of the company changed very quickly. Rollins asked Kaplan to approach Nolan Bushnell about being on the board. Nolan Bushnell told Kaplan, it's like, well, you should come work for me. We can do it better than they can. And Kaplan, being the grass is always greener guy, was like, okay, I'll do that. Then realized that Bushnell was not going to do any such thing and was still under his non-compete after he was put on the beach by Warner. And so that didn't work out, and he ended up going back to Atari to be a VP of software. With Kaplan gone, his buddy Neubauer also left, so he was not actually involved in the creation either. And to compensate, Jay Miner brought in his good buddy Joe DeCure, who had also worked on the VCS and the Atari 8-bits. And then they hired an engineer from Apple by the name of Ken Nicholson. The team expanded on from there. I won't go into everybody who was on the Amiga team, but those were some of the first hires. Now, Rollins had been hoping to get a relatively cheap 8-bit video game system. Miner was interested in really actually doing an absolutely state-of-the-art 16-bit computer. That wasn't going to fly at High Toro, which was very shortly after renamed Amiga Corporation. But Morse, who was in charge of the company, wanted something more than a cheap 8-bit system himself. He wanted something that could do really great animation. He wanted people to be able to play living cartoon up there on the screen, basically. The way to do that was basically to take some technology that Miner was exposed to because he had a friend at Singer Link, the subsidiary of Singer Industries that created flight simulators. Yes, that Link. Link trainers. And he had a friend at Singer Link who showed them some of their latest systems. And this is where he kind of fully learned about the concept of bit splitting. It may not be where he first learned of it, because he's a pretty savvy guy, but it's definitely the place where he, after seeing it, that he first thought this would be possible in a video game system / computer. Now, I'm not a technical guy. So you'll have to excuse me if I completely mangle the idea of bit splitting. But as with many achievements in this period in computer graphics, bit splitting was something that was initially done at Xerox PARC and involves superimposing bitmaps on top of each other, where you basically cut a hole out of one bitmap and stick another bitmap on top of it in that place, and therefore have more realistic shadows and collisions and interactions and deformities, and have just generally more impressive graphical elements that interact with each other in a way that makes them a little more realistic. It's called bit splitting. That's what the PARC people called it. So chips that did that were called blitter chips. So Miner knew he wanted a blitter in this machine, which is a chip that's just specifically dedicated to doing these bitmap transforms and causing the whole thing to not slow down to a painful crawl as you're superimposing all these bitmaps on top of each other. Very state-of-the-art for 1983. Singer Link was doing it in a system that cost thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, but because they were selling big systems to the government, they also didn't have any incentive to miniaturize all that technology. After examining the Singer Link system, probably not in super detail, but at least getting a look at it, Miner was convinced that he could reduce all of that circuitry into a chip or a portion of a chip. So they got to work on what was going to be ostensibly a cool, cutting-edge 16-bit video game system, but that Miner always harbored in the back of his mind ambitions for making into a full computer. To do this, they chose the 68000 processor from Motorola, which was a pretty good choice at the time, 16-bit processor. And they created 3 custom chips, all named after a portion of their functionality. The Porsche chip, which had the interfaces for all the ports on the system. The Daphne chip, which was the display adapter, DA, Daphne. And Agnes for address generator. Some of these chips had other functions on them as well because there were pins available. But those were the 3 chips that they had to bring together. In the meantime, to raise some capital, they'd come up with a new joystick design that they were going to use on the video game system. And they decided to sell that separately as an add-on for current generation video game systems. They also came up with an idea. They weren't the first, but they also came up with the idea to do a tape add-on, cassette add-on for the VCS that would allow them to run games with more memory and more features. And they actually contracted with VideoSoft founded by console pioneer Jerry Lawson to deliver the games that would go with their cassette system. Well, a few things happened on the way to this plan. First of all, there was a video game crash.
Boo.
That was bad. That wasn't great for the peripherals business. They also came up with something called a joy board that was this thing that you stood on and rocked back and forth in various ways, and that simulated movement on the screen. We'll put that in the show notes. There wasn't much of a market for any of that stuff when the entire market was blowing to pieces. The other problem, though, that they had is that Intermedics and Rollins had signed on to this thing because it was going to... I'm gone again.
I know.
There I am. Because it was going to be this cheap, simple, easy 8-bit video game system that was just going to be easy to put out and allow them to roll in the money. And now it was turning into this 16-bit monstrosity with all of these custom chips. And Rollins was basically like, this is not what I signed on for. I want out. So at this point, they begin negotiating their exit. Dave Morse brings in his business school classmate, Bill Hart, to go out and try to secure private funding that will allow them to buy out Intermedics and keep this thing going. The problem is, with the video game crash going on around them, nobody is interested in investing in this crazy company. So instead, they start trying to look for companies that may be interested in using their technology in some way. And of course, the big company that might be interested in using their technology in some way is a little outfit by the name of Atari. So in November 1983, they go to Atari and pitch them on using the chipset in a game console. By this time, they're really starting to focus in on, okay, the video game market's dead, let's make a computer. And I should have said that this computer, this video game system slash computer, was codenamed Lorraine, which was the name of David Morse's wife. So they're going to make Lorraine into a computer. There had always been some functionality in there to put a disk drive and a keyboard with it. It's almost as if Jay Miner wanted to go there all. But now they are officially going to make this thing a computer. And so they have no problem going to a video game company and being like, hey, why don't you invest in us, license our technology, whatever, to use in the video game system. They knew that Atari was kind of desperate for video game stuff. The 2600 was on its last legs. The 5200 had not successfully picked up the mantle. And so it kind of made sense that they might want a 16-bit system. So they start that negotiation. And then in December, they come to a deal to get rid of Intermedics, which is basically that Intermedics kept 25% of the company and gave the rest back. I don't know if gave is the right word, but there might have been some financials changing hands, but gave up the other 75% of the company, 50% of which was to retain with various employees of Amiga Corporation, the other 25% of which was going to be used to lure in much-needed investors. Meanwhile, work continued on the computer all along. They're hiring people in hardware and software to keep going on this thing. They debut it, a prototype. The chips aren't done yet, but they debut a prototype behind closed doors at the January 1984 CES. It's in the middle of this CES that the first version of the famous Boing demo is created. A bouncing ball with perfectly rendered shadows and great animation. No sound yet. Not in January. But RJ Michael and Dale Luck, two of the software people hired to work on the machine, code that at CES and put it on the computer. And it wows those few people that are able to see it. Comes back again by the June CES. The chips are done. And the demo comes back this time with the big boing sound. It's a more public display. In the meantime, the company has continued its negotiations with Atari, which led to a letter of intent dated March 6, 1984, that has been made available by Atari researchers Kurt Vindal and Marty Goldberg, that leads to all sorts of trouble and is somewhat difficult to parse even to this day. But basically, Amiga needed cash, and it needed cash right now. It was running out of money to do development. And so Atari agreed to give them a $500,000 loan so that they could continue in operation while the two sides continued to negotiate a formal licensing agreement. Even within the letter of intent, it was understood that Atari would be licensing the technology to use in a video game system. That they would not be able to use the technology to enter the computer market until 1985, when they could release a computer add-on to said video game system, and that they couldn't release a full computer using the technology until 1986. They were fine with Atari being in video games. They did not want competition in computers. There would, of course, be a royalty paid on every chip used in these devices. $2 a chip. And as collateral for this agreement, the information on the chips, the schematics and designs and everything else, were placed in escrow. Yes, Carl in the chat is pointing out another point, that when they both got into, once Atari was allowed to have a computer, they would only be able to market that computer in mass market retailers, whereas Amiga would retain the right to do so in specialty computer stores, because they did not see themselves at this point as creating a mass market computer, which is so funny. It started as a video game machine. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Outer Orgasm. It is definitely one of the highlights of our year as well. So glad to know you are.
Glad we can entertain you and bring some happiness to your day.
And kudos to the chat, too, in general, which continues a lively chat throughout the entire proceedings as well. Love that.
A lovable bunch
Even when
of
I don't
ne'er-do-wells.
respond to things like crazy stories about AI and legal briefs, I am still watching.
Or my
but
insane
it's so
ability to make lyrics out of weird songs.
Oh, did I really say that? I absolutely meant outer work. If I didn't say it. But whatever. Whatever. I do what I want.
Organism. Organism. You said the other word.
Oh, well. I did mean organism. I didn't misread it. I just missaid it.
Problem exists between brain and mouth.
Sometimes. I think my brain was saying, don't say that word, don't say that word, don't say that word. And then because of that, said that word.
Well, that's because you say the words that you're thinking that you shouldn't say, and you're thinking the words that you shouldn't say that you're thinking.
Exactly. I'm glad we're all clear on that.
It's very clear because,
Yeah.
I had low sleep, you have low sleep, inhibitions have gone out the window. We've been streaming for 8+ hours. We are professional speaking type people.
That's right. But it's really quite funny that it would turn out that way because this was started as a video game system, not even as a computer. This was started as a mass market product that was going to be sold in like toy stores and department stores and Kmart. But Miner was always just a little too good for that. Miner really wanted to make his version of the ultimate home computer, the super home computer. And so as the project developed and it started taking off in a more computer-like fashion, he was ready to leave the mass market behind entirely. He was not interested in that. He wanted a cutting-edge computer for serious users and for businesses and for institutions of higher education and just any place that needed super duper power. And so they were willing to cede that mass market to Atari, even in the computer space, because Miner was not planning to touch that at all. So they're given this $500,000 loan, so to speak. But that loan, upon completion of the licensing agreement, is going to turn into an ownership stake in Amiga Corporation. And then there are a couple of protections that are put in place to make sure that Atari's interest here, this $500,000 note, plus additional payments that they plan to make for certain milestones that I believe total $3 million altogether if they make them all, because there's some milestone payment. To make sure that that interest is protected. First of all, they need to complete a licensing agreement in March of 1984. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the contract, figure out where I need to be to talk about this stuff in more detail.
Uncovering shenanigans. One PDF file at a time. That's right. Alex shall now read from page 4, paragraph 3, sentence 2.
If a licensing agreement is not entered into by March 34th, 1984, then there's a ticking timer, ticking time bomb that says that at that point, the original note, the loan, so to speak, must be paid in full with interest by June 30th, 1984. If that loan is not paid back on that date, at that time, Atari is able to go into escrow and obtain all the documentation on the chips. And there's basically an automatic license. Well, they have the license to use the chip, and they no longer see, tax shall be paid in exchange for cancellation of the note. Yes. And so they get a fully paid up license in exchange for forgiving, canceling the $500,000 note. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Yep, exactly. As Carl, who is a lawyer, who worked in these areas of law even, says the property of Amiga was given as collateral so that Atari would have the rights to the chips. Absolutely. Now, here's where things get interesting. The copy that we have of this appears to be Amiga's copy. And in this particular clause, there is a last sentence that says it is not intended that Atari receive back the $500,000, but instead that Atari get a license for the chips as set forth herein. In other words, Atari doesn't want to be paid back for the note. What Atari wants is that if the note is still outstanding and there's no licensing agreement, they don't want to get paid back. They just want the property. In the copy that we have, which has handwritten additions on it, there is a strike through of that final sentence, which is not initial, which indicates that the crossing out of that line is not a legally enforceable revision of the letter of intent. I've got that right, don't I, Counselor? Counsel says yes. The other thing that's interesting is further down, there's another clause that speaks to even if there is a licensing agreement signed and all of that goes as it's supposed to, if development and delivery of the chips is not completed on or before September 1st, 1984, Atari may elect to convert any loans, any notes, into equity of Amiga Corporation, or declare the notes immediately due and payable and retain the license once again, except there is a slight penalty for Atari in that case, which is that they have to pay $4 per chipset instead of $2. So there are requirements here that the chips be delivered properly and in a timely manner. And if not, Atari gets to take possession of things. There are a couple of different ways they can take possession. Well, why are we going through all of this?
Why, Alex?
Well, because, of course, there's going to be some legal shenanigans.
Legal shenanigans? Heaven forbid. We don't talk about legal shenanigans on They Create Worlds. We talk about fine, upstanding people doing business the way business was intended, without legal shenanigans, and proper above-board communications about what's going on.
Because, as we mentioned before, there's a video game crash going on. You may have heard about that.
We may have done 3 episodes on it, and some aftermath episodes, yes.
Yeah, may have talked about that before. Yes, an audio cue for legal shenanigans. We really should. Legal and corporate shenanigans, both.
What would be the audio cue for that?
I don't know. Phoenix Wright going objection? I don't know. This means 2 things. First of all, the powers that be at Atari aren't necessarily so sure about this video game thing. Now, at this point, James Morgan is in charge of the company, and James Morgan is trying to bring the company back to his video game roots, which is why it makes a lot of sense that he'd be interested in signing a deal for a 16-bit video game system. Or, I mean, he didn't sign it, but having his people sign a deal for a 16-bit video game system. But, Harvey Birdman. I love Harvey Birdman so much. It's hard to choose a favorite, but I love when Droopy the dog has that Botox plastic surgery that goes wrong, and so he has the huge grin on his face as he's all like, boo, hoo, hoo. I'm so sad. Did you ever watch Harvey Birdman, Jeff? We're totally derailed. I don't care.
Well, at this point, I think we can get away with anything. Yes, I have. Not that as many episodes as you have, but it was something I would watch in the background way back when it aired on Cartoon Network in the dark ages of the long, long ago.
Yeah, starring Gary Cole and a young man named Stephen Colbert.
Yeah,
Good
that
job.
guy wouldn't go anywhere. Who would use that voice?
Not
for
there,
anything?
there. Not there, there. We raised the terror level to Deathwatch Plaid. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for bringing up Harvey Birdman. That stuff is great. I love it so much. But just because Morgan was trying to get the company back in the video game point of view and away from doing so many computers doesn't mean that other people at the company weren't very nervous about what was going on in video games. And to the people at Amiga, it seemed more and more like the people at Atari were really starting to push for the idea of, no, we think we really want to kind of do a computer, which is absolutely not what Amiga was intending to happen, at least not right away. The other thing is, there were already rumors circulating, according to Bagnall's research and the people who talked to him, that Atari may soon be sold and that one Jack Tramiel may be the buyer. You don't want to be in a vulnerable agreement with Jack Tramiel.
As he slowly positions himself behind the client and proceeds to service the account.
Indeed.
Bonus points if you get that reference.
So they didn't want to be in a deal with an Atari that was looking more like they may try to manipulate the deal to be able to create a computer and create competition with a much bigger company than themselves. And they definitely don't want to end up in a deal with Jack Tramiel, where Jack Tramiel may have the right to reach in and pluck out their technology in the same way that Mularam plucks out hearts in the Temple of Doom. How you like that one? It's even the right year, 1984. It's topical humor.
Topical humor. Historical topical humor.
Exactly. So suddenly, Amiga decides they don't want to be in this agreement anymore. Unfortunately, they don't have a lot of options, but they did manage to convince themselves, which seems to go against the plain reading of the contract by our lawyer, Mr. Carl Kuras of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, that the only way out... Now I've got the song stuck in my head. Thank you, Ethan.
Can someone turn that damn song off? Not that one. I thought you were talking about the other one.
Beverly Hills Cop.
Wonderworld, Wonderworld.
Oh.
A happy place to be.
No, that's we don't talk about that.
We're both lost now. There's no
Yes.
hope for you all.
I don't know how editing Jeffrey's going to deal with this. That if they just repay the loan, or the note, it's not a loan, it's a promissory note. If they just repay the note, they can get out of the deal. That doesn't seem to be what the contract says.
Oops.
But that is what they think. But they're also kind of aware that that's not exactly what the contract says either. So this is what they decide to do. First, they have to find somebody else to pay back the money. The reason they got the loan in the first place is they couldn't afford to keep going on the computer. So they need to find somebody who will pay back the money. So they're continuing to try to meet. Venture capitalists still don't want anything to do with them. They do actually meet with Trammell Technologies at one point, which is Jack's new company that's about to become Atari Corporation. But they didn't like that meeting very much, and that didn't make them feel any better when they started on that Jack was going to buy Atari. But they do end up entering into negotiations with Commodore. Commodore is very interested. Commodore is willing to advance them the money they need to pay back Atari with interest. Which leads to a rather hilarious scene on the 29th of June, 1984, which has been immortalized in deposition. At some point, we will see the entire Atari Amiga case. We haven't seen the entire Atari Amiga case yet, but Marty and the late Kurt Vendel did excerpt this specific page. Led to a hilarious scene at the Atari offices on June the 29th, where David Morse showed up with a check, summoned down the president of the company, John Farron, and said, "Here you go. Here is the check. We are paying you back in full before June 30th, 1984. And by the way, the chips don't work anyway, so you don't want them. Okay, thanks, bye." And Farron's like, "No, wait a minute. No, we actually don't want your money. We're not going to go into escrow. We promise. We're happy to give you more time. You can keep working. It's okay." And then David Morse is like, "But we have a check. You like checks." And then John Farron's like, "I'm not sure I'm authorized to receive a check." And so they have this back and forth, and Farron gets one of the lawyers, Ken Nussbacher. And they eventually kind of sort of take the check.
Kind of, sort of take the check.
Yeah, I think they end up taking the check. I mean, maybe just Morse leaves it there and, like, runs away. But they, the check is delivered, and they claim that the chips don't work. I haven't seen the full deposition yet, but I think what they try to claim in the following legal proceedings, because there are legal proceedings, once Jack takes over Atari and his son Leonard finds the canceled check, so they did take the check and cash it because it was canceled. Or no, the canceled check was the original note. It was the canceled note. Sorry, not a canceled check. Once Leonard Trammell finds the original note, and then they're like, "Oh, this is interesting. We need to do something about this." Yeah, there's a lawsuit. And apparently what they claimed in the depositions that followed is that the agreement with Atari was for Lorraine, and that the original Lorraine ended up being dismantled and didn't work right, and the Amiga 1000 is totally not the Lorraine. It is different. So we weren't lying when we said they didn't work.
It's
'Cause
just
the
a
system
processor in space. It's far more sophisticated.
Exactly. I can't wait to read the whole case someday. We'll probably have to do a whole episode on the Atari Amiga case when I finally get to read that in distant future.
Why
But-
haven't you gotten it now?
Why, indeed. But pretty gutsy move to return the check and claim the chips don't work when they do and be like, and now our agreement is terminated. No,
Please
really.
don't
it's,
look here.
it-
Don't
it's
look at the
terminated.
man behind the curtains.
Once that situation is dealt with, very loosely speaking, negotiations continue with Amiga. We don't know exactly, or continue with Commodore. We don't know exactly what happened here. But we have some hearsay about what happened here. You see, Amiga was perfectly happy to license their chipset to other companies. That's what they were going to do with Atari. The original negotiations around Amiga were for Commodore to perhaps license the chipset for $4 million, give or take, as negotiations progressed. Instead, during the last day of negotiations, things take a turn, and Commodore actually pays $24 million to just acquire Amiga Corporation outright. One of the Amiga people heard from one of the people that was actually there. It's hearsay, but so just throwing that out there, that during these final rounds of negotiations, people got to drinking. And we have multiple reports from people inside Commodore that Mr. Marshall Smith, who was part of these negotiations, is very fond of the...
I would like to point out to the court that he made the drinky motion.
bonus points if you get that reference. And that Marshall may have gone a little harder than the Amiga people did, and that might have played a role in a rather larger deal than was initially anticipated. I want to be very clear that we don't have that story from someone who was inside the room where it happened. So we cannot speak to the veracity of this. But it makes a great story, so we're still going to bring it up.
And if you don't like the story, go get some research and tell us differently.
Indeed. So, Amiga Corporation becomes a part of Commodore. The engineers remain in Los Gatos and continue working on the system, which very quickly takes on the name Amiga, and more specifically, Amiga 1000. And they continue to get this thing ready for release. The Amiga computer comes out in 1985. They have a big showy launch party with Debbie Harry and Andy Warhol, all sorts of craziness. And it is promptly a little bit of a disaster because the market positioning is absolutely nuts. This is the, at the time, preeminent multimedia computer on the market. It has a 68,000 16-bit processor, which is a good processor. It compares well to the IBM processors at the time. Won't stay that way. We're not there yet. It has those great graphics chips that allow it to do, for the time, fairly high resolution video. 320 by 200 or 320 by 400 interlaced. Video with a 12-bit color palette that can be selected from up to 4,096 colors. It has a ham mode where you can actually display all 4,096 colors at once, but that can't be used for playing games. That can only be used for rendering like pictures and stuff. But it's still incredible for the time. But it can have like 32 colors.
32 colors.
In some cases, 64 colors.
64 colors.
It also has a higher resolution, 640 by 400, interlaced. Mode with up to 16 colors. It has great audio. It is an ultimate game system. But that's not what Jay Miner wanted. He wanted the ultimate in computing power for a microcomputer, for a personal computer. So it was pushed towards being a business machine. The problem is twofold. First of all, the business machines of the time are capable of higher resolutions than that. Now, sometimes only in monochrome, but it's business stuff. You don't need 4,096 colors to do the business.
You just need 3 boys in a trench coat.
Indeed. So the resolution is really, even though it's impressive for a game computer, the resolution is really not up to snuff for what's going on with business computers. And the fact that it's interlaced video is going to cause real problems down the line. And the interlaced video is a legacy from the fact that it was originally supposed to be a video game system, which outputs to a television. Television is interlaced. A standard broadcast signal of that time, obviously. So that's fine. Interlaced is fine. It is not fine if you decide you want to plug this computer into a nice higher-end monitor, because it will flicker.
We don't care about flickering on a video game. It worked great for Pac-Man on the Atari.
It's also bad because NTSC and PAL have different refresh rates, and that leads to all sorts of craziness. They can't initially launch this computer in Western Europe, which is the main stronghold of Commodore. Obviously, they're going to make a PAL version, and they do release a PAL version on, but they can't release it in their stronghold right away in Europe. The VP of Engineering, I'm not sure if that's his official title, but the person responsible for manufacturing the computer at Commodore also decided that they wouldn't necessarily get the best quality out of Hong Kong, where Commodore was normally manufacturing. So they decide to manufacture in Japan instead. which is way more expensive. So they end up with a computer with a suggested retail price of $1,285.
Oh my. Do I need to pull out the inflation calculator for that one?
Not well, no, because Wikipedia does that for us. In 2024 money, which is close enough, that's $3,800. Now, obviously, when you calculate inflation, it's not linear like that because some commodities rise in price more than others, yada, 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 but it gives you something of a vague baseline. And that's not including a monitor. If you want a monitor, you'll have to throw in another 300. So it's overpriced to be a consumer computer. It's over-engineered to be a consumer computer. But it's not actually good enough to be a business computer because the monitor, the screen resolution is lacking. And by this time, the IBM PC has taken over the business market. And the computer is not MS-DOS compatible. They decided they would solve this in software with something called Transformer. It is not more than meets the eye. It is just slow. It is insufficient for MS-DOS compatibility. Yes, as Carl says, half the speed of a PC XT. That's not good, kids. That's not good at all. And then to add insult to injury, because there is still this vestige of we want to keep the cost down, because they're still kind of caught between these two markets, they make a decision not to have expansion slots. It has an expansion port, but it doesn't have expansion slots. So these problems with the initial system are not correctable by adding more hardware into slots. It's really a baffling computer. I'm not talking about the Amiga generally. I'm talking about the Amiga 1000 specifically. Yes, there is the sidecar. That was made, I believe, by the good folks in Germany because it was very important that Commodore continue to do the business in Germany. They did create the sidecar. And then Commodore Germany decided that they would start figuring out a way to incorporate the sidecar directly in an Amiga, and that's when they started working on the Amiga 2500, which was released as the Amiga 2000. So, fiscal 1986, which, as we recall again, June 30th is the end of the fiscal year, so this includes the holiday that the Amiga was released. The company is still flailing. The Amiga is not selling in the numbers that it needs to. And to make things even worse, they spent $40 million advertising it, which, based on the sales of the computer, which I think was not too far north of 100,000, meant that they were spending about $800. Well, I can do the math. I mean, the numbers are from Bagnall, but I don't want to dig it up, so let's do the math real fast. 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, divided by 800. That's about 50,000 that they sold in their initial burst. That may not be for the full year, but like in their initial burst, they only sold like 50,000 of them, which came out to spending about $800 per computer on marketing. The marketing campaign was not effective. They didn't have software support lined up properly. Everything was just something of a mess. And this is why in 1986, while their sales went up ever so slightly over 889 million versus 883, their loss widened from 113 million to 127 million. I suppose I can figure out where that was. The other book. Come on. What, am I supposed to be prepared for these recordings?
In theory, yes. You are supposed to be prepared. Your work is on the front end. Mine work is on the back end. That's how the partnership works.
Here we go.
You can research. Research is loading. Research. Research.
Yeah.
Let's see. I might have to entertain the people.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, no, they weren't able to produce that many in the first year, so I think those numbers are about right. And the other thing is that made the sales so bad as well is that we may recall from that agreement they almost had with Atari that the Amiga people were approaching the specialist market for this. They weren't going into mass market retail. They were going into specialty retailers. These are the same specialty retailers that Jack Tramiel, he's no longer with the company, but it doesn't matter, where Jack Tramiel was like, here is the VIC-20. Please sell this and enjoy. And then went into Kmart, which undercut the competition, gave them no warning, and they took a bath on hardware that they either had to sell at a price nobody wanted to buy it or had to sell at a loss. Then Jack Tramiel came back with the Commodore 64 and was like, here is the C64. Please sell and enjoy. And all the specialty retailers were like, now, you're not going to do that thing that you did with the VIC-20, where you give it to us and then you give it to the mass market retailers, and then they undercut on price. And Jack was like, of course I'm not going to do that. Please, sell and enjoy. And then he did. So the specialty retailers were no longer particularly keen about stocking Commodore products.
Yeah, get burned twice by a company, you're not going to trust them at all. And in a lot of retail and a lot of sales, relationships are pretty much everything.
Yep. So at this point, it looks like the Amiga is going to be a failure. The 128 is doing okay, but it's not igniting a new software revolution. It's pretty clear that the 128 isn't really going to take over the mantle for. It's just kind of slightly augmenting it. The +4 has been an absolute disaster. Marshall Smith has been a slow and ineffective leader that doesn't understand the market at all. He's overhired, putting too much overhead into the company. Most of the experienced management, which I didn't mention before, followed Jack out the door. Because Jack inspired some serious loyalty. I mean, he could be a tough boss to work for. But he inspired some loyalty. So most of the top talent that was at the company left to join him at Atari. So management is hollowed out. The company's too big. It's working on too many projects. Its recent launches are going nowhere. And after that triumph of the billion-dollar year, sales have been declining and profits have evaporated entirely. In our next episode, which will not be live streamed,
No!
the Amiga revolution will not be televised. We will look at how Commodore first managed to salvage the Amiga computer and then managed to once again shoot themselves in the foot with the Amiga computer as they briefly returned to profitability, even briefly returned to a billion-dollar company, only to collapse once and for all and get wiped out in bankruptcy.
Yeah, you weren't lying about corporate shenanigans with Commodore here.
Oh,
There
heck
are
no.
so many Commodore shenanigans, and the fact that you can just take one legal case and make it a full episode eventually is just shocking.
It is a shenanigan-y company.
Is it the most shenanigan of companies, or are there other ones out there that can be worse than Commodore?
I don't know. I mean, Sega's pretty bad, but
Yeah, we already covered them.
yes.
All right, kids. I don't know about you, but I could go for some nice, relaxing C64 music. And we'll see you next time as we try to get the bouncing ball on They Create Worlds. Save.
Stop
Find me
this
something
recording.
to save. Saving.
Save everything. And we've done it. Another live stream in the books. Thank you so much, everyone that stayed. Thank you to you, Carl, because you should have been in bed hours ago. But you're still here. We know that you are the great Amiga lover, and you delivered for us
Hello,
here
Jet
and
Set.
gave us
Thanks for
good
the
legal
follow.
counsel. Yes, thanks for the follow. Sorry that we could not bring the Commodore story home for you, but honestly, like, even if we were crazy enough to stream for 2 more hours, like, I actually, now that we've gone to this level of granularity, need to go back and read deeper on the final years of the company. So couldn't do it now, even if we wanted to. But we absolutely will finish that story in a 4th episode that we record at a later date. Maybe a 5th episode, who knows? I mean, I do think we're going to probably gloss over some of the later story. Now, that doesn't mean we might not come back someday and do a deep dive on the Amiga or a deep dive on... come back and do an episode that goes into even more depth on something. But we will try to keep it semi-high level to get through the rest of the company. But we'll see. Maybe it'll be our first 5-parter.
That would be shocking. Instead of having 5-parters spread out about a company over many, many, many episodes. I mean, Nintendo, we did 4, something. I don't know. Atari has a bunch of episodes.
Yeah. Right. I mean, we've never done 5 in a row before, but certainly we've told the story of Sega in way more than we've told the story of Nintendo in way more than 5 episodes, and we still haven't even told the whole story of Nintendo. So
Right.
we've done some pretty gnarly deep dives, just not usually all at once like this.
All the crazy. So, Alex, how do you feel after doing 8+ hours of streaming, talking about video game history, with only a few short breaks in there? Are you brain fried?
Maybe a little,
Maybe
maybe a little,
Maybe a
but
little.
it's been a good time.
It has been a good time.
Yeah, thank you so much for everyone who showed up. Some of you have been here since the very beginning, but even if you only tuned in near the end, or if you're watching this on a recording later and you at some point in the middle, we value all of that. We value all of your support. We enjoy doing this. Like, we have fun doing it ourselves, but knowing that there are people actually listening and caring, and even occasionally memeing us, makes it so much more worthwhile. So I had a lot of fun chatting with you all and watching chat go by when I was too busy talking about shenanigans to actually participate in the chat. So yeah, really appreciate it all. How about you, Jeffrey?
Yeah, I had fun doing it. I got to pet some cats. I got to show off the cats because what's a live stream unless I show off the cats? But thank you very, very much, all of you, for listening, tuning in, chatting, being silly, doing the things, doing whatever it is, enjoying us, supporting us. I mean, part of the reason that we still do the podcast is because you do support us, you do engage us, you do whatever it is you do to just sort of spread the word or whatever. It's really nice to feel appreciated, and really, Alex and I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for the outpouring of support and having people go like, hey, I enjoy listening to this. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. A few more final shout outs before we leave. Essa Maliva, as we said multiple times, has the fantastic blog Computer Chronicles Revisited. He does some pretty deep dives himself. He doesn't just summarize the episodes, but does some deep historical dives, and has done some special one-off podcasts and posts as well on various topics in computer history, many of which touch on games. So can't recommend that work enough. Of course, Carl, who is in Germany and stayed with us all through this thing, even though it is not the right time zone for all of that. Yes, and as Maliva says, next blog is even on the Amiga. So what perfect timing is that? No worries, Barberza. As I said, anyone who tuned in for 2 minutes, 2 hours, or 20 hours is equally welcome. So glad you had some fun with it, and glad you liked the show. But yeah, to Carl, our legal counsel and notorious Argentine software pirate. I also co-host with him the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, which is really his podcast. I'm just along for the ride to have fun and pull him off on tangents. Not that he needs my help with that. He's pretty good at that himself. Good to see you sticking through the whole thing. We've got our FCC specialist, Quarter Past. And of course, Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, bringing the hot takes, bringing the memes. I only mention these people because they're specifically people who have grown to be dear friends, not just listeners, but people who I collaborate with outside the podcast. But everybody that tuned in, once again, we're so happy you were here. We're so happy we could share this time with you. And please look forward to the edited episodes if editing Jeffrey survives to the end of the process.
Oh, I'll survive somehow. I just need your audio. Eventually download the video from Twitch so I can edit the video and put that on YouTube for the live stream. We'll have something working.
Indeed. And with that, I suppose we should probably call this concluded.
So I had to push the end button thing.
I think so.
That sounds
Thanks
frightening.
again,
Which one of
everybody.
those does this? That one does. I can read. Honest. All right. Here it goes, kids. Be afraid. Be very, very afraid. Check out our show notes at podcast.thegreatworld.com, where we have links to some of the things that we discussed on this and other episodes. Alice's book, The Great World, Stories of People and Companies that Shaped the Video Game Industry, Volume 2, will not be featured today or at any point during this year. You might be able to hear it next year. We don't know. We just need to get the Shocky Monkey to make it so finish that book. Intro music is Airplane Mode by Josh Woodward, found at joshwoodward.com/song/airplane mode, used under a Creative Commons Attribution license. The video is also under a Creative Commons Attribution license. Don't sue me. I'm poor. Outro music is Bacterial Love by Oral Music, found at freemusicarchive.org, used under a Creative Commons Attribution license. It's always loud. I don't know why it's so loud. Go down, you blurry, loud thing. You're going to be a little quieter now. There you go. You're a little quieter now. Everything's better now. You're better. I'm better. This is me rambling at the end because this is just me talking ad nauseum because I can do it too, just like Alex, but I don't get to show off my thing. We have our producers Ember and Julian the cat. They are both here. They were both shown on screen. If you can guess how many times that they were on the screen and let me know, then you can win yourself stickers. Everyone likes stickers. I like stickers. You like stickers. I have over 1,000 of them. I want them to go away. I will mail them to you because I like to mail stickers. So send me an email about how many stickers you want and how many cats were on the screen. Finally, we'd like to thank you for listening and hope that you enjoy all the fun and all the things from now on.